Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. I am finally back. I've been sick for about 2 months now, so I've been on hiatus. And now that I'm finally back on my feet, I figured I'd give you a little something to hold you over until I have new stories to come out with. Shout out to my dad and fellow narrator Big Daddy Stone for giving me this idea. Today, we're going to take a look back at 2020. I started my channel in 2020, so my channel's a little bit over a year old now, and I wanted to do a top 10 videos of 2020. This video is comprised of videos of mine that got a lot of views, videos that went over really well with my audience, and videos that I personally just liked doing a lot. A lot of it's personal preference, a lot of it is audience. A little bit of it is the views. I think I only put 2 videos on here purely because of the views they got, and all the rest are because of either my personal preference or the audience preference. If you have been paying attention to my community page, thank you so much for putting in your votes and suggestions for this video. This list has been through a lot of different iterations, and I had it finalized until just yesterday, and I put a community post out asking for suggestions. And because of those suggestions, the list is now massively different. So thank you so much to everyone that participated, and if you want to help me with video ideas and suggestions in the future, please take a look at my community page. I don't have a script for this video, but I do want to come in between each story and talk about maybe frequently asked questions about them, what it was like to make the story, if it was a really long one, was it hard, things about the production, anything that I can think of that's interesting to sort of help this video have a little more than just a compilation feel to it. So without further ado, let's talk about the first entry on the list, the house in the field. I chose the house in the field to go on this list because it got a lot of views when I first put it up. This is one of the very first stories I ever put up that immediately got really popular, and I remember it was really weird because I did not expect it to. This video only has me in it, it's not a collab, and it also is unique in the sense that it doesn't have any back and forth dialogue except for one part at the very, very end. So now that I've said it, I'm sure you'll notice it quite frequently throughout the video. It's just me talking about things that are happening. It's no back and forth between the main character and the main character's family, whereas most stories on narrators' channels, it's them talking to somebody else and having dialogue. I don't think that that's necessarily bad, it's just a different style that you don't see so much within the narration community. And the author of this story, Elias Withero, he does this quite a lot in his writing, and I actually have come to really like it. I think the reason why this story got so popular, honestly, is because the thumbnail was really good. It's really eye-catching and the art was really beautiful. I truly think that that's part of why it got so popular. The YouTube algorithm just took it and ran with it. But that is why I decided to put this one on the list. It all started when I was 7. That was 20 years ago now. I was a curious kid, always out exploring our family's land, taking the trek out to the woods across the grassy fields. I would also collect rocks, watch animals, splash around in the streams I discovered, most of the time by myself. I didn't need any company. I never felt lonely. Or maybe that was just because I was used to being alone. My parents owned a farm, a vast, sprawling plot of land that stretched for miles in every direction. It was beautiful country, and the golden sun accented the acres of mint green corn stalks that lined our backyard. My father worked hard, spending his days tending the crop with the help of a few farm hands. My mother took care of the house and the occasional trip into town, stocking up on the essentials. They were a good team, and they loved each other very much. They loved the life they shared and depended on one another. During the school year, my mother or my neighbor would take me and Trevor into town for my lessons, alternating days. Trevor was my age, and my only friend. During the summers, I didn't see him much. his own duties grounding him at his parents' farm 8 miles down the dirt road from us. Occasionally, our parents would get together and share a big country dinner while Trevor and I wolfed down our food and went out to play. I was a happy kid, content with my life. I don't remember ever feeling isolated or lasting unhappiness. My parents were good to me, and the expansive surrounding land consistently kept my explorer tendencies busy. As I stated, we lived off a single-lane dirt road, miles from town, miles from everything. Behind our ranch-style house were the cornfields, rows and rows of stalks that reached out and touched the horizon. At least, that's how I remember it. I often worried about getting lost in the green labyrinth whenever I had to go fetch Dad for supper, the tight stalks towering over my head. In front of the house was a vast stretch of flat open grassland that expanded for a couple dozen acres before reaching the tree line where the woods grew dense. I loved to explore those woods. Most of my summers spent venturing deeper and deeper inside their sap-crusted guts. But this isn't about the woods. This isn't about the cornfields. This is about the house that suddenly appeared in the field across the street. Like I said, I was 7 when it suddenly appeared. I remember going to bed on a hot June night, sleep slowed by the heavy heat. When sleep finally came, it didn't last long. I woke up sometime in the night, my throat parched from the thick air. I went to get a glass of water, and as I passed my bedroom window, I saw it for the first time. The first thing that struck me was how tall it was. 3 stories, its roof reaching for the star-filled sky. It was the biggest house I'd ever seen up until that point. My little hands gripped the windowsill and my nose pressed against the glass as my eyes took in this new wonder. It sat directly across the dirt road from our house, only a couple 100 feet from our front porch. It was painted dark green, or so I'd see in the morning, and it looked well kept. The dark windows were framed by hideous yellow shutters, looking like mold in the silent moonlight. It had no porch, just a single ugly door the same color as the shutters. I stared at it, my young mind growing excited at this new mystery. The following day already filling my thoughts with exploring it. But of course, I couldn't. That was someone's house. Someone was living there. As these thoughts destroyed my enthusiasm, I remember how badly I wanted to run and wake my parents and share with them what I was seeing. At the time, the concept of a house suddenly appearing across from ours was fascinating. I didn't think it scary or even odd. It was just something that happened, and my young 7-year-old mind just accepted it. Eventually, I went and got a glass of water and went back to bed, mind buzzing with possibilities. The next morning, I'd bounded out of bed, the sun only barely warming the sky, with splashes of deep purple and puddles of soft pink. I raced to my window to make sure I hadn't been dreaming. The house still stood, dark and motionless. I thundered into the kitchen, almost knocking over my dad, anxious to show my parents. I felt like it was my own personal discovery, like somehow I was responsible for it being there. After my dad scolded me, probably irritated by my burst of early morning energy, I asked him if he had seen the house. He didn't seem to know what I was talking about as I hurriedly pulled him to the front door, my mouth running like a dirt bike. I flung the door open and pointed to the huge house, my feet padding down the steps of our porch. My father stopped in the doorway, eyes scanning the field, a look of confusion on his face. He looked down at me with a worried look and then back at the field. He scratched his chin and motioned for me to come inside, telling me to stop being ridiculous, that if I had this much energy, I could help him out in the fields today. He couldn't see the house. At that age, my mind couldn't wrap itself around the fact because, well, it was right there. I continued to point and tell him, but it didn't do any good. He was blind to it. This left me frustrated and confused. I didn't know why he couldn't see it. I wanted desperately for him to acknowledge what I had found in the middle of the night. But no matter how much I talked and argued, it was of no use. As sentenced, I spent the day helping my dad in the cornfields. Shortly after breakfast, 3 of the usual farmhands arrived and we went out back for our day's labors. If they could see the house, they showed no sign of it. I even asked Louis, the guy who had been helping my dad the longest, if he noticed anything on his way in. He ruffled my hair and said that seeing me up this early was the only thing he witnessed. I shook him off, getting angry as to why no one else saw it. As I went about my chores, I couldn't stop thinking about the house, the looming quiet way it sat in the long grass, its 3 levels begging for investigation. I wanted to tell Trevor, but I knew I wouldn't be able to today. He would believe me. He would be able to see it. I just knew he would. Trevor shared my sense of adventure, and I knew that the next time we played together, our time would be spent discussing and maybe even snooping around the house. There was such an air of mystery about it that I felt myself almost physically pulled towards it. I couldn't see it from my place amidst the corn, but I could tell you exactly where it was from any point that I stood. The sun tugged itself across the sky, one labored hour after another. And finally, my dad announced it was time to call it quits. I walked back to our house next to my dad, listening to him talk to the 3 workers about what had needed to be done tomorrow and what time to come back in the morning. They plodded up the back porch and were met by my mother, who offered them all cold beers, which they took with big smiles. Feeling tired and slightly annoyed still, I walked around the side of our house, wanting another look at the greenhouse with yellow shutters. I turned the corner and stopped dead in my tracks. The house was gone. I rubbed my eyes, convinced my mind was playing tricks on me. As I opened them again, the field still stood empty, the grass rustling like running water as a warm breeze rustled through it. I turned completely around, eyes searching in all directions, thinking that maybe I'd misplaced the location it was in. Nothing but grass in front of me and corn behind me. I squinted and scanned the distant tree line at the far end of the field in front of my house, but nothing stood out. Feeling angry, I kicked at the dry dirt, knowing now that Trevor would never believe me. I'd wanted to show him so badly, desperate for anyone to acknowledge this unexplainable phenomenon. I remember cursing for the first time then. After I did it, I nervously looked around to make sure my mother hadn't heard me. Her voice floated in the warm air toward me, and I felt relief wash over me as I realized she was still on the back porch. So, I cursed again, kind of liking the way it made me feel tough. Sighing, I dejectedly shoved my hands in my pockets and rolled my head back to stare at the evening sky. The darkness of a storm was creeping in from the west, down the road where Trevor and his parents lived. I watched as the billowing black clouds piled over one another and felt the air wince as distant thunder shook it. Later that night, the storm reached us. Rain shook the walls and lightning split the sky. The blinding white veins followed closely by cannon blast thunder. I sat in my bed, feeling a little afraid, contemplating whether to go into my parents' room or not. My dad was probably snoring through the whole thing, but my mom might be awake. I didn't want them to know I was scared, though, because, after all, I was 7 now. As another bone-shaking blast of thunder fell from the sky, I slid out of bed and went to my window, forcing myself to go and watch the thing that was scaring me. My dad always told me that brave men only get brave when they stand up to the thing that makes them want to run away. And so, I planted my feet firmly in front of the window and watched as nature crashed down around me. The wind was howling, causing the house to tremble, and I listened to the rain slam onto the roof, sounding like 1,000 galloping hooves. Another bolt of lightning illuminated the land, its sparking suddenness causing me to blink. And then I saw it again. The house was back. I frantically cut my face against the glass, trying to see through the rain-streaked pane. I couldn't make out its shape, a dark square hole cut into the night. And I waited for more lightning. My heart was racing, excitement bubbling up inside of me. It was back. I knew I hadn't imagined it. I wanted to go and tell my parents, loudly exclaim that I wasn't wrong, that there was a house across from us. The thought of waking my father in the middle of the night kept me in my room, though. After a few bated minutes, another flash lit the world, and I focused on the house in the brief second it was illuminated. The front door was wide open. Now, I don't know why, but I remember seeing that and feeling terror slowly begin to creep its way into my mind. I knew that something was wrong, that people don't open their front doors in the middle of a storm. But there it was, completely open, rain and wind pushing through towards the blackness inside. Unease wormed its way through my stomach, and I swallowed hard, suddenly aware of every shadow in my room. I gripped the windowsill and waited for more lightning. A few moments later, it came, bringing with it another glimpse of the house across the street. Something was standing in the doorway, staring directly at me. It was blurred by the storm, but I could tell it was big and looked like a twist of colors in human form. I dove from my bed, illusions of bravery shattered in an instant, and dug myself deep into the covers. I lay there, shaking and feeling like I'd just seen something I wasn't supposed to. The next day, the house was gone again. Part of me was a little glad because it gave my young mind time to wrap itself around what it had seen. I kept replaying it over and over again, my imagination giving the human-shaped blur details and features. But whatever images I conjured were soon erased by the reality of my memory. And that reality was, I had no clue what I had seen. I ate my breakfast in the kitchen, listening to my parents talk about the day's plans. My ears perked up when my mom told me we were having the Harveys over for supper. I would finally be able to tell Trevor about everything. Excitement pushed away my cautious fears of the previous night, and I gobbled up the rest of my pancakes in a couple bites. My father said he didn't want my help today, and so after I helped Mom with the dishes, I sprinted out the front door towards the woods. With the house gone, it felt like just another wonderful summer day, bursting with early morning possibilities. Should I go swimming? Should I build a fort? Maybe once Trevor got here, we could play Lewis and Clark. Whooping and hollering, my feet took me across the grassy field towards the tree line. As I passed the spot where the mysterious green house had sat, I wondered what would happen if it suddenly appeared with me running over its spot. Would I magically be inside of it all of a sudden? Or would I be flung high into the sky as it came rocketing out of the ground? Feeling suddenly nervous, I put on an extra bit of speed and passed over where it had rested. The day passed in a blur of imagination and summer heat. I spent most of it splashing around one of the streams, collecting rocks and pretending I was fighting Native Americans. It was one of those days that shaped how I looked back on my childhood, where everything seemed just right, a day of make-believe and adventure. As I lost myself in whatever fiction I was enacting, the thoughts of the house faded further and further from my mind, burned away in the growing heat. The sun climbed to a blistering climax, then began the slow descent, dipping towards the horizon and fanning out in a pool of color that mixed in the sky like melting popsicles. Not realizing how late it had gotten, and also how hungry I was, I threw the last of the pebbles I'd picked up into the stream and began to make my way back to our house. I wondered if Trevor and his parents had shown up yet. I looked up into the sky, trying to gauge what time it was. From the way my stomach was rumbling, it had better be time to eat. I broke through the tree line and was about to sprint the rest of the way when I stopped. The house was back, except something was different. The house was facing me. I felt unease creep across the ground and climb up my legs. This wasn't right. It was supposed to be facing my house. Why was it like this now? I swallowed hard, my own house now blocked from sight. I watched the windows, dark and empty, looking for signs of life, looking for signs of the thing in the storm. It was motionless. I began to make my way around it in a wide circle, keeping my eyes on the front door as I walked. I kept expecting it to burst open and some creature come charging at me, but it didn't. Nothing moved. Getting halfway around it, I made a break for my front porch. My legs kicked through the knee-high grass, shoes digging into the soft earth, as I ripped my eyes away and focused on my destination. Panting, I clambered up the steps, sucking in lungfuls of evening air. I turned around and almost fell over. The house was back facing mine. I stared for a moment, sucking air and waiting for something to happen. In my mind, the house was alive, some kind of living beast that watched me. I didn't know what it wanted or what its purpose was, but I was beginning to feel like it was dangerous. Turning away, I went inside. I was greeted with a savory aroma, a gentle heat filling the air with mouth-watering smells. I heard commotion in the kitchen along with the rolling laughter of conversation. I walked into the dining room and was greeted from the stove by my mother, who informed me I had kept Trevor waiting. I said my muttered hellos to Trevor's parents, who smiled and returned my greetings before returning to the conversation with my parents I had interrupted. I went to the bathroom to wash up, followed by Trevor, who was excitedly telling me about a fort he had been building in the woods by his house. I shared with him my adventures of the day, and together we began to make plans to sleep over at each other's homes with hopes that tonight would be one of those nights. As I dried my hands, I asked him if he noticed anything on his way to my house. He looked confused, and so I led him down the hall to the front door. I opened it and pointed to the green house with the yellow shutters. Hesitantly, I asked him if he could see it. He chuckled and slapped me on the back, saying of course he could. Relief washed over me, and closing the door behind us and stepping out onto the porch, I began to share with him my strange experiences with the house and the field. His eyes grew wide, and a smile split his face in half. The longer I talked, the more I saw his eyes light up. He asked me if I'd explored it yet, or poked around the outside to see if I could get inside. I shook my head violently, expressing the feeling of fear it emitted. I told him it wasn't safe, that something was wrong with the house. I told him my parents couldn't see it, and that something had been watching me in the storm. This only egged him on, sparking his enthusiasm to explore it. As I tried to talk him out of it, I heard my father call me to set the table. Groaning, I complied, and the conversation ended there. Trevor helped me fill the water glasses, and soon we were sitting around a table filled with steaming food. I didn't care about the banquet in front of me. It was just an obstacle to Trevor in my playtime. Disregarding the hard work that went into the preparation, I dug in with a vengeance after my father said grace. My mother shot me a look or two as I proceeded to stuff my face, pounding the food down with mouthfuls of water. When my plate was clear, I looked across the table and saw Trevor was of the same mindset. I waited the appropriate amount of time, and then I asked if we could be excused. My father waved us away, commenting on my poor table manners, but I barely heard him as Trevor and I shot for the front door. The sky was an expanse of brilliant deep purples and blues as the sun departed for the day. Stars twinkled above us like tiny candles, their light pulsing as the sound of night critters filled the air and sang up to them. Trevor and I sat on the front steps, giving ourselves a moment to let the food settle. We stared across at the dark house, waiting to see some flicker of life. The moon glowed in its deepening darkness, lighting the field and joined in its efforts by a sea of blinking fireflies. Trevor was anxious to go look in the windows, expressing these desires in statements of bravery and courage. I shook my head, knowing that some mysterious malevolence shrouded the looming house. It was a gut feeling, a twisting in my stomach whenever I thought about the thing in the storm. After fruitlessly arguing with me, Trevor stood and announced he was going to go by himself and have a look. I snapped my eyes to lock with his and hurriedly voiced my opposition to the idea. No matter how much I pleaded, there was no changing his mind. He called me a big chicken and pranced around the porch, clucking and waving his arms. This did nothing to change my mind, and I continued to shake my head in disagreement. Sighing, Trevor ceased his antics and trotted down the steps to the grass. He gave me a wink and a thumbs up, telling me I was being a baby. I watched him walk towards the house, my heart beginning to beat faster. I felt like I should stop him, that I should tell my parents, but what would they do? They would see him walking towards an empty field, and my dad would probably slap the back of my head. He was 30 feet from the house, his outline in the dying light nothing more than a black smudge of movement. I could hear him saying something to me, but his words were swallowed up by the night. 20 feet now, his pace was slowing. My mouth was dry, and panic was rising in my throat. This was a bad idea. This was such a bad idea. I balled my hands into tiny fists, feeling the sweat coating my palms. 10 feet from the door now. All was silent. The house an unmoving giant, its yellow shutters now looking like dirty teeth, the greasy yellow popping in the darkness. Trevor was almost there, his footsteps cautiously taking him to the right of the front door. His target, a first-floor window. That's when I saw something in the third-floor window, on the far left of the house. It looked like a candle, a soft glow popping through the dense darkness. It wavered there, in the middle of the window, and then began to move. I watched as the light passed from window to window, then disappeared. Frantically, I called out to Trevor to come back, running down the stairs and towards the field. He was about to look in the window when he heard me, turning and taking a few steps towards me. I crossed the road and kicked into the long grass, slowing and waving my arms for him to return. The light was on the second floor now, its glow smoothly hovering past the windows. It was getting closer. Terrified to go any further, I danced from foot to foot, heart thundering in my chest. My face contorted into frantic terror. Trevor was calling out to me, asking what was wrong. I screamed at him to come back, that something was coming, that he was in danger, and then I cursed at him. It was the only thing I could think of to get his complete attention. Hearing me swear, he finally began to trot back to me, throwing a look over his shoulder. The light was gone, but as he made his way towards me, I saw it reappear on the first floor, shining in the window Trevor had just been about to look into moments before. It stayed there, just floating in the darkness. I felt something looking at me from the black. Trevor reached me, spewing questions, and I grabbed his shoulder, spinning him to look at the light. As soon as he saw it, the house went dark. We stood there, breathing heavily, unsure what had just happened. I asked him if he had seen it, and he nodded slowly. We knew now that something was definitely in there. That something had seen us. I felt exposed, the plump moon working as a spotlight, making me feel like I was on a stage that was watched by whatever was in the house. We turned and ran back to my house, both of us sharing silent guilt that we had done something we shouldn't. The fear of being found out, the anxiety of getting in trouble, flooded us as we scampered up the porch and pushed our way back inside. I should have told my parents something at that point, even if they didn't see the house. I felt like if I tried to explain it to them, maybe a shred of my honesty would shine through and give them a sliver of belief. But I didn't. Neither of us did. We knew snooping was wrong, and we'd get in trouble if they did, in fact, believe us. As we took our places at the table, now filled with hot pies, Trevor and I exchanged a look that vowed complete silence. Our parents asked us why we were back so soon, Trevor's mother joking that the smell of dessert being the cause. I didn't feel like eating. My stomach was a mess of knotted emotions. But I dutifully shoveled steaming cherry pie into my mouth, barely tasting it. I was afraid they would find out. That whomever was in the greenhouse would suddenly knock on the door and tell our parents what we had done. It was the illogical fears of a child, the haunting giant that loomed over every kid's life. Getting in trouble. After we finished eating, I asked my parents if Trevor could spend the night. After some discussion between the adults, they agreed, extending the stay to 2 nights. Apparently, Trevor's dad needed to borrow our tractor, but we needed it for just a few more days, so when the tractor was available, my dad would drive it down to them along with Trevor. My fears subsided a little, the excitement of 2 whole nights together causing my unease to fade. We whooped for joy and jumped around the house, cut short by a bark from my father to settle down. We scurried up to my bedroom and began to make plans for the stay. With so much time available, we decided that tomorrow we would begin construction on a tree fort in the woods. Crude sketches were made in Crown, both of us laying on our stomachs on the floor, heads knocking together as we crammed around the piece of paper we were drawing on. Storylines were spun as to who we were and why we needed to build a fort, our vast imaginations manufacturing motives and villains. It was exciting, our conversation fueled by sweet pie, and I felt like I could burst for joy. Looking back, it's one of those feelings that you only get as a kid, where everything is perfect and it's just you and your buddy and the whole world to play with. Eventually, we heard his parents call him to say goodbye, making him promise to behave and listen to my mom and dad. As I waited for him to come back, I glanced out my bedroom window. The house was gone again. It was midnight. Trevor lay snoring in the sleeping bag my mother had taken out for him. He was curled up, his head barely poking out of the opening. I didn't know why I had awoken. The house lay silent, my parents long asleep. Even with Trevor there, I remember feeling scared, like something was in the room besides us. I looked towards the corners, the closet, my cracked bedroom door. Shadows formed monsters, then dispersed as my eyes focused. I thought about waking Trevor, but didn't want to be called a chicken again. I felt exposed, like something was watching me, like something at the window was watching me. I chanced a glance at it, but the moonlight was the only thing that trickled through. No eyes, no faces pressed to the glass, no candle hovering in the darkness. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, I felt a shiver run down my back. I didn't want to be thinking about that when it was this dark and everything was so silent. Something was drawing me to the window, though. I could almost feel a physical pull towards it, goading me to go to it. I resisted at first, but knew I wasn't going to be able to fall back asleep until I had done so. Quietly, I slipped out of bed, being careful not to step on Trevor's head. I tiptoed towards my window and felt dread began to rise like bile. With every step, my mind repeatedly begged me to go back to my covers. Over and over, the thought rippled through my mind. Don't look, don't look, don't look. I reached the window and looked out. My eyes went wide and I felt a scream rising in my throat as I slammed my hands over my mouth. My heart was a wild drumbeat in my chest and I felt myself grow sick with the gut-slamming fear. To this day, thinking about what I saw that night fills me with horror. The house was back, standing where it always stood, dark and silent. But something massive was peeking at me over its rooftop. Its head was enormous, spanning almost the entire length of the house. It was almost human, eyes terribly wide with sick excitement. Two colossal hands gripped the roof, making the whole thing look almost like how a child would peek over a table. It made the night look white. The darkness that colored its mass almost burned to look at. Two white eyes punctured through its black human-shaped head, shining like two full moons. Its irises were the sharpest crimson, almost neon in the way they glowed. Just visible over the peak of the roof was its mouth. It was grinning, its massive square teeth practically exploding out of the shadow of its coal-black face. They radiated like its eyes did, their bleached white starkness accenting just how inky black the rest of its head and hands were. I was frozen in place, the whole world melting away like burning wax. My eyes locked with whatever it was, and its smile widened. It never blinked. Those two perfectly round, gleaming eyes reaching into my brain and ripping up every fear I ever had. I waited for something to happen, feeling like at any second I would scream or pass out. It just watched me, smiling. Its mouth stretched to immense proportions. Its long, ebony fingers shifted on the roof every few seconds, like it too was waiting. And then something said my name from the crack in my bedroom door. Addison. I spun around, a scream already halfway up my throat. From the partially open door, I saw an impossibly large eye and half a mouth smiling at me. One midnight black hand reaching inside to grip the wood. I dove towards my bed, digging myself deep into the covers, shaking and crying. I heard my door open, and Trevor was stirring on the floor. I peeked out from my safe haven, and I saw it. It stood in the doorway, a tall, human-shaped figure. Its skin was a constant swirl of dark colors, looking like paint being gently mixed in real time. Its face was the same liquid texture with one giant eye popping in and out from the surface. The mouth faded in the same manner, a constant twisted grin emerging from its hideous face. And then it spoke. Its voice was one and many at the same time, sounding like a collection of vocal cords being filtered through running water.
Come with us.
I shrunk down into my sheets, every ounce of my being trying to scream, but the sound was caught in my throat, choked back from fear. I heard movement and then a thump followed by a silky dragging sound. I shifted in my cotton force field, sweating and trembling, needing to cry out for my parents. I chanced another look to see if it was gone. My room was empty, and Trevor was gone, along with his sleeping bag. As I ripped myself free from my bed, heart thundering, I heard my friend from the hallway begin to wake. I couldn't make out what he was saying, but it was muffled and confused. Then his tone shifted, and I could hear panic beginning to blossom like a black rose. I begged my parents to wake, shutting my eyes and willing it to happen. I heard heavy footsteps and the dragging sound retreating down the hall, Trevor becoming more and more vocal. I heard him begin to cry, his voice soft and muted.
What's going on?
The front door crashed open, causing me to jump and emit a tiny squeal. I heard the sound of the monster and Trevor receding. I ran to my window, feeling tears begin to form around my eyes. The monster had Trevor trapped in his sleeping bag, dragging him down the porch and across the field, towards the house. The death-black giant looked down at them, his teeth shining in the moonlight, crimson eyes ever wide with excitement. The monster who had Trevor didn't look back as it continued its march across the field. I watched as the front door opened on its own, the darkness inside seeming to ink out into the night. Finally, I screamed. I screamed till I couldn't scream anymore, my voice cracking in high-pitched horror. I heard my parents wake from their room in the back of our house as the monster entered the green house. As my dad came charging into my room, I watched Trevor squirming frantically in his sleeping bag, then disappear as the door was shut behind him. He was in there, in that horrible house with that thing. My dad grabbed me by the shoulders, shaking me, asking me what was wrong, what happened. Tears running down my face. I took one last look at the house and the field. It vanished. That was 20 years ago. That night, my parents called Trevor's parents, and then the police. I explained over and over again what I had seen, but no one believed me. It was chalked up to a kidnapping, and over the next couple months, a thorough investigation was initiated. Trevor's parents never spoke to mine again. The house never reappeared, and neither did Trevor. That is, until 2 days ago. I got a phone call at work from the police, telling me they had found someone, a child. They said the child knew me and kept asking for me from his hospital bed. They said that my name were the only words he would speak. I haven't thought about that house in the field, or Trevor, in years. But as soon as the policeman finished, I knew who the mysterious child was. Trevor. I rushed to the hospital, heart a disjointed mess of frantic thunder. I was questioned by the police on my arrival, asking me for my full name, date of birth, and where I worked. When they seemed satisfied, they told me I could see the child under police supervision. Something was off, though. They all seemed quiet, shaken. As I was about to enter the room Trevor was in, the officer escorting me placed a hand on my shoulder. He told me to prepare myself, that what I was about to see might be upsetting. Confused and a little unsure, I pushed into the room. My breath was robbed from my lungs as I saw what lay in that bed. A child laid above the sheets, his small body rising and falling with labored breath. His size was the only way I could discern his approximate age. His entire form, from head to toe, was covered in a pure white glaze. His eyes, his mouth, his shining hairless head, everything. He looked like a mannequin made from snow-white yogurt, but hardened and sleek. Its head turned to me, and then it said my name. I recognized the voice instantly, memories of my childhood collapsing like an avalanche of nostalgia. It was Trevor. I went to his bedside, pulling up a chair, hands shaking as they reached out to touch his. My voice cracked as I said his name, my mouth suddenly dry. I asked him what happened, and this is what he said.
How long has it been?
20 years.
It can't be. It will happen soon.
What will happen?
They're coming.
Who?
The Grins. They took my youth away. They will come as children.
Are you talking about what happened all those years ago? About the monsters we saw?
They will come as children. They will come from between the colors. From between the colors. They will come as children.
Trevor, please, help me understand. Where did you go? What happened in that house?
They took me between the colors. They took my years away from me. Took all those children's years away from them. All of them. So many houses. So many children. They're ready. They will come now as children.
Who is coming?
The Grins.
What does that mean? What are the Grins? Do you mean the thing we saw in the house? Please, help me understand.
They will walk among us, waiting till they have grown, waiting to reveal themselves. The darkness, red eyes. Oh, such red eyes. They will come as children and we will see them smile. We will watch them grow. The Grins. They will eat everything. They will eat the world out of existence.
At this point, Trevor went into a fit, his body convulsing and sputtering. I was hurriedly shoved out of the room as the nurses went to work, trying their best to calm him. The police told me I would need to leave for the day, but that someone would be by to question me. Trevor died later that night. I don't know what happened that night my friend disappeared into that house. I don't know where he was taken, what was done to him. I'll never know. But what I do know is that it was real. I can't explain it, I can't make sense of it, but that coal-black giant with the red eyes, that thing that came into my room, those were real. Trevor's final words stuck with me. They made me afraid. There was such conviction in them, such sureness. They are ready. They will come as children. As I drove home, I pulled out my phone and dialed my husband. I needed to know what my son was doing. The second entry on the list, I was not originally going to put on the list at all. It hadn't even crossed my mind. But after I put out that community post, there were dozens of people saying that this was their favorite story, that this was the series that introduced them to my channel, and I didn't expect that, and I don't really know why, but I'm glad that I asked because I feel like a lot of people would feel sad if I didn't include this. So this is the series The Hospital I Work At Has Some Very Strange Rules. Earlier this year, it became quite a trend on the nosleep subreddit to put out creepypastas about rules, you know, if you break these rules, this bad thing happens, or if you don't follow this set of rules, that bad thing happens. And honestly, I really liked it a lot. I think there's so much versatility with those types of stories. This story, I think one of the reasons why I didn't even think of putting it in was because I was not so confident about it. It was a series I released over the course of like 2 weeks. And because of that, some of the parts, it's not quite as cohesive since I didn't work on it all at one time. And I don't think it's very noticeable to someone who's not me, but I notice it personally. And the part of it that really threw me off when I was doing this story is that I don't really read ahead when I do stories. I figure out the story I want to do, and I don't usually read it all the way through because part of my voice acting style is that I like reacting to things as they come to me. So usually when you're listening to me narrating, you're hearing my reactions to things as I figure them out. I figure them out at the same time that you do. And I feel like that is just more fun for me. I like when the unexpected things happen, and I like having to react really quickly, and it's just fun. It's really fun. But because of that, there's a particular part in this story where certain character developments happen, and I didn't see it coming, and so I had to scramble really fast to figure out how I could shoehorn in an explanation towards the end. And I think I ended up doing okay. I remember at the end of this series, there was an aside I put. Sometimes I do book clubs at the end of stories, where I delved into it pretty deeply. And you'll know what I'm talking about if you've heard it before, but I just feels really cool that so many people like this story despite what I thought were a lot of shortcomings. You probably think that all doctors are filthy rich, because I sure as hell did in the beginning. 8 years and a fistful of premature gray hairs later, I'm just a few $100,000 poorer than broke. That would matter if I had a family to provide for, but the long hours in med school have led to an end of my last relationship and a countdown on the shelf life of my ovaries. I was in a take what I can get and be grateful situation. So, when St. Francis Hospital in Charleston, West Virginia offered me a position, I packed my sad life into 3 bags and sought opportunity in the hills of the Appalachia. 19 of us started in July, and 13 have since dropped out. I like to think of myself as the rat that wouldn't drown. Some people broke inside after watching children die because they weren't good enough doctors quite yet. Everyone has to be a rookie at some point. It's doubly hard when you have to inform the dead child's parents, who then beg you to tell them different news or scream that they want to die and just please kill them with whatever drug takes away the pain. But most of my incoming class couldn't handle the chief of medicine. Dr. Vivian Scritt is, without a doubt, the biggest bitch I have ever met. Now I know why. 19 of you start today, and we've got a pool going with bets on how long each of you will last, she told us on day 1. Don't feel any pressure, folks. I've talked with each of you in private, and my expectations are very low. She peered condescendingly over her thin spectacles, snorted, then turned around to walk away. You should know when to follow me and when to stay away, because I'm not going to waste time explaining what you should figure out on your own. We gawked at one another, all feeling weak and small, then scampered after her. I was last in line and felt out of place taking even that much. You should have a list of expectations for St. Francis, Dr. Scritt explained as she walked on, not bothering to look at us as she talked. I printed 18 sheets of rules so that you would have to challenge one another for them, knowing that one of you will be left behind. An icy cold settled in the pit of my stomach as I saw everyone look down a list of rules that only I did not have. If you cannot follow these rules, there will be no place for you in this hospital. It most likely means that you are unsuited to be a doctor and should consider a profession that demands a weaker mental aptitude. At that, she turned around to face us all. And if you think I'm the type to give second chances after a mistake, you're woefully unprepared for the world of medicine. She stopped and looked at each of us in turn, apparently expecting a response that no one dared to offer. Well, she shot out in exasperation. Why are you all standing here? People are dying. Get to work! No one wanted to show me their list of rules, so I had to wait until one of my classmates died. It took nearly a week. I was working at 3 a.m. because I had only been on the clock for 10 hours. I was rushing into another room so that a patient wouldn't know I was Googling his symptoms. Doctors do this far more than you realize, and I saw Myron by himself in an OR. I stopped immediately. Myron? I squeaked. What the hell is that? His arms were working furiously, but his back was turned to me, so I couldn't see what he was doing. Something felt wrong. Myron was the pick of our litter. He'd been top 10 in his class at Johns Hopkins, and he would remind us of that fact in exchange for answering the questions that we were too terrified to ask Dr. Scritt. Slowly, I approached Myron, not wanting to startle him. We're really busy right now. Is there something you need help with? He showed no outward signs that he'd heard me. Instead, he kept pumping away furiously at the task at hand. When I was 5 steps from him, I could see drops of blood flying over his shoulder, which made no sense since he had been alone in the room. "Myron," I whispered, barely loudly enough to hear my own words. I slowly crept around his left side, finally bringing the scene into full view. Myron's abdomen was split from sternum to pelvis. His esophagus spilled out and his stomach sat on the table. A nest of quivering small intestine led from the bottom of his stomach back into his shredded torso. Myron showed no outward signs of pain. He was too busy working. He clutched his own stomach tightly in his left hand, the folds of squirting through his fingers like unbaked bread. His right hand was working furiously with a scalpel, sawing his organ into ribbons. Rivers of sweat poured down his forehead with the intensity of the effort. I tried to scream, but it only came out as a moan. That was enough to get Myron to notice me. Slowly, he raised his hand. Slowly, he smiled. It was not a happy smile. With eye contact locked on me, he licked his lips, angrily stabbed a piece of his stomach, and lifted it to his mouth. He bit. He chewed. Then he lunged. But most people don't know how to move with their innards splayed out for all the world to see, and this was his downfall. Myron's tattered guts caught on the corner of the table, and he fell to the floor. Finally, he started screaming. I learned very early in my medical career that compartmentalization is indispensable. That instinct took over my brain in the moment, and I acted clinically. Myron was still grasping his scalpel with his right hand. I kicked it, hard, and it flew out of his hands. He stared at me and screeched. With his entrails still wrapped around the table, I figured my best option was to retreat. I moved to the back of the room as a doctor and a janitor burst in. And in possibly the most shocking moment of the night, I realized that they were not shocked. Myron was anesthetized, subdued, and extracted within a minute of their arrival. For a moment, I was alone with the pool of blood and diced stomach lining. And something else. A sheet of paper lay on the floor, its corner just touching the edge of the creeping blood. Myron had dropped his list of rules. The practical part of my brain continued to drive me. I snatched the paper from the ground and quickly exited the room, taking care to avoid the puddle. I didn't want to leave any bloody footprints in my wake. I knew that I had to read the list as soon as I was able to find 30 uninterrupted seconds to myself. 3 hours later, I had my opportunity and ducked into a janitor's closet. With a shaking, exhausted hand, I pulled the chain on a bare bulb, tried to ignore the noxious smell of leaking ammonia, and read, St. Francis Hospital Rules, Guidelines for New Doctors. 1. Never, under any circumstances, share your copy of the rules with anyone else. 2. If any other doctor displays erratic behavior, leave the area immediately. Do not make eye contact. 3. If any other doctor is approached or detained by someone in a janitor's uniform, do not interfere. Never ask about that former doctor again. 4. Never touch any seemingly abandoned Reese's peanut butter cups. Those are Dr. Scrit's favorite candy. 5. Any child that dies in St. Francis Hospital must be cremated within 120 minutes of the official time of death. If you suspect this rule has been broken, alert Dr. Scrit and the hospital will be evacuated. 6. There is no children's burn unit at St. Francis Hospital. If you find yourself there, continue walking until you return to familiar territory. This usually requires traveling in a straight line down the central hallway for 47 minutes. You will not reach a wall during that interval. 7. This rule is on a need-to-know basis. 8. A small quantity of sulfuric acid is kept in every room. This is only intended for the use on patients with severed spinal cords. If they attack, a hypodermic injection of H2SO4 into the cranium is the only way to subdue the subject. 9. The morgue must house at least 13 cadavers at all times. 10. If you find yourself on the hospital roof with no memory of how you got there, you have only 2 choices. Either wait for an extraction team to find you, or jump 4 stories to the sidewalk on Court Street. 11. If you see room 1913, do not look directly at the numbers. Do not open the door. This is by far the most important rule. My heart stopped when the door opened. Dr. Scrit was staring at me. What little emotion shined through her exterior seemed to be surprise. We both stood, frozen, for 5 seconds of agonized silence. "Dr. Fellis?" she drawled gravely. "I'm shocked." She stared down at the bloodstained list of rules in my hand. I reached for words. Any words. Because literally any response would make me look less guilty than I did in that moment, staring up at my boss's boss's boss and saying literally nothing in my defense as she weighed my soul with her eyes. And I said nothing. "You took a list that wasn't yours and were nowhere to be found after your coworker experienced such an unnatural incident." Dr. Scrit huffed through her nose. "It seems you're willing to do the unthinkable in the name of getting what you need. And Myron couldn't even follow the most important rule." She clenched her teeth. "I had a 4-year streak of predicting when incoming doctors will break the soonest. This will ruin my chances in the office pool." The ghost of a smile graced her lips before she turned to leave. "Get to work, doctor. You've got 3 hours left on your shift, and those symptoms aren't going to Google themselves." I didn't realize that I'd been holding my breath until I heard my own gasp for air. Shaking, I slowly emerged from the janitor's closet. I quickly stuffed the list of rules back into my pocket, reflecting on the fact that I had just achieved what might be considered an actual win. Perhaps, just maybe, I would keep my head above water at St. Francis after all. I turned to head down the hall when I stopped in my tracks. Everything was unfamiliar. What the hell had happened? I glanced all around. The design of the hallway was familiar, but everything was off. I could hear people talking in the rooms, but the immediate vicinity was devoid of all people but myself. Nothing made sense. Then I looked up, and I'll be honest, I peed a little when I read the sign. St. Francis Hospital, Children's Burn Unit. I kept my head down and my ears up as I traveled the center corridor of the Children's Burn Unit of St. Francis Hospital. This hospital doesn't have a children's burn unit, even though I passed by a sign that proudly claimed it had been donated by the Friends of Cresswell Academy for Superb Children. Nope, this place didn't exist. I'd been working for St. Francis since July, and I knew every square inch of it. Maybe there was a wing that I'd missed, right? But after advancing in a straight line for several minutes, I knew that was nonsense. I didn't go around any corners or encounter any walls. I certainly would have noticed a half-mile hallway if it were real. The people were off as well. There was a heavy-set nurse with frizzy hair who stared with distrust as I passed. I encountered her 3 different times along the same corridor, despite the fact that she could not possibly have moved ahead of me. Another nurse, frail and nervous-looking, tried to hand me a bag of blood. When I refused, she threw it angrily on the ground, where it splattered. I kept walking without looking back. My list of rules had been very clear about the fact that I was to continue in a straight line for 47 minutes if I found myself in this impossible place. I glanced down at my watch. It was 3:09 a.m., 6 minutes since I'd arrived in this impossible corner of hell. The employees became more insistent as I walked on.
"Doctor!"
A resident yelled at me as he jumped out of a room.
"The patient is coding. We need you stat."
I carefully avoided eye contact as I moved past him.
"Doctor!"
He screamed.
"You're killing her!"
I wiped away a tear as I continued forward, ignoring the unholy scream that came from the room. I'd heard enough patients to know what a death wail sounds like, but I had no choice. A minute later, I came across a pool of standing blood. It reached across to both walls of the hallway and stretched 20 feet in front of me. As I watched, I could see it growing. A surly-looking man in a janitor's uniform stood by, arms crossed, staring at me. I didn't think he was actually a janitor. Without slowing down, I plodded through the blood. Damn, these were my favorite pair of Crocs. I entered a clear path of hallway and checked my watch. It was 3:22. I'd been walking for 19 minutes, which was 13 longer than I'd last checked. The newfound quiet was more unnerving than the blood had been. Then, slowly, I could feel tension growing in the air. Imagine a strange man standing 2 inches behind you who you can smell but not see as his breath warms the back of your neck. That kind of tension was coming from the room ahead. Slowly, the door came into view. I could see the numbers 191 before I closed my eyes. I kept them shut tight as I went by. Vertigo nearly sent me tumbling as I passed the door. I didn't care about the possibility of walking into a wall. I kept my eyes closed for a long time after that. Miraculously, I didn't hit anything. When I finally opened them again, it was 3:27, 24 minutes to go. That's when a hand tugged at my back.
Can you please help me?
Squeaked a terrified voice from behind. I stopped walking. I considered my options. Then I continued forward.
Wait!
They cried.
Please, I'm really hurt and I need your help.
They grabbed my shirt again and started crying. I wiped both eyes and moved onward. The greatest challenges make us grow, but that feat is achieved through forcing some small part of us to die. Children only have the energy and drive to play outside because the world hasn't yet extracted its inevitable due. I knew that I had to obey the rules, but doing so killed a little piece of my soul. I'd become a doctor because I had believed that I could give all of me to a cause and kept getting out of bed each day without a diminished sense of purpose. But as I listened to the child walk behind me, crying loudly and begging for help, I accepted the fact that part of me was never coming out of that godforsaken burn unit. I passed the heavy-set nurse again. Her eyes bulged as she saw the boy. "Doctor!" she yelled. "You need to help that child!" I walked past without acknowledging her. "Doctor!" she screamed. "What is wrong with you?" I ignored her in the same way that I dismissed all the nurses, doctors, and patients who gawked at the boy in my wake. No matter what they shouted, I pretended not to hear them as I moved onward. "What happened to him?"
Him? What happened to her? Why would anyone ignore a child in that state?
"Should we help him?"
No, the boy is her responsibility.
The tears wouldn't stop, no matter how many times I wiped my face. I passed a doctor and another janitor. I recognized them as people who had extracted Myron from the OR. They stared, arms folded, judging me as I went by. "Figures," the doctor explained to the silent janitor. She wasn't there for her brother either. I broke. I let my body double over and cried openly. Deep, ugly sobs heaved from my diaphragm, convulsing my frame as my mind teetered on the edge. But I didn't stop walking. Doctors can compartmentalize when facing issues of life and death, and my life depended on constant movement. The boy clutched my shirt as I wailed, and we walked. For no less than 3 miles, I endured the most bizarre trial of my life. A sudden change in the acoustics prompted me to look at my watch. 3:51 a.m. 47 minutes had passed. I allowed one final shuddering sob, and then I stopped to look around. I was in familiar territory. The first friendly face was Lydia, a nurse that I knew was from this world. I wanted to wrap her in a bear hug and scream in delight. She stared at me, her face contorted in horror. "What the fuck is that thing behind you?" My body temperature surely dropped 5 degrees as I felt a familiar tugging on my shirt. I froze. Panicked footsteps came rushing my way. I stared in their direction instead of looking behind me. Dr. Scrit was in a full sprint. "Dr. Ophalis!" she yelled. She was the consummate bitch, but in that moment, I wanted to see her more than anyone else on this earth. "It's been 47 minutes!" I heaved in a shaking breath. "Should I look at it?" Dr. Scrit stopped a few steps away from me. Gravely, she nodded. I swallowed, then slowly turned around. I told myself that nothing is ever as bad as we picture it, because reality is bound by rules that imagination is not. I was wrong. Imagine a pizza with the cheese stripped off. A lumpy mass of marinara that is occasionally interrupted by chunks of sizzling meat that sit atop a mound of globby, yeasty dough. Now imagine that the pizza is a person. That person is a child, and one eyeball is hanging from an empty socket. And that child has no hair because all the skin is gone from his scalp. And that he has a gaping hole where a nose used to be.
Help me,
he whispered.
help.
His jaw fell to the floor, scattering teeth in every direction. The boy's tongue dangled from his open throat, flopping aimlessly like a dying fish. Then he squeezed my arm in a vice-like grip, screamed, and fell to the ground. I looked down at the motionless glob of flesh that had once been a child.
Dr. Scrit,
I breathed.
is he...
Don't be an idiot, Dr. Phalis. He was dead long before you brought him here. I stared at her in sudden realization.
Like, more than 120 minutes before?
Did your inane chatter suddenly achieve the ability to carry a body to the morgue, Dr. Phalis? She asked as she bent over the corpse.
I'll find a gurney.
No one signs up to be a doctor because she's afraid of getting blood on her manicure, she snapped as she lifted the boy's shoulders. Grab the damn legs and let's hope his body has more structural integrity than Jell-O. This cadaver's not going to walk itself to the crematorium. Dazedly, I bent down and picked up the boy's ankles. My stomach turned as his skin shifted under my grip like the flesh of barbecued chicken. Compartmentalize. Lydia held the door open for us as we carried the boy down the stairs, through the morgue, and into a corner where I'd never needed to venture. I knew that the incinerator was there, but I had no reason to use it.
It's too small to fit his body inside,
I explained as I gasped for air. Dr. Scrit was clearly in amazing shape. She'd nearly sprinted across the morgue, and I'd struggled to keep pace while hauling the body.
Why can't we...
She grunted as she snatched the corpse from me and shoved his feet inside the incinerator.
If you're going to bore me to death with ridiculous conversation, Dr. Phalis, then hurry up and make sure I'm dead before 120 minutes is up. Either that, or fucking help me!
It's amazing what we're capable of doing when an imposing figure informs us that we have no choice. Side by side, we forced the boy's body into the narrow opening of the incinerator. When he got stuck, we just pushed harder, both of us groaning with effort as his charred, melting flesh slowed off like the skin of a rotting peach. Lumps of meat dropped to the floor as we peeled layers off the boy. But he was going in. We were pushing his shoulders through when his eye opened. No textbook could have prepared me for the moment that I stood shoulder to shoulder with the chief of medicine, forcing the decaying body of a charred kid into the incinerator as his one functioning eye glared back at us in hateful judgment. He was wedged in the narrow door at the shoulders, with only his head sticking out into the room with us. His jaw had long since fallen off, and the rotting tongue danced above his inverted face like a charmed snake.
Dr. Scrit,
I whispered in a quavering voice.
What are we supposed to do? We're bound by primum non nocere, so don't we have to...
You're bound by helping the living, Dr. Phalis, which includes me and possibly yourself if you help me out right fucking now. She grunted this while moving her hands to the top of the boy's head. As she pushed, the entirety of his scalp slid off like a flaky scab ripped from a wounded leg. A fresh, clean white skull shined from underneath as the boy's torn skin dropped to the floor like so much ground beef. They're easier to grab without the skin. Push down on its head. Then she batted his tongue away like an annoying fly and pressed deeply into his shoulders. Her fingers disappeared into his flesh like a boot into thick mud. Dazed, I pushed against the boy's exposed bone. I was shocked to realize how cold it was, and how it twitched as he fruitlessly tried to bite me with a jaw that didn't exist. I hate to give away the ending of this story, but you're gonna be real surprised with what this thing can do in about 10 seconds if you continue fondling it with the restrained intensity reserved for jerking off an octogenarian. Push! She yelled as she leaned in. The body slid into the incinerator with the gentle resistance of a bowel movement. Once in, the boy screamed. Dr. Scrit shoved me violently aside, slammed the padlock into place, and spun the dial. I looked back at her in shock. She was a bitch, for certain, but she'd never touched me before. Still, I was a first-year intern. The chief of medicine could pretty much force me to eat pus and call it ice cream.
Dr. Scrit,
I said shakily,
why did you put a padlock on the incinerator?
The shrieking from beyond the lock was loud enough to shake the floor. Turn it on! She commanded me.
Where are the...
She pushed me away once more and frantically clutched at a series of buttons that had been behind me.
Dr. Scrit!
I yelled in response to the shove.
Why are you...
The padlock bounced as the incinerator door was hit from the inside. A chill settled over my body even as the temperature grew noticeably warmer. This is a custom incinerator. Dr. Scrit explained as she grabbed my arm and pulled me away from the door. "It will heat up very quickly, so stand..." The pounding from inside the incinerator grew more forceful. I actually wondered if the padlock would hold. It flailed wildly back and forth with rhythmic hitting. "It's at 200 degrees!" Dr. Scrit called as she looked towards the gauge. "We need it to go to 2,000. My head swam. "Most medical incinerators can't even get that hot." Dr. Scrit turned to face me. "You're right, most can't." She looked back. 500 degrees. I gaped at her. "Is it really heating that quickly? Can't you feel the change in the room?" For the first time, I realized I was sweating profusely. "How am I this hot? We're standing 10 feet away." "So we'd better back up," she continued. 1100 degrees. With a light tinkling, a tiny screw fell to the floor and rolled away. "Dr. Scrit?" I breathed quietly. "I know, you're sorry that it took you so long to get the boy here." She paused. "We're all sorry." "Dr. Scrit, the door to the incinerator, 1500 degrees. A wave of heat squeezed fresh sweat from every pore. I don't know if it'll hold." 1700 degrees. "The padlock is bending. The metal will melt." "That's why we keep hundreds of padlocks in reserve." We both stopped breathing. A hand-shaped indentation had slammed into the metal, warping it from the inside and leaving a seemingly impossible mark. We waited. 1913 degrees. We waited longer. Nothing happened. Sweat stung my eyes so badly that I couldn't see. When I wiped it away, I found that my arm was even saltier, rendering the pain worse. "I think," Dr. Scrit uttered in a voice just above inaudible, "that I stopped it." I stared through the shimmering heat waves radiating from the incinerator. Lumps of shorn flesh lay on the ground nearby. The smell of roasting carrion wafted through the air and gently tickled my gag reflex. I released the breath I had been unconsciously holding. "So, we're safe?" The door to the morgue slammed open and another intern sprinted inside. I recognized him as J.D., a nervous guy who looked like he was in perpetual shock.
Dr. Scrit.
He called across the room.
"It's Dr. Bretson. Rule 10.
Despite the heat, a chill settled over the room that could have frozen my ass cheeks together. "Prepare an OR, now!" she shot back authoritatively. He quickly disappeared. She turned to sprint out of the room. "Dr. Scrit!" I called back. She wheeled around to face me. What should I do about the incinerator?" She stared back like I had a dick instead of a nose. "You should learn to know when things are dead, Doctor of Phalus. Enough haunts our lives without us carrying those who have left us behind." Then she turned around to rush out of the room. "If you want to provide a modicum of usefulness, you can take a gurney out to Court Street. The roof is a long way from here." With that, she disappeared out of the door. What the fuck was Rule 10? My hand flew to my pocket. It was empty. Fuck. The list must have fallen out when I'd been hauling the human mush into the incinerator. I'd needed a classmate to die before I could see the list of rules, but once it was so easily accessible, I'd just taken it for granted. I swore to learn a lesson from this, and knew that I wouldn't. I'd read the rules once. Why would I need a gurney? I decided to sprint outside and find out what was happening first. The chilly night air latched onto my cold sweat, sending chills into every crevice of my body. I ran, and I saw nothing. There was no traffic. There were no people. I looked left, right, and left again. Then I looked up. Oh, shit. That was Rule 10. Dr. Bretson was standing a few feet from the edge of the roof. In the nearly full moon, I could see his body jittering like it was held by marionette strings. The entire scene was wrong. How and why could his limbs be moving like that? He was moaning softly. No, that wasn't it. He was crying. Nausea took hold of me as I realized that he was dancing closer and closer to the edge. I nearly collapsed as I remembered what the rule demanded. Either wait for an extraction team to find you, or jump 4 stories to the sidewalk on Court Street. "Wait there!" I screamed at him. "Dr. Scrit is coming to get you!"
No, please!"
Bretson said, although I don't know whether he was talking to me.
Don't make it angry. Make them go away.
Hold on! I hollered back. You're almost safe. He wailed.
I'm sorry. I tried to lock them out. Please don't do this.
His body bounced and flailed like an electrified fish. It was so bizarre, so wrong to watch this man jittering out of control in the rooftop moonlight, that I nearly cried. A door on the roof slammed open with such intensity that I could hear it clearly on the ground below.
No, please stay away. I'm sorry.
Then he stepped away from the edge. I heaved an enormous sigh of relief. That relief evaporated when I realized he'd only moved back to allow space for a running start. I watched in horror as Dr. Brutson, my co-worker, my peer, ran forth and leapt into the night. He fell, arms and legs spinning, toward the concrete where I stood, 4 stories below. Being a doctor destroys the assumption that certain things are impossible. Most people carry around an unconscious belief that the human body is sacred in a way that protects it from an uncaring world. This is not true. Imagine the last object that broke unexpectedly. Did a dinner plate shatter into granules and shards when it slipped out of your soapy fingers? Perhaps you saw a watermelon roll off the grocery store display, splattering its fine, sticky goo across a 10-foot radius. A human body can do that. A person you love can be so damaged. Yet I hoped, perhaps foolishly, but still passionately, that whatever unnatural force had breathed into the corners of St. Francis would show mercy to Dr. Brutson as he flew to the ground. That was, of course, a stupid hope. The full moon illuminated each detail as he slammed against the cement with an ugly splat. His feet hit first, pathetically unable to reduce any momentum as his ankles bent and he undoubtedly shredded both Achilles tendons. His knees followed, crashing into the ground and shattering both patellas. Dr. Brutson's body pitched forward and fell all at once, with his head bouncing back like a rubber ball. A light spray of solid objects hit my ankles, and I knew right away that his teeth had blown from his head like popcorn. For half a second, the night was still. Then the convulsions began. I closed my eyes and took a slow, rattling breath. Compartmentalize. I could hear his torn, hollow cheeks flapping with the power of his spasms. Compartmentalize or someone else will pay for your failure. I opened my eyes. I dove to Dr. Brutson's side, taking in everything I could at once. Facial lacerations with severe hemorrhaging. Nothing apparent on the back of his head since the front absorbed the fall. Compound fracture of the spine, likely internal bleeding, likely fractures of both tibias. There was more, of course, but I had to check his breathing. Well, not really. I could hear his unholy gasps for air. And the spurts of blood told me that he had a pulse, but his artery, likely one of the subclavicans, was ruptured. That's not a good sign. I scrambled around his twitching body and pressed firmly on his upper back, stemming the geyser of blood. What the hell happened out here? A voice screamed from across the sidewalk. I look up to see Lydia being followed by one other nurse. They must have run outside after hearing the screaming and the splatting. I need a gurney and a neck brace stat. Prep an OR. We're going straight into surgery. I felt attached as I got to work. For a few moments, my hands moved of their own accord, following their implicit duties as the emotional part of my mind understood that it needed to drift away.
It's your fault that no gurney is here.
A little boy's voice whispered softly into my ear.
We tell ourselves that there's nothing we could have done to take away someone else's hurt. That's usually a struggle to believe because it's usually not true.
I didn't cry. I was too busy combating exsanguination while trying to avoid compromising the exposed spinal column of a convulsing man.
You know that he's going to die. It won't happen right away. Will it be in 10 minutes? Or 20?
The timbre of his voice, nearly musical, could have passed for any young child's teasing if it weren't for the years of sorrow running deep beneath his words. Lydia appeared with a team of nurses and J.D., the first intern who had alerted us to Brunson's rooftop stroll. I was still in charge, and I was still trying to save him. He's stable! Let's move! I ordered once we had gotten him onto the gurney. We met Dr. Scrit, who was running towards us as we rolled him into the hospital's front entrance. I met her eyes only once. It was enough to tell me just how bad I'd failed by ignoring her instructions to take the gurney outside with me. I took the judgment and pushed it deeply into my chest, allowing utter clinical focus on the task at hand. I knew, in a distant sort of way, that this failure would cut my mind in its deepest places once I had decompressed enough to examine my hurt. I would recover from it, but it would never be entirely whole again. Each mind is a tapestry of tattooed mental scars that are at once both public and invisible. The richest portraits tend to speak volumes in the silence between words, and most of us are paralyzingly afraid of hearing ourselves if we listen too closely. Monitorize the patient. Attach an ECG and the defibrillator. His convulsions had stopped. So had the blood spurts. What's his BP? Lydia looked closely. 140/100, she responded grimly. Where else is he bleeding from? His internal lacerations are worse than we thought. I can see the spinal cord. Patient isn't breathing. Get him intubated. His trachea is too damaged. BP is 170/130, 1713. He's still losing blood somewhere. We can't stop the internal bleeding. Patient's still not breathing. BP is 1913, doctor, Lydia explained softly. At those words, the heart monitor shot off an angry beeping noise. That's when his body convulsed once more, as though every organ was sneezing simultaneously. Sudden capillary ruptures burst sprays of blood through his eyes, nose, ears, and broken mouth like a blood zit had exploded from within. We need to... Doctor! A voice cut through the din. I looked up to see Dr. Scrit looking expectantly at me, then at the clock on the wall. No, I didn't want to call time of death. As long as the work continued, I was able to avoid confronting emotions that I could domesticate but not tame. Dr. Scrit raised her eyebrows at me. I let out a soft breath of air. Time of death, 4:32 a.m. I'd like to see you privately, Dr. Phalis. Okay, I have to finish here, and... Now. I don't know if Dr. Scrit had any unnatural powers of her own, but she had an undoubtedly uncanny ability to inform me of what I would be doing before I had consented to it. Which is how I found myself trailing behind her on the journey to the office of the Chief of Medicine. I sat down across from her, promised myself that I wouldn't cry, then dried my eyes. She regarded me silently for a moment prior to speaking. Before you shed too many tears for yourself, Dr. Phalis, remember that the impeding grief for Dr. Brutson's family will be far greater. The crying stopped. She let the silence linger for a moment longer. You didn't follow my instructions when I said you needed to produce a gurney. I swallowed. I'm sorry. So? She snapped. What possible response do you want for that sentiment? To hear that it's all okay? I didn't respond. Well, I'm not going to give you that. It isn't okay. I couldn't endure the suspense any longer. Am I fired? I should probably go before Dr. Brutson's family arrives. I could barely hear my own voice. She peered down at me over her thin spectacles. Most people find comfort in extremes, Dr. Phalis. They want to be seen as good, of course, but the second best option is never partially good, partially bad. Those who are told they're not any good want the comfort of hearing that they were wrong from the start, because that absolves any responsibility of facing our decisions. We seek comfort in impossible corners. She sighed, pursed her lips, then steadied her shaking hand by balling it into a fist. I won't fire you for failing to be perfect, she finally answered. My entire body relaxed the tension that I had been unconsciously holding. I wiped my eye once more. Dr. Brutson endured severe and immediate trauma. I'm not inclined to think that I could have saved him, even if I'd followed your instructions. Would you agree? She leaned forward in her chair. There's a good chance that you're right, and you would get immense comfort if I told you that I agreed. But objective fact exists regardless of my opinion. You will never ever know for sure. The only way to find relief would have been to follow my instructions from the start. Some things can't be fixed. Remember that last part if you want to endure in the field of medicine. I felt like I'd been hit with a cannonball. Then she got up, walked around the table and stood over me. I felt like I was 2 feet tall. Now, Dr. Phalis, I have to ask you, have you been struggling with the rules? Shit. Double shit. What was I supposed to say? That I'd been the weak one who never got her own set? That I'd pilfered them from a dead colleague? No, she knew that already. Informing her that I'd lost my stolen copy would certainly be strike 3. I really didn't need that strike 3 in that moment. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. It was slightly stained, as though it had been plucked from a pool of blood. You didn't seem to notice that you dropped these while helping me get the dead body into the incinerator. I like that kind of focus. A warmth spread across my chest as she handed the list back to me. Don't fuck up again, Dr. Phalis. The warmth died. Keep a close eye on Rule 7. You'll need it soon. I looked down at the rules. God damn it. And for the love of God, memorize these. That is, by far, the easiest solution. I nodded obediently. These lists have a way of being problematic, she continued. Would you believe that people actually hate reading them? I stared at her in confusion. People hate the list of rules? Dr. Scrit raised her eyebrows. Yes, they say there are too many of them. Never to my face, of course, but always behind my back. What, if they really don't like the list of rules, they can just choose not to read them? She snorted. That would make the most sense, but some readers want me to save them from themselves. I shook my head in confusion. I'll never understand that. That's when the door burst open. JD gasped like he'd been running. Dr. Dorian, what the hell are you unable to fix on your own? Dr. Scrit snapped. He was sheet white.
It's Dr. Britson.
My stomach turned to granite. He's dead, Dr. Scrit replied flatly.
Yes, very much so. We discovered that his spinal cord had been severed at the neck, but that hasn't stopped his body from getting out of bed, and he's really, really angry.
Everyone has that bitch in their life. That bitch can make you feel so small, she never gives an inch of sympathy or runs out of snarky comments. We despise her with almost all of our souls, save for the tiny part in the corner that secretly hopes for the validation that might come with winning her nod of approval just once. Dr. Vivian Scrit was that bitch. For just a moment after JD burst into the morgue, I thought she would freeze in place. Then I was racing to keep up with her, praying that she would have a plan to save our asses. We watched Bretson die, I yelled. What do you mean? His corpse has climbed out of bed? He meant to convey the universally accepted definition of each word as it fits into an English language sentence, Dr. Phalis. Dr. Scrit snapped as we ran after JD. Despite what you learned in kindergarten, there are stupid questions, and they're distributed unequally across a population of individuals who remind us that free speech is an unfortunate reality. That bitch. We came to a screeching halt in front of room 330. JD skittered back, eyes wide, afraid to open the door. I don't know what was happening in the room beyond, but it sounded like a subterranean giant had forced a colossal fart through 8 feet of mud and smelled twice as bad. Dr. Scrit turned around and stared at the two of us with deadly calm. I don't know if you're prepared for what's on the other side, but the reality is that I don't give a shit, because life doesn't give a shit either. So you're simply going to deal with it. Welcome to the world of medicine. She leaned against the door and opened it wide. Dr. Bretson had looked bad while he was lying dead, but he was so much worse now. He was standing, facing away from us, swinging angry fists at anyone who approached. I could not see the back of his head, but his neck had twisted to drop his skull into the 6 o'clock position. Bretson's body was severely damaged. He swung back and forth, unable to establish stable footing due to his shattered spine. Bony protrusions stuck through his skin, and the destroyed remains of what had once been his vertebrae no longer created a vertical line. Adding to the horror was the clear onset of livor mortis. Most of his arms was the sickly, pale yellow-gray of inedible peaches, but the backs of his thighs were an angry shade of strawberry jam. Tiny lacerations endured in the fall were squeezing concentrated blood through his skin like a jelly donut. Then he turned around. His head was dangling by shredded skin, swinging upside down from what had once been a neck. His jaw flapped aimlessly, revealing a destroyed mouth that had recently vacated its teeth in an unholy enamel spray onto my ankles. Cassie Endelman, another first-year doctor in our class, lay in a corner. Her neck was clearly broken. It looked as though she'd been hurled against a wall at great speed. The analytical part of my brain understood that she had died before she hit the floor. Lydia, the nurse, stood on the other side of the room. She was holding a shaking hand in front of her, slashing a scalpel at Brutson's spinning arms as he approached. "Dr. Dorian, on my left!" Dr. Scrit yelled over Brutson's growling. We turned around to see an empty space where JD had once stood, the sound of echoing footsteps reverberating down the hallway. "I see Dr. Dorian wants to learn one of our rules the hard way," she heaved before turning to glare at me sideways. "Dr. Phalis, this has to happen now, so listen very carefully. When life gives you lemons, fuck it." She bent low and lunged at Dr. Brutson's flailing corpse, slamming him against the wall. "Nurse! Grab his arms and pin him down! Phalis, open the cabinet in the corner!" Lydia jumped into action, clasping his wrist and pushing him back. For a moment, Brutson was still. Then a guttural roar shook the walls, and his shaking told me that he would soon overpower his two captors. Decompartmentalize. I turned away from them and reached for the cabinet. I had both hands on the handles when I saw it on the door. 1913. It hadn't been there before. No cabinet was numbered. That's not how cabinets work. This number had appeared, suddenly, just for me. And this time, I definitely remembered the rules. I hesitated. Brutson screamed, "Dr. Phalis, this is not the time for slapdickery! Hurry!" Dr. Scrit commanded. I didn't move. When Dr. Scrit spoke again, it was a suddenly softer, yet deathly urgent tone. "Only you can see what's in front of you right now, Dr. Phalis. But there comes a time when you have to make the decision that you'll most be able to live with, and you don't have time to think." I breathed deeply. "I can handle this," I told myself as I opened the door. I was wrong. Timothy's body lay crushed on the floor, flattened into a disgustingly small shape for a 6-year-old. Yet he was still undoubtedly my little brother, staring up at me in slight judgment and great sadness. The right side of his body had been burned into charcoal, but the left side was perfectly preserved. The worst part, though, was the hazy middle where healthy skin and barbecued flesh united to create a horrified mockery of my brother's face. His right eye socket was empty. His right cheek was gone. The teeth on that side were still present, because without any skin to close his face, I could see deep into his tiny head. He licked his lips with a blackened tongue.
Why did you leave me, Ellie?
I froze. "Dr. Phalis, we need you now!"
You've only come back because you need something from me. Is that right, Ellie?
My brother's corpse asked. I sobbed. Lydia screamed, and the sickening sound of breaking bone echoed throughout the room.
Why didn't you come in time to save me, Ellie? Why are you here now?
I struggled to speak. Then I saw it. A cartoonishly large syringe, clearly made of carven steel, with a bright yellow H2SO4 printed across it. The needle was hidden, and I knew that it would spring forth once triggered. Timothy was clutching it in his sinewy fingers. I need that from you, Timmy, I whispered. He clutched it tighter.
But why didn't you need me?
Lydia screamed again. "Time's almost up, Doctor!" "I'm so sorry, Timmy," I sobbed. "I didn't want to leave you. I know you don't understand, but please tell me that you know I love you." The tears rained down uncontrollably.
How?
He responded sadly.
How can I know that you loved me if you left me to die?
"Dr. Phalis, decide now!" I'm going to take this, Timmy, but I love you so much. I'm your favorite big sister, remember?" He stared back with chilling sobriety.
If If you take this from me now, Ellie, I'll always know that you only came back when you needed to help yourself, and that you chose to leave me behind. You'll never see me again.
No, I whispered sadly as I plucked the syringe from his grip. Then I turned away from the ghost of my little brother, and I ran to the place where I could make a difference. Lydia lay on the floor with both arms bent at unnatural angles. Brutson had Dr. Scrit pinned to the ground. His hands were wrapped around Dr. Scrit's wrists, and she was unable to resist as his stronger arms reached out to squeeze her eyeballs. The emotional part of my soul had worn so thin that no veneer was left. Only a time-worn, rocky edge of logic remained as I acted efficiently to complete the task in front of me. I took 1, 2, 3 giant steps to build momentum that I transferred into the forceful thrust of my arm. I didn't consider how accurate my aim might be because it simply had to reach its target and no second option remained. Brutson's eyeball squished and popped as I slammed the syringe into his face. I felt the reaction as the trigger shot the needle deep into his head, past his eye, and well into his frontal lobe. Then I crashed to the ground. Brutson leaned back and screamed. Dr. Scrit wasted no time in escaping from beneath his grasp, turning to crawl towards me in a furious scramble. I sat, transfixed, as I watched Brutson transform before me. Sulfuric acid affects the skin in much the same way as an open flame does. But I had never seen the effect shooting H2SO4 directly into a cranium. And the show left me transfixed. Brutson grabbed the sides of his head as his face began to melt. He lacked the wherewithal to remove the syringe from his eye, so it dangled in front of him like a bizarre synthetic phallus. Then he coughed, spraying blood across the floor, and leaned forward. His eyeball fell like a dropped marble. It was followed by viscous gray sludge that I presumed to be his quickly dissolving brain. I didn't think I'd be able to pry myself away from the sight in front of me. "We need to get Lydia out of here," Dr. Scrit commanded, and suddenly I was able to do the impossible. I held her shoulders as Dr. Scrit pulled Lydia's ankles, and we quickly ran out the door. She slammed it behind her. I fell to my hands and knees in a daze. The next several minutes were blurry. Dr. Scrit did a lot of yelling, and we were suddenly surrounded by people willing to help. I wondered, vaguely, where they had been in those precious seconds when we needed them most. There are certain soul-defining moments, I think, that can only ever be experienced alone. Lydia was put onto a gurney and wheeled away. The same doctor and janitor that I had seen twice before walked quietly into the room, spent a short time inside, then darted quickly out. They each carried a large, wet garbage bag in one hand. "Dr. Phalis, you need to come with me." Dr. Scrit's voice was calm and forceful. I can't. My brother's in the closet," I mumbled before a wave of emotion silenced me. "No, Dr. Phalis, he isn't." "I have to go back," I squeaked. "Ellie," she whispered. "You can move forward or stay in place, but you can never, ever go back. Now, will you follow me?" I hesitated. Then I stood, dazedly. I moved until I found myself sitting across her desk for the second time that night. "Life always moves slower or faster than we'd like, but never at the right pace," she explained calmly. "Tonight, things have been going faster." She looked down at me over her thin spectacles. I returned only silence. She nodded to herself. "We need to do this quickly, and I won't repeat myself, so listen carefully." She cleared her throat. "The time has come, Dr. Phalis, to tell you about rule number 7. She betrayed herself with a glass of water. I sat across from Dr. Vivian Scrit, genius doctor and quintessential bitch, unwilling and unable to interrupt the calm that had settled over the room. I was stained with the blood of my deceased colleague, pretty sure that the dead child goop was in my hair, and vaguely aware that I had just gotten a touch of sulfuric acid on my pants. The pause was awkward. She wasn't ready to start her explanation quite yet, so she reached for the glass in front of her. It shook, slightly at first, then badly enough to spill over the edges. She tried to hide it, failed, winced, and finally put the water down. Then she steadied her right wrist with her left hand, pressing it firmly against the desk to keep it from shaking. And in an instant, the invincible veneer was broken. I saw Dr. Scrit for who she was. A scared, mortal, sad person whose life was closer to the end than it was to the beginning. Sufficiently powerful to control most people, but not strong enough to master herself given how far she strayed from average. She was a bitch of her own volition, both because she was strong and because she was weak. "You've had a long night, Dr. Phalis," she conceded in a measured voice. "Against great odds, I was wrong about how long someone like you would last at St. Francis." She sighed. "So tell me, why are you here?" I wondered briefly if some sort of supernatural paralytic had commandeered my vocal cords before realizing that she simply intimidated the shit out of me. Fast answers are shallow ones, so I'll let you wait for another day to give me your answer. But it had better be good. She leaned back in her chair. "Now here's the thing. Most people love learning things the hard way because they prefer to see if the rules of physics and common sense have changed to suit their own needs. Idiots are the reason that toasters have warning labels." She stared at me intently. "Don't waste my time, doctor. Capiche?" I nodded once. "Okay then," she breathed. "This is the day that I learned about rule number 7. You're giving me a school bus full of dead children on my first day as chief of medicine?" I asked a very pale Dr. Matthews.
Well, no, most of them are. Well, they're alive for the moment, Dr. Script.
I closed my eyes and allowed the lightning bolt of pre-migraine to tear through my head unabated, lapping at the frayed gray matter of my skull like a cat teasing every drop of milk from the depths of his bowl with a sandpapery tongue. For 3 seconds. Then I breathed out calmly, accepting and embracing the lingering pain as a part of my psyche that would propel me forward. "How far out are the first ambulances?" Dr. Matthews swallowed.
They should be at St. Francis within 4 minutes. The same flood that washed out the bus has shut down the Interstate 77 bridge over the Elk River, so...
Are you telling me that Charleston Area Medical can't take any of the kids?
Well, that's kind of exactly what I'm saying.
My headache enriched. "How many surgeries are we going to need to perform?" I asked. He winced.
We're anticipating 12.
12? That storm is terrible. Why the hell was a school bus out in the... Never mind. Let's get the circus tent pitched. We're very understaffed for this shit and don't have nearly enough pediatric surgeons on a good day. I sighed deeply and ran the numbers in my head. Looks like a couple of interns are about to experience their first solo procedures. Dr. David Yangston had been a standout football player in high school, probably a quarterback, but failed to compete in college because he was still unable to accept the fact that he could improve while still good enough to get away with that as a teenager. Dr. Andrew Braining was never good enough for his parents, so he pursued and achieved academic perfection instead of accepting the immutable fact that they would never be happy because he represented the wrong choices that mom and dad made when they were younger. I knew this about both of them without asking. They wore their stories on their faces, as all people do. And I had long ago decided to be literate enough to read every sad tale. We love mystery because it allows for the possibility that some unknown fable has a happy ending we couldn't find, all the while refusing to accept that people stop moving forward when they cease to believe in happy endings, or even worse, actually find one. You're too young to be leading a solo procedure, but these kids are too young to die, so we're choosing the lesser of two evils. We've got twin children, aged 8, and don't know much about them yet. Dr. Braining, your patient has sustained major abdominal wounds, and Dr. Yangston, yours has potential femoral lacerations. You'll find out more when they arrive. The doors bust open. Game time. A dozen children rolled out of the storm and into St. Francis that day. The incinerator was busy. I prayed to a devil I didn't believe in that my charges would minimize their fuck-ups. Yangston and Braining were the only first-year interns to get solo procedures, so I gave them the simplest cases.
Moderate hemorrhaging, potentially from the femoral artery. Let's find out what happened to this kid.
Dr. Yangston announced through his surgical mask.
We've got signs of internal bleeding. Let's put her under and find out what's wrong.
Dr. Braining said, quietly, as he wiped his sweat from his brow. We're losing a lot of blood, doctor, a nurse warned Yangston as he peered into the boy's split-open leg.
There's only one person with the title of doctor before his name, and that person needs silence to focus, nurse.
I had already confirmed that Yangston had been slapped upside the head far too infrequently as a child, but was not about to reconcile this misfortune while he was wrist-deep in a split-open child. I looked over at Dr. Braining. "The BP is too high, doctor," Nurse Alt explained calmly.
12/8. Everything is fine.
Braining responded. "I think your BP is too high, doctor." She winked. "Relax, you got this." The sweat glistened on his forehead as he nodded. I glanced back around. "He's lost nearly 1,000 milliliters of blood, doctor! We need to act now!"
Nurse, get the hell out of my OR. This is on me, and you're a bigger distraction than you're a help.
She turned and stalked off immediately, eyeing me angrily as she passed by Dr. Braining's OR.
The good news is no major organs or blood vessels are damaged. The bad news is that this piece of metal is lodged deep into her spleen.
Braining noted.
Remove the mesh. We need to do a splenectomy. And it has to be now.
That's when Yangston's patient started coding.
What the fuck is wrong with him?
"Blood loss is too great, doctor."
I checked the blood loss. His numbers are fine.
"Those numbers are fine for an adult. Is this your first time working on a child? We performed the hemogram test, and you didn't even check the results." Yangston's face turned bright red against the white surgical mask.
You need to get the hell out of my OR, nurse.
"Your patient's coding!"
Now!
My own heart had stopped at this point. I was plunged into complete vertigo when I heard Dr. Braining's patient coding right behind me.
What happened?
"You cut his splenic artery, doctor," Alt responded flatly.
I'm sorry. My hands are shaking. I'm so sorry.
"It's okay, doctor, but you need to anatomize the vessel," she responded in a soothing yet firm voice.
Okay. I can't stop shaking. Just give me a second.
"We don't have a second, doctor. She's losing blood." Alt wiped the sweat from his brow. "You can do this." Braining was beginning to hyperventilate.
Oh God, I don't want to lose her. Let's make this happen.
Across the OR, Yangston was flying. With both of his nurses gone, he was in complete control of the situation, hands moving everywhere they needed to go with admittedly surgical precision. It's a shame that he was 30 seconds behind schedule.
We need a transfusion,
he ordered. I turned to look back at Braining. Alt was continually wiping both sweat and tears away from his face, but he was still struggling to see clearly. I could do nothing but stare at the crash cart as they both fought to perform the task I had expected of them. I remember the ID number, 8251913, dancing in front of me, because I would see those numbers again. The surgeries had been simple, but something told me one of them would fail. I hated the idea of intuition, but I couldn't shake it. Which did I believe would die, and which would I choose if I had to? Forcing an answer to those questions tells us a hell of a lot about ourselves. At any rate, intuition is bullshit. I curse myself for believing in my emotions instead of simple reality. "Mr. and Mrs. Arnaki, I'm Dr. Vivian Scritt. We did everything we could, but your children's injuries were too great to overcome, and we lost them both. I'm so sorry. I'll give you a moment." I got up and left, because there wasn't a damn thing that my comfort could do. I'd had an opportunity to change their world for the better, and I'd fallen short. The time for talking has passed if the moment for action has failed. Besides, I was still on the clock.
But I was first in my class at UCLA.
Dr. Yangston snapped, seething.
People make mistakes all the time. You've been sued for malpractice.
And I won those suits, while you've lost your appeal to avoid getting fired. As great as your intelligence is, it still can't fill your inflated head. He ripped off his surgical mask and threw it to the floor.
Doesn't matter,
he responded, glaring at me with pure hatred.
I'm better than this shithole city anyway. I'll find someplace better and be grateful for it.
I raised an eyebrow. "Dr. Yangston, that procedure was simple. No matter how talented you were in another life, you're just a rookie who wasn't good enough and can't learn from your mistakes." I leaned forward. "The world is a better place without you as a doctor." I turned and walked toward the on-call room. Several surgeries were still underway, but I needed to talk with Dr. Braining. I opened the door and found him kneeling by his locker, eyes bulging and face blue, A torn bedsheet reached from his closed locker door to the place where he wrapped it tightly around his neck. I lunged forward in an attempt to loosen the slack, but the second I moved his body, I knew he was dead. After handling enough lifeless corpses, it's usually possible to tell if a body is haunted by the ghost of its sometime occupant, and I knew that Braining was no longer a prisoner of himself. Still, I had to try. It took several seconds of fighting to untie the cord from his neck, and his lifeless body fell instantly to the ground once I was done. His head hit the bench with a sickening crack on the way down, but didn't bleed. I had knelt on the floor to start CPR when I saw the half-empty bottle of pentobarbital by my feet. He had overdosed on enough barbitates to fuck up a bull elephant. With every doctor and surgery, I tried by myself to restart his heart. I fought for several minutes in an attempt to find hope in a hopeless case. I failed. Seneca noted that difficulties strengthen the mind as labor does the body, which is why I'm one of the smartest doctors you'll ever meet. Dr. Scrit explained to me as she finished her story. I nodded slowly. Remember what I said about learning things the hard way? I blinked. She sighed. Do you know that people pay more attention to a list of rules when it's harder to access? But I was never given a list, and you earned a lot of gray hairs making sure you learned them anyway, she smirked. What do you say when the person who pisses you off is utterly, totally, and completely right? I was silent. Which brings us back to rule number 7, she continued, folding her hands. Dr. Yangston was the brightest young mind we had recruited in 5 years, but the gravity of his task could not keep his arrogance in check, so he couldn't live up to the potential that the world demanded of him. She raised a shaking hand to her forehead and massaged her temple. Dr. Braining could not look away from the gravity of the task in front of him, and that killed the arrogant confidence he needed to move on. So, I responded, finally finding my voice. Are you telling me that I'm too arrogant or too meek? She chuckled. Both. Then Dr. Scrit dropped her hands to the table, where one trembled just slightly in place. Do you see what this means? She shook her head. Don't answer that. Of course you don't. My face flushed, and I remained silent. The reality, Dr. Phalis, is that you need both weaknesses. I need someone in the operating room who knows that someone's world will thrive or collapse based on the smallest gesture, and who understands how terrible a thing any mistake is. Lifetimes change based on how good you are on any given day. When you fail through your own fault, yes, you will fail, and it will ruin someone's life. You need the arrogance to leave it behind you and change the world as though you believe the lie that no ghost haunts your past. That is rule number 7. Can you do 2 contradicting things at once? Yes, I responded confidently. That's the correct answer. She smiled. And no, you can't. You'll find out the hard way. Now get up, you're needed in surgery. My boss had just told me that I was going to kill someone. The when part of the question was still very much unsettled, but the if component was unable to cast the feeblest shadow of doubt. That's not an easy message to give a doctor. I stood up, reactively, but not out of shock. She had told me that I was needed in surgery, and I was so terrified of Dr. Vivian Scrit that I didn't want to piss her off by obeying too slowly. I didn't know there was a surgery scheduled. It wasn't... I'm sorry. I don't think it was on my... The funny thing about emergency surgery, Dr. Phalis, is that the procedures are rarely planned. She stared at me over her thin spectacles like I was a small child receiving the 3rd simple explanation to a problem that confused only me. Oh, right. I'm sorry. I turned around, then wheeled immediately back, the blood on my Crocs making me slip just a bit. Why am I going into emergency surgery? My voice shook like I was doing something wrong. If a patient is counting on me to help them, that would make you a doctor, she explained with a note of finality. Dr. Dorian is waiting for you in room 825. I breathed deeply. Okay, will we both be observing the procedure? He won't be observing much of anything, Dr. Phalis, she explained condescendingly. Patients under general anesthesia rarely know what's going on. That's kind of the point. I felt my jaw drop. I didn't know if I looked stupider when I reacted with shock or if I appeared unaffected, so I tried to stand in the middle ground of ambiguous social feedback that had defined my awkward period between birth and death. She wrinkled her brow at me. I can tell by your reaction that you're focused on satisfying my expectations, but eventual failure is easier to accept if you concern yourself with the objective result at the expense of fleeting social expectations. Run. I made it to room 825 in under 2 minutes. JD was lying unconscious on an operating table. I had just seen him a few minutes earlier when he ran out of an OR that held a very angry corpse of Dr. Brutson. And here he lay, unconscious and ashen-faced, looking for all the world like a deflated balloon. A young nurse was the only other person in the room. "What happened?" I asked. "Don't know. The patient is monitorized, and we're waiting for an ECG readout. BP is 10/6 and dropping. No external lacerations. No signs of internal bleeding or trauma." I grabbed my hair and pulled tightly. JD wasn't a patient, and this suffering made no sense. Just like Brutson's agony and death, or Myron's inexplicable autocannibalism. I wanted to scream and punch the wall, then curl up in the janitor's closet. So I closed my eyes, breathed in, and counted to 3. Compartmentalize. I opened my eyes and understood that a puzzle lay before me. What state was he found in? A janitor came across him lying unconscious on the ground just outside the front door. Have his vitals changed? Not in the past 3 minutes. Grab a ventilator filter and prepare for possible intubation. Yes, doctor. I need to see if I can find... What's wrong? Patient's experiencing ventricular fibrillation. Let's move! Defibrillators ready, doctor. The first surge of electricity lifted his chest several inches from the table. I watched in horror as his mouth opened and his tongue flopped out onto his cheek. That wasn't normal. The second jolt brought him nearly a foot into the air. His fingers danced and jittered before slowly coming to rest by his side, unnaturally straight. My blood chilled as his gray fingers periodically twitched as though seeking an invisible trigger. The nurse blanched. Patient's not showing any cardiological signs he's been shocked, doctor. I prepped the defibrillator once more, wondering what could happen with the third round. I was ready for anything. I was surprised. I sent 1,000 volts of electricity into JD's heart, and nothing happened. He didn't move, he didn't twitch. Surely none of his vitals showed any signs of life at all. I called time of death on a colleague for the second time that night. 19 minutes after racing out of Dr. Scritt's office, and 13 minutes after beginning a fruitless attempt at CPR. I dismissed the nurse halfway through so that she might save some patient with a reasonable chance to postpone the inevitable. Once I had accepted defeat, I wiped away tears and snot as I stared down at JD's dead body. That's when he opened his eyes. He had no pupils or irises, only a sea of sad whiteness spread between his lids, vacant and sad and soul-crushingly empty. His lifeless arm grabbed my wrist hard enough to send lightning bolts of pain through my shoulder. Slowly, his corpse sat up.
"Ellie,"
he whispered. His voice sounded weak and far away, like an echo coming up through a narrow cave. I tried to pull away, but he was just too strong.
"Your brother, Timmy, is here in hell with me,"
I sobbed.
"He wants you to know something."
He continued in an unholy reverberation, staring through me with no eyes to focus.
"He says that it's your fault he's here, and that if you ever left him, you'll come down to burn with the rest of us. Every second hurts so much that he wishes he'd never been born."
He hissed at me. Then he fell to the table, once again, quite dead. I pulled my arm from his cooling fingers and stumbled into the hallway. Tears were brewing like storm clouds, slow but thick and angry. I could sense the heavy, dewy heat and charged tension behind my eyes, and I could feel my breaking point drawing closer, inevitable and inorexable. I looked up and saw her across from me in the hallway. No one else was present. Dr. Scrit was staring me down like a rival at the OK Corral. I knew that this moment needed to break something wide open so that this terrible seed could spread its unholy tendrils across the blurred lines that divided this hospital from my own thoughts. Tears and words poured involuntarily from my face. Sam Brutson, Myron Caldwell, Jim Dorian, and Cassie Endelman all died tonight, Dr. Scrit. What is going on at St. Francis? She drew her lips into a thin white line. To be honest, I expected you to be first, Ellie Ophalis. She folded her arms. I folded mine. Rule 9, verbatim, now. The morgue must house at least 13 cadavers at all times, I responded without thinking. The ghost of a smirk brushed past her lips, which she quickly hid. Dr. Dorian did not respect his obligation when I needed him to rise to the occasion during Dr. Brutson's unwellness. This hospital can give life, Dr. Ophalis, and it can take away, but never without meaning. Dr. Scrit took a deep breath. Unfortunately for Dr. Dorian, he chose to violate the rules when the morgue had only 12 residents. The crooked scales have a way of balancing themselves, and we never have the final judgment. I wanted to fire back, to tell her that she was incorrect, to explain all the things she had overlooked because the world had jaded her inaccurate and unfair judgment. It felt very clear that she was maliciously wrong, but when I opened my mouth to speak, not a single word found its way out. Dr. Scrit nodded slowly. There are some things we shouldn't see, but have to face. Are you ready? Yes, I snapped. No, child, you're not. All of the dead people you named were smarter and better educated than you. Given the consequences that they've all suffered, do you realize what's at stake? Unable to find my voice, I nodded. She rolled her eyes. Human reproduction is driven mostly by stupidity, and the only reason we've made it this far is because our idiotic desire to kill ourselves is slightly outpaced by our idiotic need to engineer unplanned pregnancies. She rubbed her temple. Now, if you're going to have an emotional breakdown, please make it happen now. It's kinder to send you out the door with broken dreams weighing down an inadequate mind than with a room temperature body weighing down an overused gurney. I had no idea what to say, so I stayed in place. She shook her head. Brighter minds than yours have failed at half of what you want to accomplish. Why are you still here, Dr. Ophalis? I brushed away a tear. Maybe you feel it's unfair that the past has changed you, so you want to change the past? My breath hitched. Every doctor wants to be a vanguard between life and death, but we know that the latter wins eventually. Why are you here? I shook my head. I can't change the past, I whispered. All I have are myself and the present. One of us is going to control the other. I wiped my nose, wiped my eyes, and wished I had done things in the opposite order. She turned crisply around and walked away. I followed without instruction. We stopped in an ordinary part of an ordinary hallway that I had passed dozens of times before. The funny thing, though, is that nothing is ordinary. I stood flabbergasted as I stared at a door that had not existed before that moment. Dr. Scrit would not look at the edifice. She instead stood next to it, staring at me in harsh judgment. It's too late to ask if you understand what I'm about to tell you, so I'll say my part and then leave you with your choices. No ordinary person can be a doctor, and no ordinary doctor can survive at St. Francis. The wisest choice would be to walk away right now and pursue a long life of predictability and oblivious joy, only to return decades later with the false hope that death is an option. I've done everything in my power to warn you about moving forward from this point, because you won't like what you see at the end of the path. She narrowed her eyes at me. If you choose not to give up, that's on you. Then she turned and walked briskly away from me. I tried, and failed, to steady my shaking breath. I knew that I would go through the door in the same way I knew I would get out of bed every morning. There was only one way forward. Slowly, I looked up at the door that had not been real outside this point in time. Etched in its ancient wood was a number, 1913. I'd memorized the rules at this point, but it no longer mattered. Barely containing my nausea, I reached out a feeble hand and turned the knob. It opened easily, almost lovingly. I swallowed and nodded. The faint smell of smoke invaded my nostrils as I stepped forward. I told myself I could handle whatever was in there. I was wrong. I changed my mind about opening the door as soon as I touched it, and tried to go back right as the latch clicked shut. It wouldn't reopen, of course, but I still wasted my time trying. I shut my eyes to hold in the tears and keep out the burn. St. Francis was an impossible place, and many of the things I'd seen this night defied everything I had believed about reality. But what I felt on the other side of this door stretched my mind like bubblegum. I imagined a fat, drooling man chewing on my brain with a fierce, angry gnashing that squished the gray matter carelessly between the clean, white teeth. This couldn't be. The cicadas proved me wrong. They sang a ceaseless, screeching hymn that pressed against my senses with aggression only matched by the weighty humidity of a hot Missouri summer. I knew that once I opened my eyes, I would see the blood-red cardinal flowers dancing lazily in the midday sun, showing no concern for the blood-red fire voraciously consuming my childhood home. I opened my eyes at the scream. There was no doubt of its origin. I knew that a 12-year-old Ellie Aphalis was about to run out of the roasting structure, her shirt burning hot enough to consume her dermis and leave a very ugly, very permanent mark on her tiny body. I instantly realized that she couldn't see me. Her terrified eyes pleaded for help but found no one. She was a smart girl, so she knew to hit the ground and roll furiously until her burning shirt had been extinguished. She would be unable to peel it off, however, as the smoldering polyester slowly ate its way onto grafted skin. Removing the garment was not her concern, though. She leapt to her feet and wheeled around to stare at the burning edifice, too terrified to re-enter, too mortified to walk away.
Timmy!
She screamed.
I'm sorry I told you to fuck off. You have to get out of your room. Timmy!
The burning house belched a fresh tongue of flame, and she stepped back. The scream came from upstairs.
I know you can hear me. You have to get out of the house, now. Ellie?
His voice was meek, but it oozed more terror than should have been possible.
I don't know how to get out. You have to help me.
The young girl froze.
Please come help me, Ellie. I'm sorry I stole your computer. I'm sorry. Please get me out of here. It's getting really hot, and I think the fire's coming into my bedroom soon.
She sobbed, but said nothing. Then she closed her eyes and charged into the house. One foot had crossed the threshold before she turned and jumped back out, holding her arms over her face.
You have to get yourself out, Timmy. I can't go in there.
She screamed to the second-story window.
Yes, you can, Ellie. Please, my door is on fire. No one else is home. You have to come get me.
She began weeping openly now. Deep, guttural sobs racked her frail body as she took several steps away from the house.
Timmy, you have to jump. I'm so sorry, but I can't help you. It's not that far to the ground. I can't jump. I can't. Ellie, there's fire inside my room. No!
She doubled over, then stepped back farther.
Please jump! You can go back in the door, Ellie. Go around to my other side. My bed is on fire. It's too hot.
Her jaw quivered.
I can't go back in the door, Timothy.
She responded in a much lower voice.
Yes, you can. I'm too scared.
She trailed off.
I'm burning and it hurts.
She crumpled to the ground and buried her face in her hands. Young Ellie stayed like that for a long time, but Timothy said nothing more. The north wing of the house collapsed just as firefighters arrived. The first engine was understaffed. No matter how many times they yelled at her, no one could spare a moment to physically pull the distraught girl away. So she watched as they subdued and contained the fire.
My brother's in the house,
she whispered. They were professional firefighters, but not therapists, and they dove in to rescue him without a second thought for their own safety or her need for comfort. She grabbed the last one before he ran away from her.
Over there,
she instructed in a barely audible voice as she pointed to the wreckage of the north wing. He responded without acknowledging her, racing to pull apart the smoking rubble of the boards and glass that she had once called home.
Johnny, Roy, call a fucking ambulance now!
He threw aside the blackened wood of my broken house and stopped cold. Then he bent over and threw up. I wanted to tell the young girl to stop walking, to turn away and spend a life wondering how terrible death could be instead of confirming that the worst of our assumptions is true. But I knew that she would not have listened to me even if I had been able to influence this world. So she drifted onward, pushed less by curiosity than by the dreamlike state of obligation that drives the vast majority of every action we will ever take. I knew the sensations would hit her in stages. That's what roasting human meat smells like. Followed by, I can hear him moaning, he's still alive. And right on its heels, I've never heard a person dying, but I'm certain that's what's unfolding before me. Then, all at once, came the visual. I found that I had been unconsciously following in her footsteps, as unable to turn away as it was impossible to affect the ghost who didn't see me. She and I arrived at the firefighters simultaneously, both looking into the ruins of our life at the exact same destructive moment. Nothing was left of Timmy's skin. Even after my years in medicine, I still would not have realized that the pile of human meat below me was a 6-year-old human without prior knowledge of that fact. His lips had been burned away, so every tooth was exposed to the outside world. The char that covered most of his body looked like a combination of rare steak and popped zits. But it was his eyes that drew me in the most. Without lids, they stared fixedly into the sky as though brazenly expecting a god to care and staring in horrified shock at what he saw looking back. Then he opened his mouth and screamed. It was much quieter than the memory implanted on my 12-year-old mind. Looking back, I had always believed that it was a gale-strength holler, one that announced to anyone who doubted that I was thoroughly guilty. Watching it for the second time, however, proved it to be a meek, gurgling, sad cry that could only have been emitted by a creature far too frail to understand the concept of death. The sobbing clashed with my memory. I had pictured myself collapsing into a heap and moaning softly, utterly too broken to weep. It took several seconds to realize that I was crying, there in the past present, surrounded by people, but totally alone. I stumbled forward, clambering over the broken wood in an effort to get closer to what remained of my brother. I don't know what drove my actions, but none of us know what steers our purest motives. My foot caught on a stray board, and I landed face to face with his corpse. I heaved, but I had to speak. I'm sorry, I whispered to the memory. Every day since this one has been spent regretting what I failed to do. It's why I'm a doctor. But the past doesn't go away. I drew in a shuddering breath. Please just tell me you loved me, even as you hated me. I knew that he was dead, but did not understand the rules of the world beyond 1913. So I hoped. That hope was fulfilled when my brother rotated his head. For the first time, another person acknowledged my presence here.
Go through the door, Ellie.
I gasped and blinked. When I opened my eyes again, he was staring upward once more, very clearly dead. Had I imagined his instructions? Hell, was I imagining everything? I turned to look back at the shattered little girl. She was curled into a ball, eyes wide open and mouth gasping like a fish, needing with all of her being to be held and loved by absolutely anyone, and finding nothing. I knew that the mental trauma was burning its way into her neurons, just like the melting shirt was dissolving the mid-layer of her skin, breaking it down cell by cell with each tick of the second hand, leaving indelible scars that would forever seek healing that no doctor could ever provide. I left her there. I stood, swaying, unsure of where to go, but somehow certain that the path would find a way to present itself to me. I stumbled my way out of the burning rubble. I moved from the heat into the light, and I stood in the front yard that I had not seen in 14 years. I'd always been happy there, which is why I never went back. The door in the middle of the yard was new. It stood impossibly in the middle of the lawn, coming from nowhere and leading nowhere. I was quite certain that I was the only one who could see it because it was meant just for me. I stumbled, I walked, and then I moved confidently toward the knob, grasping it, accepting that I was broken, but not completely so. I nodded to myself. Then I turned the handle, opened it wide, and stepped forward. I was met by the smell of smoke. The whine of cicadas hit me next, followed by the thudding of the door as it closed behind me. I shut my eyes tight as the blood-red fire voraciously consuming my childhood home glowed through my lids, unwilling to accept my next step in the path that only pretended to care about my opinion. I opened my eyes at the screen. I watched again, helplessly, as the 12-year-old version of myself endured the type of pain that adults fool themselves into thinking they can deny their children. I watched my little brother burn. I saw more of his body this time. The initial shock gave way to an unrelentingly critical doctor's eye. His charred vertebrae and demolished spinal cord spilled disgustingly onto the ground like discarded butcher's offal. I realized vaguely that Timmy must have landed on his neck, bursting his destroyed innards and his barbecued skin shredded from the impact of the collapsing house. It broke more of me than I had thought possible. Deep fissures cleaved my mind in ways that I once would have believed impossible to endure, but I left the broken pieces of me on the road, and found that I could travel lighter once there was less of me to carry. It was, to be honest, brutally efficient. In that moment, I understood how the world could change a person into a quintessential shit bitch, and in becoming stronger, I was able to make it through the journey yet again, this time confidently grasping the door on the other side, now more whole because there was less of my spirit. Smoke hit me first, followed by the warm humidity of an old Missouri summer. And of course, there was the scream. I collapsed on the ground, unable to move any farther. I got up, of course, because what else was there to do? I had to choose between moving on and spending the rest of my life completely immobile. I was not going to allow the location of fate's arbitrary decision to determine the rest of my years. So I stood and I moved. I endured everything again, and I discovered just how much of myself could be broken while still moving forward. I arrived at the end. I opened the door, and I walked into the scream. I once heard that the trees in West Texas are shaped by winds that rip across the open plains. The constant pressure warps them in time, no matter how great the tree. It is permanently marred by a world that would never relent. The original design of the plant becomes unsalvageable, and the brokenness evolves into an inedible part of the tree's character. It can never hope to become what it had once intended. But still, the tree grows. It was easier to travel without the burden of hope, so I discarded the last vestiges upon the seventh opening, and casually found my way into Dr. Scritt's office. "Close the door behind you," she ordered. I obeyed out of practicality and stood before her. "Well," she regarded me over her thin spectacles, "are you going to have a long cry about it and then talk about what happened? Or will you be skipping the part that has no practical value so we don't waste any more of my time?" I sat in the chair across from her. "I've exhausted every tear," I responded simply. "Good," she shot back. "I hope that fact lightened your burden." I almost asked her why she was so mean, but silenced myself. People only change if they want to change. I had no desire to quarrel with facts that didn't care if I believed in them. She eyed me carefully. "You never told all of the story because you were afraid of what people would say." I nodded. My mind was so completely stretched, shocked, used, that I had nothing left to offer but stark practicality. "How did you know?" She looked sad. "Because, Dr. Phalis, that's everyone's story." I stared at her blankly. She sighed. "Each one of us is ashamed about some part of our past. We believe that keeping it a secret allows us to control the thing that is beyond our grasp. This stems from the fact that people are idiots." I had no response. "Letting go of the false belief means controlling the past, Ellie. At least to some small extent, that we still can. You're not losing by dropping the illusion. I took a deep breath. I feel like admitting it makes you a shitty person. Yes, I know, she responded with a roll of her eyes. But admitting the truth does not make you a shitty person. It's what you did that makes you shitty. She flared her nostrils and was silent. Without neither preamble nor permission, I began my explanation. Timmy and I had been fighting. I heaved. I just received a new laptop. Since I was 12 and he was 6, I got many of the things that Timmy wanted but couldn't have. I gloated when he cried because it made me feel like I had more. My dad was a janitor and we couldn't afford most of what I thought I needed, so when I finally got the laptop I knew I deserved, I taunted my brother worse than I had ever before. I drew a deep, shuddering breath. So he stole it when I wasn't looking and locked himself into my bedroom. I'd never, ever been so angry. I actually told him to fuck off, which was the first time I'd ever said those words. His favorite stuffed animal, this ridiculous, oversized bear, was left unguarded in his bed, so I stole it, yelled across the house that I was going to destroy it, and ran downstairs. I buried my face in my hands. I threw it on the stove and turned on the pilot light, and I was so happy when it finally caught fire. Timmy ran into the kitchen just as the flames engulfed his bear. I saw just how deeply I'd hurt him, deeper than he'd ever felt, and I was overjoyed. The pain I had caused my brother seemed so good in that moment, and I don't know why, but I was sure he deserved it. I paused. Then I continued, because there was nothing else to do. He told me he was going to throw my laptop out the window, that he would lock himself in my room and smash it to pieces on the ground. Then he turned and ran. I cleared my throat. So I grabbed the stuffed bear's leg, which was dangling off the edge of the stove and not yet burning, and hurled it at him. I pursed my lips and nodded solemnly to myself. Why does any 12-year-old make a decision other than because it seemed like a good idea at the time? I didn't plan on having the bear hit the wall and land in the trash can, and I had no idea how quickly a garbage fire could spread through the kitchen. I bit my lip until I tasted blood. But I was old enough to weigh my options. I knew that I had enough time to get up the stairs, but probably not back down again, because the fire had consumed half the kitchen in under 20 seconds. I drew several shallow breaths. I also knew that I could exit through the kitchen's back door to immediate safety. More shallow breaths. I had to make a practical decision in a split second, and I was still angry in that split second. Angry at my brother, but also at myself, though I was too young to understand it at the time. I swallowed. It would be so much easier to say that it was either all cold practicality or else all hot vengeance. I reasoned like a child, but was mature enough to understand what my decision meant. The reality is that both concepts pulled my mind across a twisted landscape of opposing ideas, eschewing the decency of being all one thing or all of another. I dropped my hands to my side and stared unwaveringly at Dr. Scrit. I decided to turn my back and run outside. I remember every part of that choice. It shattered my heart and my mind badly enough that I know I'll never be whole again. I took one more long breath. But each day I hurt a little more because I can't stop thinking of what I would do if I could go back, and I know that I would probably still make the same choice. For the first time that I could remember, she broke eye contact first. Ellie, she sighed. Why do you think that St. Francis Hospital would have such an arbitrary set of rules for its interns? I responded without emotion. The rules come from somewhere beyond us. I understand that now. We're just here to follow them. She looked sad. Then slowly, Dr. Scrit shook her head. No, Dr. Phalis. That isn't true. She rubbed her eyes. What was the first rule? Never, under any circumstances, share your copy of the rules with anyone else, I replied robotically. She raised an eyebrow. And how does that make any sense? I stumbled as I tried to remember the words. It was important to see. Not all of us were going to make it. That much is true, she responded dismissively. We've seen more than enough evidence of that tonight. But you're wrong about the rule coming from somewhere else. She stared pointedly across her desk at me. I stared back. I don't understand. Then you're starting to get it, she shot back. You weren't top of your class, Dr. Phalis, not even close, but you're at least smart enough to be a doctor. Can you attempt to figure this out? I quickly calculated the odds of making an ass of myself in ratio to the probability of answering correctly, and remained silent. She shook her head in disappointment. Did you really never make the connections, Dr. Phalis? The trial of jumping off a roof, judgment from an authoritative janitor, multiple different rules about burning children. My jaw fell. The first rule prohibits the sharing of rules because no one has the same set. Each doctor is faced with his or her own list of restrictions, and most aren't up to the challenge. I struggled to find the words. Every rule is just for me? Dr. Scrit removed her glasses. People think that this hospital wants to destroy them, when in reality, each person is given every tool needed for survival. She snorted. It's impossible to stop most individuals' desire to kill themselves. I stared at her desk in shock. But, Rule 4, why did it tell me not to touch your Reese's peanut butter cups? She stared at me like I'd been caught masturbating in a fish tank. Because it's my favorite candy. I nodded slowly. Mine, too. Dr. Scrit placed the glasses back on her head. You're going to ask what this place is, she continued slowly. I've survived St. Francis far longer than most. That's why people expect me to tell them. She paused, choosing each of her words very carefully. So before you say that you want me to tell you the truth, you should understand this fact. Here, she bored her eyes into mine, and this time, it was me who turned away early. There are things that I can't know and things that I don't know. Embracing these ideas as a strength instead of a weakness is the reason I've endured where others have not. We were quiet for some time. Can you see the individual rules on each doctor's paper? I asked suddenly. She smirked. No, but I can see what's written on their faces, which is the same thing. I don't get it, I responded honestly. She sighed in disappointment. Do you remember when I reminded you of Rule 9? I thought back to our conversation just after Dr. Dorian had died. You told me the morgue needed 13 cadavers at all times, I replied confidently. No, she shot back. You told me that. I acted like I had known the entire time, and you responded to my confidence. Each person's list of rules is their own battle to fight. To be blunt, I'd rather see the doctors fail themselves through inadequacy than see the patients suffer because someone was unable to live up to their own unearned arrogance. I blinked. I'd like to earn my arrogance, I said. Dr. Scrit smiled. The good news is that I think you might have endurance to survive the unusually lengthy journey it would take for you to achieve earned arrogance. The door burst open before I could say anything more. I said nothing as a familiar janitor walked confidently to Dr. Scrit's office. For the first time, I heard him speak.
3 children have been dead for 119 minutes. 13 people are not in the morgue, and Dr. Falhar ignored me when I tried to stop him from stealing Dr. Grault's list.
Dr. Scrit stood, and I followed suit. Wait, Dr. Scrit, please. I looked at her in desperation. She gave me a look that told me I had 1/4 of a second to speak. Is this real? She looked away and walked around her desk. Death is real. Nothing else is guaranteed. Doctors are tasked with delaying the inevitable and embracing the fact that 100% of our efforts will eventually fail. I walked briskly after her as she followed the janitor out of her office. If death is the only real thing, then this life is a place where impossible things can happen. Stop doubting that fact. Now, grab the sulfuric acid. We're going to attempt to prevent your fellow interns from killing each other or any of the patients. It seemed obvious that someone was going to die. I ran down the hallway with Dr. Scrit and the janitor. I ran until my lungs told me to stop, and then I kept going. At some point, the janitor wasn't with us anymore, or perhaps he was, but not physically. At any rate, only Dr. Scrit and I arrived at the room where Gralt and Falhar were fighting. The latter had pinned the former to the ground. I recognized a familiar list clutched in Dr. Gralt's hand. They each outweighed me by an easy 100 pounds. I stared at them and froze, realizing that I was powerless to stop them. Dr. Scrit, whose frame was essentially identical to mine, pushed past me. "Hey!" she screamed. "Cut that shit out!"
But he took my...
"Now!" Then Dr. Scrit turned around and walked out the door. The two doctors did not react at first. Then Falhar slowly stood and backed away from Gralt, who was shakily getting to his feet. I lifted my jaw back into place, then turned to leave.
"I still know what you did,"
came the whisper from behind me. I wheeled back around. Dr. Gralt was staring incredulously at Dr. Falhar.
You're completely insane. You know that, right?
Falhar lunged, and the next several seconds blurred confusingly around me. Slowly, I realized that I had jumped between them to hold Dr. Falhar back. He was crying.
"I didn't kill him 5 years ago, and I've been regretting it every day since."
His face turned ashen as he struggled to find his next words. I turned to see Dr. Gralt pressed against the wall, terrified. He was pudgy enough as it was, and all I could imagine was a scared-looking Pillsbury doughboy with a trembling, scrubs-covered gut. I rolled my eyes and faced Dr. Falhar. "Did you break a rule?" His eyes brimmed with tears. I understood that he was breaking, and it irritated the fuck out of me. I'd use shorter sentences, but my initial query only had 5 words, and English syntax prohibits me from dumbing it down any farther. It came from my mouth as though someone else were speaking. I thought of the space between the doors and wondered just how much of myself had been burned away.
"I looked in room 825. I
Saw something from the past that triggered the ammonia smell that tells me your scrubs are going out with the trash?" I snapped. "Listen," I continued in a more soothing voice. "Why don't you head back to the break room and drink a nice warm cup of get the fuck over yourself, then come back when you're ready to undertake the monumental task of executing your employment obligations without committing homicide." He stared at me like I'm an idiot. Because if I can get over myself, anyone can. The words spilled like water flushing down a drain, leaving me empty but clean. I turned to see Dr. Scrit's reflection in a glass cabinet. She was smiling. 6 of us endured the first year. Falhar was among them. Gralt was not. People, doctors, and ghosts came and went. Most carried a faulty sense of permanence about their own presence, shocked when the next turn of life's wheel replaced their carefully constructed niche with someone equally dispensable. I endured. There wasn't a specific moment when I realized I wanted to be the chief of medicine, nor even one where I realized I wanted it. The drive built slowly within me, and I was halfway down the road before I realized where I was going. Years passed. St. Francis Hospital did not cease to become strange, but I made a conscious decision to stop trying to understand it. I gradually became to appreciate just how odd human beings are. Accepting the quirks of the hospital was much easier in that context. I still cremated children immediately after offering efficient condolences to their parents. I never went onto the roof, and I quietly ignored room 1913 whenever it mysteriously appeared. I was sitting across from Dr. Scrit when she opened a thank you note from a patient that she diagnosed and eventually saved. Despite being several hundred words long, she tossed it in the trash after a 2-second glance. "Do you know that Vivian means life?" I asked. She snorted. "I am what I do. People hate that reality, which is the only reason they assign names in the first place." The next big change was coming soon. It infused my thoughts like damp air whispering of a coming storm. I thought I was ready for it, which proved that some lessons are never learned. I'd been walking through the same hallway that drew me in years earlier. On that day, only a familiar janitor haunted its walls. I'd seen him periodically throughout the years, rarely talking and never aging. This time, however, he looked right at me and spoke.
"It's time to make a choice, Ellie,"
he explained softly. My blood froze. He turned aside and looked toward a space in the wall that had only occasionally held a physical door. It stood there now, slightly ajar. The numbers were etched deeply into the wood, warped and worn like they had been there for years. "Why does it say 3191? I asked. He smiled sadly.
"It's your opportunity to go backwards."
I swallowed. I'd gotten used to tricking myself into confidence by imitating others, but felt weak in this moment. "Where does it lead?" I asked shakily.
"Rural Missouri.
He continued in a paternal voice.
Far from any town, about 30 minutes away from Drisking."
He raised his eyebrows.
"But that's not the real question now, is it?"
I closed my eyes. "When does it lead?" He waited until I looked at him once again before he continued.
"August 25th, 2005.
I wiped away a tear. "Can it go any earlier?"
"No."
He responded quickly. "I'd have very little time to prepare."
The world turns on what people do with very little.
I dried my face, but was quickly losing control of myself. "Okay," I responded, voice shaking. "I need to go back." I took a deep breath. "I can be ready in a few days. Where will I find the door?" The janitor stood very still.
"Right here. Right now."
My stomach dropped. No. I'm not ready right this second. I need to prepare if my life is going to change." The tears and snot were flowing unabated, and I was losing the will to stop them. He folded his hands quietly.
"If you don't go now, the door disappears. You'll never see it again."
I fell to my knees. What choice did I have? "Okay," I whispered. "Okay, I'll go now." I looked up. "When I come back, will the world be different?" He was silent for a beat. Then,
"You can only go back the hard way, Ellie."
my stomach plummeted. "That was 26 years ago. I can't lose that much of my life." He sighed.
"Yes, you can. People lose that much every day."
I sobbed once. "Well, I don't understand. Is my body going to reverse in age, or will I just look like this and die 26 years earlier?"
"You don't get any extra time, Ellie."
He continued with a patient voice.
"Any year that you live twice takes away from what would have been."
I barely suppressed the urge to vomit. "But," I gasped, "but will it be like the last time I went back? Or will I be able to change things now?" He smiled, more joyfully this time, but still tinged with the sadness that I suspected was a permanent condition of his existence.
"The past will be yours to change as you decide. The world will be different as a result of your choices."
Adrenaline shot through me.
"Ellie,"
He continued.
"you always knew that last part was true, right?"
The floodgates opened, and I ugly cried. I pitched forward, pressing my hands against the floor. "I need time to process this."
"You don't have time, and you don't need it. Right now you have to step through that door or walk away forever."
He reached out, grabbed the knob, and began to pull it shut. We like to pretend that grave decisions take time because it allows us to believe that deep thought changes our basest instincts. But we are our truest selves in short moments of high consequence. So I leapt to my feet. I squeezed through the door just as he closed it behind me one last time. They say a new door opens every time a different one closes, but that's a bunch of horse shit for people too afraid to admit that the past is gone. The door closed behind me with a dead sound. I was in a hallway at St. Francis Hospital. I turned around to see the door to the same janitor's closet where I'd first read a list of rules all those years ago. Cautiously, I opened it and peeked inside. The noxious smell of ammonia greeted me as I reached for the bare bulb and pulled the chain. Sallow light illuminated a neglected storage space and nothing more.
"You won't get into Narnia again by that route."
A voice shot from behind me. I wheeled around to find the familiar janitor standing patiently next to me with his hands in his pockets. I'd gotten very good at reading faces over the years, of dealing with dying and otherwise incompetent people. But I could not for the life of me gauge what was happening behind his eyes. He was the same age that he had always been, so there was no way to tell what year was happening around me. Then I heard a buzz from a Nokia push-button cell phone on a nearby counter. I looked up at the boxy television hanging from the ceiling. It featured a grainy presentation of American Idol with Simon Cowell, who was apparently still alive. I reached for my pocket to grab my iPhone 1X, only to remember that I'd left it in a different coat. My head spun.
They're waiting for you.
The janitor responded simply, his hand outstretched. Dazedly, I took 3 steps in the direction he'd indicated. Then I turned back, and he was gone. So I put one foot in front of the other, determined to keep moving until I figured out where the hell I was supposed to go.
You're early.
A voice called out.
There's an auspicious beginning.
I scanned the hall until I realized that I was approaching Dr. Scritt's office. The voice was coming from inside. I went through the door. The room was decorated hideously, and I suddenly felt a wave of appreciation for the style that Dr. Scritt would eventually bring. A storm raging outside nicely complemented the mood evoked by the taupe and gray curtains. A short, balding man waddled over to me, hand outstretched. His clothing style echoed the can't groom myself motif that his general appearance exuded, and I hoped for his sake that he compensated in intellect what he lacked in physical appeal.
Jerry Ringwater, CFO. Pleased to meet you. The higher-ups have been foretelling your arrival for a while now.
He grasped my hand with a small, clammy palm and shook vigorously.
Between you and me,
He muttered in a lower voice.
I think it's about damn time St. Francis had a woman chief of medicine.
He winked. I looked up to see 6 hospital administrators. Their number included John Stevens, looking years younger and much healthier than when I'd last seen him in a casket. At this point in the timeline, he hadn't quite yet inherited Mr. Ringwater's job. I clenched my sphincter to avoid painting the floor with shock.
By the way,
Jerry continued, raising his voice for the group of people behind him.
the higher-ups explained that you've just legally changed your name. I have to apologize, but they did not inform us of your new moniker. What should we call you, Doctor?
I looked up at the glass cabinet behind the desk, and my reflection looked blurrily back. I needed glasses. Thin spectacles, to be precise. In another 14 years, I'd be her spitting image. Oh shit. Fuck my life, I whispered.
Pardon me?
Jerry responded, flabbergasted. I turned sharply on him and narrowed my eyes. I said, Vivian Scritt. My name means life. He paled slightly and swallowed.
Of course, Dr. Scritt. My apologies.
He took 2 small steps back from me.
Would you like to meet Dr. Matthews, our chief of surgery?
My mind was slowly wrapping itself around the new reality that was impossible yet omnipresent. Not one hidden wisp of the real world remained. I felt vertigo as I understood just how frail the gossamer strands of our existence truly are, and wondered whether dying is another way of admitting that we were never real. A sudden shock of urgency rocked through my aching head, and I had to reclench my sphincter. Date! I yelled, grabbing Jerry's flabby biceps hard enough to make him wince. What's the date today? He stared at my hand, slack-jawed, and was unable to answer before John Stevens interrupted us.
Ah, Dr. Scritt. Meet our chief of surgery, I need you to come with me right now.
Shot a tall man in scrubs as he was rushing towards us, panic carved into his eyeballs.
Are you officially the chief of medicine?
I was about to look around the group for confirmation, but an invisible force turned my head away from them and made me step confidently forward. Jerry spoke up from behind me.
She's
already on the clock, as are the rest of you. Thank you for showing yourselves out, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Dr. Matthews, I'm Dr. Vivian Scritt. Let's walk and talk. He had the essence of a man who eschewed dealing in bullshit. I liked this fact, but it increased my growing sense of panic given how nervous he was.
Doctor, I've never seen anything like it. 19 minutes ago, the school bus rolled down an embankment. At least 13 deaths have been confirmed. The storm has shut down half the roads in Charleston. At least 6 of my surgeons are unable to find a way to get to the hospital.
This was it. I suppose I also ought to speak the part. You're giving me a school bus full of dead children on my first day as chief of medicine? I asked a very pale Dr. Matthews.
Well, no. Most of them are. Well, They're alive for the moment, Dr. Scritt.
I closed my eyes and allowed the lightning bolt of pre-migraine to tear through my head unabated, lapping at the frayed gray matter of my skull like a cat teasing every drop of milk from the depths of his bowl with a sandpapery tongue. For 3 seconds. Then I breathed out calmly, accepting and embracing the lingering pain as a part of my psyche that would propel me forward. How far out are the first ambulances? Dr. Matthews swallowed.
They should be at St. Francis within 4 minutes. The same flood that washed out the bus has shut down the Interstate 77 bridge over the Elk River, so...
Are you telling me that Charleston Area Medical can't take any of the kids?
Well, that's kind of exactly what I'm saying.
My headache enriched. How many surgeries are we going to need to perform? I asked. He winced.
We're anticipating 12.
12? That storm is terrible. Why the hell was a school bus out in the... Never mind. Let's get the circus tent pitched. We're very understaffed for this shit and don't have nearly enough pediatric surgeons on a good day. I sighed deeply and ran the numbers in my head. Looks like a couple of interns are about to experience their first solo procedures. He nodded, turned, and raced down the hallway. I knew, of course, where this road was headed, and I was determined that this time would be different. My mind was still reeling from the fact that my life had completely turned upside down, but I pushed the thoughts to the recesses of my mind. That ability is crucial in a hospital. I had a bus full of dying children to think about. I needed to be confident in the abilities of Dr. Vivian Scritt. I didn't know whether that confidence came from the outside world or if I generated it myself and put it out for all to see. I was pretty sure that both opposing ideas were true at the same time, and that simply believing made the idea real enough to have faith in it. My head spun. I shouted at the surgical team. We don't have enough operating rooms in the pediatric surgical unit. These kids don't have enough doctors for everyone to get a surgeon, and I don't have enough patients to put up with any donkey shit. I'm Dr. Scritt, and you work for me now. Dr. Matthews, how many surgeons do we have ready to go? His head jerked to attention like it was caught in a fishing line, and I felt a surge of strength at the fear I could feel radiating from him.
9, and 10 if you take a patient yourself, Miss, Dr. Scritt.
He cleared his throat.
I've got 4 nurses scrambling to make calls, but it's not looking good. Most of the streets are completely flooded, and everyone who's attempted to drive here has gotten stranded. We tried contacting everyone we can, but the storm knocked the landline phones out, and it's crippling our cell reception. We're admittedly caught off guard. It's really a freak storm for August.
Well, I stopped short. What's the date? I whispered to him.
It's Thursday. August 25th.
Vertigo hit me so hard that it felt like my asshole was turning inside out. Excuse me. I dashed out of the room and headed down the hallway. Before I could make it back into my own office, I dove into a familiar janitor's closet. I wanted to cry, but I was shaking too much. I looked down at my watch. My childhood home was going to burn down in an hour. My brother was still alive. Thoughts flitted independently across my brain like 15 border collies on crack. They need me now. Timmy needs me now. The landlines are out. I'm needed in surgery. Someone is going to die. It is going to be my fault. You have 5 seconds to keep shaking and feeling sorry for yourself before you go out the door and decide whose life changes forever. I didn't think I could do it. Then I opened the door and walked outside. Dr. Matthews, it seems we're at least 2 surgeons short. How can you help me out? He looked at me steadily, but still with a hint of fear. I fed on it.
Well, it's not ideal, but I think we'll have to put some interns on solo procedures.
He winced. My stomach turned to clay. Who do you have in mind?
Doctors Yangston and Branning have been doing very well.
I closed my eyes. Who else do you have? He wouldn't speak until I looked straight at him.
Dr. Scritt, I don't know how they do things where you come from, but it's not customary for first-year interns to...
Desperate, shitty times call for desperate, shitty measures, Doctor. Who else do you have? His face grew ashen.
No one that I could, in good conscience, trust with the life of a child.
I was about to cry. There was no stopping it. Then the doors burst open, and everything changed. Game time. Orders fired from my mouth before thought could form. Everyone followed what I told them to do. "Get me a phone," I shouted to one nurse. I looked down seconds later to find I'd been given one.
Dr. Scrit, there are 3 more patients awaiting in OR.
I grabbed Dr. Matthews' arm. "What are the simplest procedures that these kids need right now?" He swallowed.
It looks like a deep leg laceration on a male, 10 years old, and an abdominal laceration on a female, also 10. No signs of damage to any major organs.
I'm going to take one of those patients, pair Tweedledee and Tweedledum with the other, and keep them close enough to...
Dr. Scrit, 3 other children are in cardiac arrest. Are you really going to...
I need to make a phone call.
You're needed in surgery.
I'm the fucking chief of medicine.
Because you're the one who's supposed to make the hardest decisions.
I froze. The tears were waiting, but there simply wasn't time to cry. It was amazing what happens to impossible when there just isn't space for it. "Get Yangston and Braining on the easy cases," I commanded, "and prep a 3rd patient for me in an operating room with them. I want an eye on as many surgeries as possible." I turned around to face a nurse at the desk, then scribbled a phone number on a sheet of paper. "Call this house. Tell them to get everyone out to safety." She physically drew back in fear. "All of our landlines are down, doctor." "Well, since I'm fresh out of carrier pigeons, use a cell phone." She fought back tears. God damn, it was annoying me. I can't." "Why not?" "Because I gave you mine. I'm sorry." My eyes bulged. "Well, does no one else at the desk have one? What is this, 2006? She winced. "Not yet. I'm sorry." Oh yeah. Not wanting to look stupid, I stared her down like this was her fault. Then I raced into surgery. "Does anyone have a cell phone that actually gets reception?" I snapped at Dr. Matthews as we both ran down the hall.
No.
He gasped as he fell behind me.
It looks like the storm has completely cut off all cell reception.
I didn't have time to ponder whether a satellite phone existed anywhere in this godforsaken hospital. I was stitching up some kid's abdomen, staring at my watch and glancing across the OR at Braining and Yangston. Compartmentalize. "I'm finished here. Nurse, take this kid to recovery. I have to make a phone." "Patient's coding." The voice came from the far end of the room. Surprisingly, it was neither Braining nor Yangston, but a young resident that I knew would not endure into my original timeline. I raced across the OR to find the doctor was frozen in place. I'm sorry," she mumbled through her surgical mask. "I saw something in the closet. My mind isn't..." "Able to realize that you've left forceps inside of a patient's arm?" I shouted. When she didn't move, I dove in. Though it had been difficult at the time, I'd faced the same hospital ghost this woman couldn't handle. Nothing in front of them was impossible. But she had chosen to believe that as an excuse to herself. This is why I have no patience with people. But even when she had stabilized, the patient's temperature was abnormally high. I also noticed how swollen her abdomen appeared. This is why I'm such a good doctor. Seconds later, I was doing a damn good job of removing the girl's burst appendix, able to glance up at Braining and Yangston, but unable to do anything to help them. "Those numbers are fine for an adult. Is this your first time working on a child? We performed the hemogram test, and you didn't even check the results." Yangston's face turned bright red against the white surgical mask.
You need to get the hell out of my OR, nurse.
"Your patient's coding."
No!
Fuck. It was happening. My own patient's appendix was in a bad state, but I'd nearly finished.
What happened?
The scalpel shook in my hands. I could see the crash cart from the corner of my eye, recognizing an ID number of 8251913. As I knew I would. "You cut his splenic artery, doctor," Alt responded flatly.
I'm sorry. My hands are shaking. I'm so sorry.
I hate church. How do we even know that God is real? My father ran his fingers through his thinning hair. His nails were dirty. They were always dirty.
Going to church makes your pregnant mother stop nagging me for a whole hour each week, and that's all the proof of the divine I need.
He sighed as he plopped onto the couch next to me. I didn't understand what he meant, so I kept the scowl etched deeply into my face. I flinched when he tried to hug me. Daddy cleared his throat.
I didn't go to college like your mom did, so I never learned the best ways to convince people that they're wrong.
He shook his head slowly.
I don't know if adults understand church any more than 6-year-olds like you do, Ellie. But many adults are old enough and wise enough to know when we should stop thinking and just go along with things.
I kept my head turned away to show that he wasn't winning me over. I could hear him scratching his scalp in frustration.
Okay,
He continued, exasperated.
I'll give you my best answer about church. And then you have to put your shoes on and just go out the door with me, because that's the best you're getting. Do you understand?
I huffed.
I don't. It's impossible for me to give a reason why we should believe in God, Ellie. It seems like so many things in life are unfair, but here's the thing.
He put a great arm around me and pulled me close.
You and I are here, aren't we? Well, what guarantee did we have of that? Where was the proof that my spirit and your spirit would be together, or even exist at all? Yet it happened, somehow. God believed in us before we were us, and 2 souls existed where there was nothing at all before. So I don't think it's about us believing in God, not at first. God believed in us, and we're responding to that with everything in our lives.
I didn't understand his reasoning, but I felt his vulnerability, and I relaxed into his hug.
Your mom says that every action has a reaction, but I think it's backwards. At least with church stuff, every reaction leads to an action. Did you know there's a prayer about it?
I shook my head, pigtails bouncing.
The prayer says that in giving, we receive. In pardoning, we are pardoned. And in dying, we are born.
I finally turned around to look at him. How can we be born by dying? Isn't dying the end of all things? His face moved around in funny ways that I did not understand.
I don't think dying is the end. Did you know that every single person you've ever met is changed because of you? And everyone they meet is different because of them. The entire world exists in just this way, at this moment, because of everyone who ever lived and died. Remember what I told you about those trees in West Texas? You don't stop affecting people after death, Ellie.
I squirmed. So all dead people are ghosts that stay with us for the rest of our lives?
My little Ellie Bean. I don't see any other explanation.
I stared up at him with the kind of awe that only a child can have for their parent. So, who taught us to talk backwards to God? Where did that prayer come from? He furrowed his eyebrows and scratched his chin.
I believe, Ellie, that is called the Prayer of St. Francis.
I could feel my mind breaking when my patient started coding. She was the only one that time hadn't promised to take from me, and apparently that hope existed just to string me along. I breathed deeply, stopped trying to understand time itself, and focused on what was causing this girl's heart to fail. She was losing more blood than made sense for an appendectomy. What was wrong? The forceps. The damn resident must have damaged her arm during his panic procedure, and now she was hemorrhaging, possibly from a brachial artery. She was bleeding from 2 places at once, and it would take a miracle to manage both issues at the same time. Since I didn't believe in miracles, though, I'd have to rely on myself. And I'm a damn good doctor. I was stitching her up just in time to settle back into the outside world. Dr. Yangston was staring in frozen shock at the dead child below him, while a nurse held Dr. Braining steady as he sobbed over his own failure. Below me, the girl's heart monitor beat steadily. You have to give yourself room for forgiveness, Dr. Braining. Tell me that you hear me. He rolled his red-rimmed eyes all over the hallway, looking at everything but me. Tell me that you hear me. It's a simple request mastered by children who have yet to figure out fine art of toilet usage. Dr. Braining! He slowly focused on me.
I think I need to go be alone.
He muttered distractedly. I knew how this story ended. I know you're in a bad place, but I cannot monitor you every second. You need to take responsibility for self-care first, Dr. Braining. You need to avoid being alone for the next day. He finally found my eyes.
You're right, Dr. Scrit. I'm responsible for myself. It's all on me, all of it.
He deflated.
You can't hold me back forever. Please, let me go.
I wanted to shake him, scream at him, tell him that I knew what he was about to do. Most of all, I wanted to smack the shit out of him. But he was right. I couldn't hold him back forever. I checked his pockets for illicit pills but found none. What more could I do? I had a phone call to make. "Dr. Braining, I want you to remember something," I commanded with a note of finality. He looked at me forlornly. "If you insist on being so damn melancholy over things you can't change, then step up and take responsibility for the things that you can." Then I turned and ran. I pulled out the cell phone and attempted to dial while moving at top speed. The call went through, and no one picked up.
You've reached the Availus home, but we're gone.
I screeched to a halt in front of a familiar-looking janitor emerging from a well-used closet. He held up a gentle hand with dirty fingernails, indicating that I needed to stop. I obeyed. He smiled sadly.
If you'd run into Huntington Bank across the street, you could have used their phone in time. But I'm sorry, it's too late. Your house is burned to the ground.
I turned and walked dazedly away. The last 26 years of my life had been taken from me just to have this moment. And I'd wasted it. No, that wasn't true. The entire rest of my life had been taken away because it would be totally impossible to pick up the thread of my old life by the time I finally arrived back in 2031. Everything in my life had been burned away in that damn fire, just like it had for Timmy. It was too much. I was breaking. I turned around, dove into that janitor's closet, and completely fucking lost it. I didn't care if anyone heard. I just wanted to know that no one could touch me, and that I would be completely alone as I finally broke and ugly cried my hope away. I had no desire to live after this moment. The concept of existing was too painful. Everything was over. I wanted my story to end. Eventually, though, I stopped crying. I was actually surprised to realize that the story kept going. I was so focused on where and when I was that my imagination simply couldn't conceive of an after, so I had assumed that there was none. Time, it seems, did not care for what I thought. So with nothing else in my script, I stood up, walked out the door, and continued to be the chief of medicine. "Your doctors suck ass," the little girl explained as I checked her bandages. "Your language sucks ass, young lady," I replied as I replaced the gauze. It was healing perfectly. I'd been the one who removed her appendix. Of course it was faultless. "Why the hell did he leave forceps in me then? I'm only 12 years old, and even I know there was no reason to use that kind of equipment when my arm was just cut." I raised an eyebrow. Something about her frizzy hair, dark brown eyes, and edginess seemed so familiar. "So you think you can do a better job in my operating room, kid?" She shrugged. "The bar's pretty low." I snorted. "You survived a burst appendix. You're welcome." The girl nodded flippantly. "Yeah, but that's your job. A better job would have been to notice the problem before it got so bad in the first place." I dropped my hands to my hips, exasperated. "You think you've got this figured out?" "Yeah," she responded casually. "Well, one day I will." "You want to be a doctor?" I shot back. "Maybe," she answered, staring at her arm instead of me. "But probably a nurse. Doctors are just nurses who get tired of having their hands dirty." I chuckled for the first time in recent memory, then looked down and read her chart once more. I stared back at her. "Lydia? That's my name. The same information has been on your page this entire time." She responded. "See, that's what I mean. You have to pay attention to what's happening before time runs out." I resolved to be kind to myself when she appeared in 2019. Young Ellie had been through a lot. I saw her for the first time when she was eating lunch with the other new recruits. I had thought the moment would be a transcendental experience, but all I could focus on was how badly I missed being able to glide across the room without cracking my hips. She sat down next to Dr. Myron Caldwell, who quickly grabbed her sandwich, took a bite, and placed it out of reach. Ellie's face fell. Then she stood up, walked around the table, and picked up her own food. Dr. Caldwell called over Dr. Hassenfuss, who was easily the most attractive of the new class, and motioned for her to sit beside him. Ellie turned around to find that her seat had been taken. She wiped her eye, then sat down at a different table to finish her sandwich. Entirely alone. My stomach dropped. What a fucking wuss. I'd entirely forgotten about that moment, and felt as though I was watching a stranger. Was this really the class of 2019? I'd worked wonders with idiots before, but there was a limit. Even for doctors as good as me. How was I supposed to inspire this class? I can mold clay, but I can't mold shit. And what was I going to do with Ellie? I don't have time to get to know you, I explained to the assembled group. So make yourself stand out in some noteworthy way, and I won't have to stress about it. See, I can be warm and supportive. I looked around at my noble crew. Dr. Falhar had an entire knuckle up his nostril. Dr. Brutson was chuckling to himself and ignoring me. And Dr. Caldwell reached out to pinch Dr. Hassenfuss's ass. She squeaked, turned red, and grinned at him. For fuck's sake. We had just come out of pediatric surgery, and the slapdick squad was acting like the job stopped when they clocked out. I huffed. These folks, and the patients they were half a suture away from killing, were lucky to have my nurturing guidance. 19 of you start today, and we've got a pool going with bets on how long each of you will last. I stifled a grin as I looked over at my shock charges, snorted, then turned and walked away. They hesitated. My stomach dropped as I realized they had no sense of respect. God damn. Things needed to improve quickly. You should know when to follow me and when to stay away, because I'm not going to waste time explaining what you should figure out on your own. They quickly caught up. As we rounded a corner, I turned to see Ellie getting elbowed to the back of the line. She accepted the abuse willingly. It was very clear that she was not close to any path that led to being the chief of medicine. She barely looked able to handle being a doctor. St. Francis was going to crush this weak little butterfly by week's end. My hand shook. Was this girl going to disrupt space-time because she couldn't deal with human interaction? My mind was racing. I never played favorites, but the years at St. Francis had taught me to accept whatever message the hospital was sending my way. It expects things from me, but gave me tools in return. I just hadn't thought about how badly I would need them on day one. Hell, the list of rules phenomenon was something I didn't even think about until a few people had dropped out. On some random day each year, a mysterious stack of papers would show up on my desk. I knew not to look at them. I would simply gather them up and hand them out, knowing that each list would manifest itself to the right person. I'd nearly forgotten that they'd showed up so soon in 2019. But in that moment, as I was walking down the hallway, I felt my pockets suddenly grow heavy with a stack of paper. Wordlessly, I grabbed the sheets and sent them behind me. Take one and pass it back, Dr. Endelman, I commanded offhandedly. I gave the group a moment to send them back, knowing that Ellie would be the lone person to be denied a paper, because she was the last in line, and because she was a wuss. You should have the list of expectations for St. Francis, I explained as I walked on, not needing to glance behind me to know that Ellie would be panicking. I printed 18 sets of rules so that you would have to challenge one another for them, knowing that one of you would get left behind. It was harsh, even for me, but I knew what Ellie was capable of, so I had to bitch slap the weakness out of her right now. If you cannot follow these rules, there will be no place for you in this hospital. It most likely means that you are unsuited to be a doctor and should consider a profession that demands a weaker mental aptitude. I stopped and turned around as though I was interested in the group, but only needed to watch Ellie. I'd observed the rest long ago, and the person we see least is ourselves. I saw sadness in her. One more tiny crack emerged in the kaleidoscope of fissures that spiderwebbed across my mind as I felt Temmie residing subconsciously in the back of her thoughts. Compartmentalize. And if you think that I'm the type to give second chances after a mistake, you're woefully underprepared for the world of medicine. I looked at each one in turn, hoping that my lesson had landed. Ellie still looked petrified. Dr. Falhar was still spelunking for that stubborn booger. Why do so many slapdicks want to be professionals? Shoveling elephant poop at the zoo is a perfectly necessary profession, and life would be so much easier if people had the decency to be honest about the future they plan for themselves. I waited for them to show some sort of initiative. Caldwell, though a douche, had at least been top 10 in his class at Johns Hopkins. Were all of them going to stare at me in mindless nihilism? Behind me, several unattended heart rate monitors beeped for attention. Well, I shot out in exasperation. Why are you all standing here? People are dying. Get to work! I didn't feel bad when Dr. Caldwell screamed. The hospital had simply purged one person in exchange for sparing those who he would have killed in the years ahead due to his inadequacy. I watched the scene unfold from across the hall. Dr. Matthews looked terrified as he raced into the room, but the familiar janitor nodded calmly as he swept past me and closed the door behind him. Dr. Caldwell was going to die. Many years ago, my mind had learned to accept what it could not change. My heart was slower to adapt, but it became more calloused every day. I didn't follow the janitor as he opened the door and whisked Dr. Caldwell away on a gurney. Instead, I focused my efforts on Ellie as she walked out of the room a few moments later, thinking that she was being subtle. Of course, her bright red face was about as subtle as a sledgehammer to the testicles. She was way outside her comfort zone. I smiled. Time travel is the most baffling thing, until it's replaced by an even stranger reality. You learn to accept it, as people learn to accept all everyday miracles, until the fantastic so thoroughly pervades our lives that it finally becomes mundane. Humans did the exact same thing the day after the airplane, the rocket ship, and the smartphone were finally unleashed upon the unsuspecting species. They got up and went to work, just like every other day. And so did I, and so did the younger version of myself. At least she'd been trying to seem like she'd been working before I found her hiding in the closet, reading a list of stolen rules and looking guiltier than a teenage boy who'd been caught fucking a stuffed teddy bear. Dr. Phalis, I interrupted, barely hiding my grin. I'm shocked. I stared down at the blood-stained list of rules in her hands. Her mouth flapped around, but in her fear, she was unable to master the voice-to-words concept. You took a list that wasn't yours and were nowhere to be found after your coworker experienced such an unnatural incident. I huffed through my nose. It seems you're willing to do the unthinkable in the name of getting what you need, and Myron couldn't even follow the most important rule. She clenched her teeth. I had my 4-year streak of predicting which incoming doctors will break the soonest. This'll ruin my chances in the office pool. She brought the story, because it was a very easy lie to her, and I had to turn around before she saw me break into a full smile. Get to work, doctor. You've got 3 hours left on your shift, and those symptoms aren't going to Google themselves. I learned early on that surgery hurts, but it heals. This poor girl was plagued by a paralyzing case of self-doubt, and there was no anesthesia that could be applied during its removal. But that girl needed all the confidence she could get if she wanted to survive the years ahead, and I cared too much to hold myself back the best treatment, even if the short-term cost felt scary. I considered our little conversation to be a win. Besides, she would get over it. I was certain. Years passed. Each day, I hurt a little more because I can't stop thinking what I would do if I could go back, and I know that I would probably still make the same choice. That was the moment I could feel one of the largest remaining pieces of my charged heart fissure and fall away. I turned aside because I could not afford to let her see my brokenness. Not now. Not after everything. Ellie, why do you think that St. Francis Hospital would have such an arbitrary set of rules for its interns? The rules come from somewhere beyond us. I understand that now. We're just here to follow them. This girl had come a long way. I was the one now, half a breath from tears. I shook my head as a distraction. No, Dr. Phalis, that isn't true. What was the first rule? Never, under any circumstances, share your copy of the rules with anyone else. Calm and focused once more, I stared at her and raised an eyebrow. And how does that make any sense? A swell of smugness rose up as I watched her stumble. It was important to see. Not all of us were going to make it. That much is true, I answered dismissively. We've seen more than enough evidence of that tonight. But you're wrong about the rule coming from somewhere else. I bore my eyes into her. She was speechless. I don't understand. Then you're starting to get it. I shot back, regaining my arrogant groove. You weren't top of your class, Dr. Phalis, not even close, but you're at least smart enough to be a doctor. Can you attempt to figure this out? She said nothing. It was a calculated move, and I respected it. I shook my head to mask my pride in her. Then I made the leap. Did you really never make the connections, Dr. Phalis? The trial of jumping off a roof, judgment from an authoritative janitor, multiple different rules about burning children. Her jaw fell. The first rule prohibits the sharing of rules because no one has the same set. Each doctor is faced with his or her own list of restrictions, and most aren't up to the challenge. Her mouth opened and closed 3 times before she could conjure a response. Every rule is just for me? I took off my glasses and bore my eyes into her. People think that this hospital wants to destroy them, when in reality, each person is given every tool needed for survival. I snorted. It's impossible to stop most individuals' desire to kill themselves. She attempted and failed to connect the dots. But Rule 4, why did it tell me not to touch your Reese's peanut butter cups? She almost figured it out. Almost. But still, I hid the truth. Because it's my favorite candy. She nodded slowly. Mine, too. I waited half a second longer, wondering if she'd finally grasp the truth and possibly break the cycle. But it was not to be. I put my glasses back on and revealed all that I could. You're going to ask what this place is. I've survived St. Francis far longer than most. That's why people expect me to tell them. I waited, choosing each of my next words very carefully. So before you say that you want me to tell you the truth, you should understand this fact. I stared her down until she was finally turning away from me again. It's important for me to have the upper hand. There are things that I can't know and things that I don't know. Embracing these ideas as a strength instead of a weakness is the reason I've endured where others have not. The silence meant that she only understood all of some of what I'd said, not some of it, and only some of all of it. Such is the condition of being an enlightened physician. Can you see the individual rules on each doctor's paper? She asked, breaking the silence. I smiled. It was true that the other doctors had their own mysterious list of rules, but she still didn't get it. No, but I can see what's written on their faces, which is the same thing. I don't get it, she answered flatly. I sighed in disappointment, throwing her one more bone. Do you remember when I reminded you of Rule 9? Her mind whirled with the stupid brilliance of rote memorization. You told me the morgue needed 13 cadavers at all times, she answered confidently. No, I lied. You told me that. I acted like I had known the entire time, and you responded to my confidence. Each person's list of rules is their own battle to fight. To be blunt, I'd rather see the doctors fail themselves through inadequacy than see the patients suffer because someone was unable to live up to their own unearned arrogance. She blinked. I'd like to earn my arrogance. I liked that answer. I liked it a lot. The good news is that I think you might have endurance to survive the unusually lengthy journey it would take for you to achieve earned arrogance. My heart broke with pride at the unseen path. Then the door burst open with an unplanned emergency that defines a physician's everyday schedule, and we moved on. She never asked how I knew that the trial of jumping off a roof, judgment from an authoritative janitor, or the extreme importance of burning children defined her life. She didn't question why I even knew what those rules were in the first place. The truth had been there in plain sight, but had gone unnoticed until the second time around. Had it really not been obvious? The next big change was coming soon. It infused my thoughts like damp air whispering of a coming storm. I thought I was ready for it, which proved that some lessons are never learned. I had been quietly following Ellie through the same hallway that had drawn me in years earlier. On this particular day, though, she only noticed a familiar janitor haunting its walls. We'd both seen him periodically throughout the years, rarely talking and never aging. This time, however, he looked right at her and spoke.
It's time to make a choice, Ellie.
He explained softly. The most successful people are often seen as a breed apart, achieving lofty heights because they're built of different stuff. Dr. Phalis disproved this by dampening her pants as possibly the greatest moment of her life began to unfold. She didn't think she was quite ready to be chief of medicine, which meant that it was time to start. The janitor turned aside and looked toward a space in the wall that had only occasionally held a physical door. It stood there now, slightly ajar. The numbers were etched deeply into the wood, warped and worn like they had been there for years. "Why does it say 3191? She asked. He smiled sadly.
It's your opportunity to go backwards.
She was weak, which meant it was the moment with her greatest chance to achieve strength. "Where does it lead?" she asked in a shaking voice.
Rural Missouri.
He continued inexorably.
Far from any town, about 30 minutes away from Drisking.
He raised his eyebrows.
But that's not the real question now, is it?
She shut her eyes. "When does it lead?" He waited until she was strong enough for eye contact before he continued.
August 25th, 2005.
She started to cry. "Can it go any earlier?"
No.
He responded sharply. "I'd have very little time to prepare."
The world turns on what people do with very little.
She wiped her eyes, deciding if she was going to be strong or weak. "Okay," she responded, voice shaking. "I need to go back. I can be ready in a few days. Where will I find the door?" The janitor stood very still.
Right here. Right now.
She flirted with weakness. No. I'm not ready right this second. I need to prepare if my life is going to change." She was losing the battle for herself and had already been defeated in the don't look like a mucusy mess competition. He folded his hands firmly.
If you don't go now, the door disappears. You'll never see it again.
She fell into a kneeling position. Though certain that she was ready to take over as chief of medicine, I was unimpressed in this moment. "Okay," she whimpered. "Okay, I'll go now. When I come back, will the world be different?" He was very quiet. Then,
You can only go back the hard way, Ellie.
that's when I first became aware of the tears covering my own face. "That was 26 years ago. I can't lose that much of my life," he sighed.
Yes, you can. People lose that much every day.
I covered my mouth to hide the sobs. "Well, I don't understand. Is my body going to reverse in age, or will I just look like this and die 26 years earlier?" I heaved, overpowered by great, silent crying, barely able to keep quiet.
You don't get any extra time, Ellie.
He continued in his commanding voice.
Any year that you live twice takes away from what would have been.
He looked over at me, making direct eye contact for the first time. He seemed absolutely demanding of obedience. But he didn't let her know I was there. She dry heaved. But will it be like the last time I went back? Or will I be able to change things now?" He smiled. I couldn't tell if the expression was sad because it was happy, or happy because it was sad.
The past will be yours to change as you decide. The world will be different as a result of your choices.
She looked up, suddenly quite confident. I melted to the floor.
Ellie,
He pressed.
you always knew that last part was true, right?
She finally sobbed, loudly. I took the opportunity to let my own cries overlap hers. For just a moment, they matched up perfectly. She leaned forward, pressing her hands onto the ground. "I need time to process this."
You don't have time, and you don't need it. Right now, you have to step through that door or walk away forever.
He reached out, grabbed the knob, and began to pull it shut. We like to pretend that grave decisions take time, because it allows us to believe that deep thought changes our basest instincts. But we are our truest selves in short moments of high consequence. She leapt up and squeezed through the door just as he closed it behind her. and when he immediately pulled it open again, there was no one on the other side. We were alone, for the first time in 26 years. There weren't two of me in the world, running parallel tracks on a journey that was neither predetermined nor authored by our choices.
You almost broke the moment.
He said while staring at the wooden frame. Then he turned to face me.
She was the stronger one today.
I looked up at him, the end of the story at hand. I wondered if I had really believed that the final scene was going to be more glorious than this. It doesn't matter, I huffed. It's done now. I looked away, wiped the tears and snot on my wrist, and walked past him.
It does matter, Ellie, and it's never done.
I was glad to be facing away from him as I discovered that there were still tears left in reserve.
Every person you failed and every person you saved don't get to walk away from what you did here each day for 26 years.
I attempted, unsuccessfully, to sniff all the snot up from my upper lip back into my nose. Well, my story can be done, for better or worse or whatever.
Is that the side of the door you're choosing?
There was a hint of something in his voice that I could not place. It stirred something between hope and fear in my chest, and I did not like the feeling. Slowly, I turned around to look at him. The door was still ajar. Where does that door...
Not the right question.
When does that door...
Please, don't ask questions to which you already know the answers.
The space between us froze with a crystalline energy that was both gorgeous and deadly. I'm an old woman. My story is finished. He shook his head.
Stories don't finish.
He continued, lips pressed together.
Not when there are people still living the effects of what's been written and unwritten.
When I spoke again, my voice was very brittle, as though ready to splinter along its weakest edges. I tried to fight time. It took my whole life. I took in a deep, trembling breath. I have nothing left to show for it.
You have your whole life to show for it.
He responded firmly.
Every day will be lived, whether you spend that in regret or happiness has no bearing on the passage of time. As long as you are still breathing, it is impossible for a past decision to take your life.
Another frozen moment came, and then it passed. I'm 64 years old, I responded wearily. It's time for me to retire. I turned away from the janitor and the door, and I walked.
Wait.
I stopped, but did not turn back.
You didn't close the door.
I remained facing away from him. There isn't always a strong choice and a weak choice. Sometimes simply making a decision is a sign of strength.
Well then?
He responded with a hint of desperation. I paused. Then I walked away from room 3191, but did not close the door behind me, and headed down the hall to a place where I suspected that I was needed. Emergencies had a way of finding me. If you don't let the past go, then the past will never let go of you. The next entry on the list is Don't Go Camping While You're Pregnant. This story is on the list mostly because of personal preference. I absolutely love this story. I really connected with the main character. I had such a fun time doing the sound design, especially later on in the scenes where there's a lot of horror aspects happening. There were a lot of really crazy sound designs I got to do, and I messed around with a lot of the panning options, which is like you can make it sound like a sound is coming from just the left side or just the right side. So this story is particularly good if you wear headphones. And it was one of the first times I ever majorly messed with things like that. Also, it's just a large story. I had lots of different people in it. You know, I've the Dark Somnium, the Poorly Chosen One, Spirit Voices, the Disciple. So many of my friends were in this story with me, and they all did fantastic jobs. The only shortcoming I think this story really has is that I did not have a fantastic pair of headphones when I made it, and there are some parts where the levels are a little off. If I could, I'd go back and tweak them. Some of the voices sometimes are a tiny bit quiet, and some of the sound effects are a little bit loud. But other than that, I think it turned out fantastically, and I especially had a fun time with the screams and moans of anguish. All of those screams and moans in the story are me. I had a fun time screaming and sounding like I was getting mauled by a bear, even though that's not what happened in the story, but it's like kind of what it sounds like is happening sometimes. Those are fun. I love doing stuff like that, being dramatic, and I do have to dig pretty deep. Like, I remember the times in my life where I've been in pain, when I've had kidney stones. I remember things like that, and I'm like, how did I feel? And then I just try to let it come up, and I think it turned out pretty great. My husband and I have a tradition of going camping every spring since we've been together. 6 years dating, 3 years married, 9 years total. I wasn't going to let the fact that I was pregnant ruin that streak. I was in my 5th month, so almost there. I didn't have the weirdest of cravings like most people warned, and my baby was pretty calm. It would bump me every once in a while, but other than that, little one was a sleepy baby. Graham had asked me 1,000,002 times if I was sure I wanted to go, that it wouldn't hurt to miss 1 year, that we could go twice next year. I just laughed every time he worried, letting him know I was pregnant, not dying. We got the truck all packed up, food for the weekend, toiletries for the outhouses, and more water than necessary. I couldn't help but shake my head as that memory popped back up. It was our senior year of college and our 4th time going camping. The difference this time was that it was just us two. The 3 other times we had friends come along. It was our 4th year of dating, and we decided we wanted a romantic camping getaway. Well, it wasn't very romantic. We ended up staying 1 night only because we ran out of water by sundown. Ever since then, we've always packed more than we thought we needed. Graham's red pickup was jammed to the brim, looking like a Tetris Pro's fantasy. He wouldn't even let me lift up my sleeping bag. I stood on the sidelines, hands on my puffy, pregnant hips as I watched my husband do all the work. "Babe," I quirked. "I'm not going to break, honey."
Can never be too careful.
Graham grunted, bumping the hatch closed with his hip.
Now, are you sure you want to go? We can go right back inside, snuggle up on the couch, throw in some pizza rolls, and turn on Netflix.
He smiled, wrapping his arms around me as best he could. "Oh," I melted into his arms. As tantalizing as that sounds, I want to go camping. I patted his butt before going to the passenger side. "Pizza rolls and Netflix, huh?" I called, laughing. "Sounds like our honeymoon." The all-too-familiar drive to the campground seemed like it passed in a blink. We had driven this road so many times that it seemed as natural as my heartbeat. I instinctively rubbed my stomach, watching the trees whiz by. I didn't look away until I felt Graham's hand on mine. He trapped my fingers in his and brought them up to his lips, planting a kiss on the palm of my hand.
I can't wait until little one can go camping with us.
He smiled. "I know," I squealed. "And we'll pack squirt guns, teach little one how to play bags, how to throw a football," I fantasized.
And what if it's a girl?
I turned my head and furrowed my brows. "What do you mean? Our kid's going to know how to throw a football regardless if it's a boy or a girl. It's one of the basic things you need to learn to survive," I explained, counting off my fingers. "Tie your shoes, wipe your ass, and throw a football." Graham erupted in laughter, his deep voice vibrating the air around us.
Gosh, I love you.
"I'm just playing," I giggled, rubbing my stomach again. "Little one can do whatever they want." For the longest time, I had taken spring in Texas for granted. Having grown up here, I never knew anything else. It wasn't until I spent a year in Chicago that I realized how great Texas springs were. High 70s during the day, mid-50s at night, warm when you're awake and nice and cool for bedtime. That day was a particularly perfect spring day, 79 and sunny, not a dang cloud in the sky. I remember a warm breeze blowing through our car, carrying Graham with it. He had on his red flannel shirt, my favorite thing he owned. The cotton scent drifted to my nose and made me smile even more. He was perfect. The closer we got to the campgrounds, the more it smelled like musty earth and budding leaves. My leg bounced in excitement as we crossed the entrance gate. By then, we were on a first-name basis with the gate man, Greg. We said we would pay at the front like we normally did, but he refused. Told us we qualified for a free camp, a pregnant lady discount, he called it. He had saved us our favorite site, Site D. It was smack in the middle of the woods, far enough from the highway that we couldn't hear the cars, but close enough that in case anything happened, we could get help. It was in front of Little Lake Pond, a secret oasis hidden among the trees. It was too small to be called a lake, but too big to be a pond. At night, the moon shone off the water and illuminated every rock on the shore. Crickets and toads sang together, gently lulling you to sleep. We always requested Site D. Graham pulled up to our site, and I carefully hopped out, clapping my hands at the surprise waiting for us. On the picnic table, baby balloons were tied all around with pastel-colored streamers gently getting swept up in the wind. Wrapped presents sat waiting for us to open, with cards saying, "Congrats and welcome new baby." But it was the plates of cookies and other goodies that called to me. "Well, look at that little one," I said, talking to my stomach. "You have friends already." We got all our coolers out and the eating station set up. And by we, I mean Graham. He still wouldn't let me do a thing. I felt horrible and wonderful at the same time. I was guilty because he had broken a sweat 30 minutes into getting our camp and was doing all the work. But I felt great because I didn't have to do a damn thing. I sat at the picnic table and ate, opened presents, read cards, and then ate some more. I couldn't believe that I was still hungry by the time dinner rolled around. Hot dogs over an open fire.
Now, make sure you cook yours all the way through,
Graham said. Huh? I grumbled, bouncing my stick around in the fire.
Your hot dog, make sure it's fully cooked. You don't want to poison the baby or anything.
I felt my shoulders slump and my mouth flop open in annoyance. Graham, if you don't shut up, this isn't the only weenie I'm going to be roasting tonight. His half-amused expression glowed in the orange flame.
Is that a threat?
I don't make threats. I pointed at him with a smile. He waited a beat before dropping his voice, staring at the dirt under his boots.
Summer, I'm serious.
I looked over at him and saw his worried face. He always looked so much older when he wasn't smiling. He was going to be a great dad. I leaned over and kissed his shoulder. I'm fine, I promise. Smiling, I scooted back over to my side. Plus, if you're so worried about what I'm eating, the last thing I should put in my mouth is a hot dog. I joked, holding the charred meat in front of me.
She's correct.
Another voice joined us. I jumped a bit, almost letting out a little pee in the process. I blamed the baby. We both turned around and saw a man in khaki shorts and a wilderness hat standing at the edge of the road. We didn't even hear his trailer pull up behind us.
Fatty tissue, animal feet, skin, sonoray products.
The man spoke, shuffling his feet.
Depending on what brand you buy.
Yummy, I groaned, still taking a bite out of the thing. I was too hungry. We're sorry. You scared us a bit. Didn't hear you pull up.
That's alright.
The man said.
I was just going to ask for directions.
Well, come sit, I invited, beckoning him to come over. You're welcome to a hot dog, despite the whole, byproduct thing. Graham wiped his mouth and stood up, holding his hand out to the approaching man.
Graham Steele,
he introduced.
Professor Jonathan Toole.
The man greeted, briefly shaking my husband's hand. I'm Summer, I smiled, taking another bite of my hot dog. The man sat down tentatively next to me, flicking a smile before gasping.
You're pregnant?
I mirrored his surprised look and stared down at my larger stomach. What? I looked over toward Graham and slapped his arm. Whoa, why didn't you tell me? I thought I was just getting fat. We laughed and looked over at the quizzical professor. I'm just kidding, I smiled, embarrassed at my failed joke.
May I?
He asked. I didn't even have to look at him to understand what he was asking. I nodded my head and he outstretched his hand, gently placing his palm against my belly. His eyes widened in wonder, despite the fact little one wasn't very active. I felt a genuine smile grow over my face at the man's wonderment. Crazy, huh? I asked. I can't tell you how long it took me to get used to the idea that I'm growing a human.
Remarkable.
Professor Jonathan mumbled.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
He sat back and looked up at the two of us.
Do you know?
He pointed to my stomach, asking if we knew if it was a boy or a girl. Well, I'm hoping for a human, I joked, rubbing my stomach. No, we don't know. We want it to be a surprise.
Lovely.
Professor Jonathan smiled.
I never had any kids myself.
It's never too late.
Graham offered.
Oh, no.
The professor shook his head, waving the thought away.
I've given up on that idea. I have different kinds of kids.
He pointed behind him towards his trailer.
I'm an entomologist.
It was now our turn to not understand what he was talking about. I looked over at Graham for clarification, but he just shrugged his shoulders.
Bugs.
The professor explained.
I study bugs.
Oh, I nodded. And they're in there? I pointed towards the trailer.
Yes, would you like to meet them?
Without waiting for us to answer, he stood up and started walking toward his RV. I stood up, feeling Graham grab my arm next to me.
Wait,
He whispered.
you think it's alright?
Come on, Graham, I teased, scared of meeting some buggies. He shook his head and grabbed my hand, walking with me toward the opened RV door. The moment I was helped up the stairs, a smell assaulted my nose. A strange, metallic, sour, yet sweet smell that I could only describe as the scent of bug. You could hear all sorts of fluttering and flitting through the glass cases lining the walls. Flying bugs, stink bugs, moths, maggots. It seemed like every sort of bug in the world was in this little RV.
These are my kids.
Professor Jonathan smiled.
People misunderstand bugs. They can really be our friends if others would just give them time.
Really?
Graham asked, mostly out of politeness.
How is that?
I watched the professor's eyes light up from behind his glasses.
Take this beauty, for example.
He said, leading us toward a terrarium with blue beetles.
I'm studying the mutations these bugs have and how they can become a natural pesticide for farmers.
He smiled as he looked back and forth between us and the beetles.
They eat already dead plants, so they wouldn't harm the growth, and their scent is a natural deterrent to other plant-destroying bugs.
He walked over toward another glass case and pointed at the wriggling maggots inside.
These ones I'm trying to study how they can help the medical industry by eating dead flesh.
What? I asked, a grimace unceremoniously crawling across my face.
No, it's not a danger. You see, they only eat rotten things, not fresh. Say someone comes in with gangrene or frostbite. These guys can help clear away the dead cells in order for the new cells to regrow, or be put in its place.
And they would do that?
Graham asked, still holding on to my hand.
And that's what I'm studying. The effect they have on humans. So far, everything seems to be going in the right direction.
Professor Jonathan smiled. That's wonderful, I nodded. You could make some great progress. My eyes wandered over the cases that were eye level with me. I thought the one was empty until a stick in the corner started moving. The carefully disguised bug gently crawled over the foliage, not even noticing that I was there. A noise to my right caught my ear. It was a faint, weird buzzing noise, like someone was spinning a coin in an empty can of soda, tinny and hollow. I stepped up toward the glass and saw a gray cone hive in the corner of the terrarium. The hole in the front was tiny, so I couldn't see inside of it, but I sure could hear it.
Oh, that's a beauty.
The professor's voice was right in my ear.
That's the Megarissa raceator. I wish you would come out.
That's fine, I assured, not quite sure myself if I actually wanted to see the thing that was making that noise.
She's pregnant.
He added. Ah, cheers. I nodded to the humming hive. Mama needs her sleep.
She has to find a place to lay her larva.
His brows furrowed, searching her terrarium. Looks like she's got a decent-sized home right there. I pointed toward the gray cone. Could be bigger, but if it's just her and her baby, seems like it'd be roomy.
I guess.
The professor shrugged.
Yes, it'll do. She's expecting any minute. I've been looking for days.
He said, standing up straight, looking down at me.
Hopefully she's found her perfect spot. When are you due, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, that's fine. I'm in my 5th month. Almost there.
Lovely. Cravings? Baby moving around?
Somewhat, but so far so good,
Hun,
Graham said from over my shoulder.
we should head back. Don't want to leave our fire unattended for too long.
Of course.
Professor Jonathan said, shooing us away.
Have a nice night. Get some rest. Stay healthy.
He smiled, grabbed my hand, and looked me in the eye.
You've been a great host.
I stood there for a moment, looking at my own confused reflection in his glasses. I didn't really understand what he meant, but I figured he was just being nice. I smiled and said, "You're welcome," before leaving the trailer with Graham.
Giving me the creeps.
I heard Graham grumble, pulling me back to our campsite.
Why did we go in there again?
I don't know, I shrugged, grabbing another hot dog to roast. He seemed nice?
He didn't seem weird to you? Off? Not all there?
Graham, I scolded.
What? I'm just saying, the man's driving through the forest with a bugmobile, inviting people in to see his kids.
I held the hot dog over the flames and watched it sizzle. To each his own. The rest of the night was peaceful. Professor Jonathan drove off and parked a couple sites down from us, and I assume he made camp there. I relished in the late-night moonlight for a bit, dipping my toes into the sparkling water.
Come on, it's almost 1 a.m.
Graham stretched, yawning as he stood up.
Water's cold, and we don't want to become a mosquito buffet.
A few more minutes, I pretended to whine, crossing my arms in a mock pout.
Suit yourself.
He shrugged, heading to his truck bed.
But don't blame me for hogging the blankets when you try crawling in.
I watched him pull down the hatch and unzip the bug net, shimmying into our makeshift nest. Ah, crap, I grumbled, rushing over toward him, slapping a mosquito off my arm.
Did you get bit?
He asked, voice a bit panicked. I don't know, I shrugged, trying to unzip the net. Let me in. Graham had me up in the truck bed before I could complain about getting in by myself. He tightly zipped the net shut and gently grabbed hold of my arm, looking at the red slap mark I had made.
I don't see any bump.
He said more to himself than me.
Does it itch?
No. Babe, for the 80 millionth time, I am okay. I sighed, grabbing onto his face. You're going to croak before this baby is born if you keep worrying like this.
I know.
He nodded, kissing my cheek.
I'm sorry. Good night.
Love you, I smiled, snuggling into his grasp. With the crickets and the toads singing in the distance, I fell asleep like a charm. It wasn't until I had a strange dream that my sleep was disturbed. I dreamt I was in a room from what I could remember. I could only describe it as cold. Cold hues, cold metal, cold air. My breath puffed out around my head as I walked, looking for that noise. It buzzed, vibrating the hairs in my ears. The more I walked, the louder it got, but the colder it got too. The wall seeped a wet goo that shined in the gray light. My feet squelched against the ground, slipping and threatening to make me fall. I held my hands out, trying to get my balance, but all I felt was thick air. My palms went slick as I flailed them through the atmosphere, like I was walking through clouds. I seemed to blink once, and it was in front of me, a furnace. Its muddy body slick with the same goo that covered the walls. It hummed, begging me to come closer for its warmth. Dream me crept forward, the buzzing becoming part of my body. I felt it reverberate against my bones, settling deep in the pit of my stomach. Its heat finally cut through the thick chill, wafting over my body in humid waves. The cold mist steamed off, hissing as it sizzled against my hot skin. I was face to face with the furnace, but my eyes were out of focus. I blinked and blinked, slowly concentrating on the buzzing oven. Bugs, millions of them, crawling over each other. It was no furnace. It was a hive. Tiny wings flitted, spitting up bits of dust, spiny legs sticking to everything they came in contact with. I looked down and saw the very first one reach out toward my stomach, sticking its spiky legs into my skin. Soon, my entire stomach was littered with wasps, and the radiating heat turned into a burning sting, spearing through my body. I doubled over and opened my mouth, letting out an echoing scream. As I did, the wasps took flight, covering the air in stinging clouds. I woke up to the same stinging pain, just condensed to one area. I hissed and sat up on my elbows, rubbing my stomach. Graham was instantly awake too, leaning over me.
What is it? What time is it? The baby's coming?
He slurred, still half asleep. I couldn't help but laugh through my grimaced face. No, dork. I think something bit me.
Where? Let me see.
I sat up as much as I could and lifted my shirt. A little red dot lay below my belly button, a tiny bump directly underneath. Nothing else was around it. No cut, no oozing wound, no spidering lines, just a dot and a bump.
Do you think it was a spider?
Graham asked. It feels like a bee sting, the stinging coming back in waves. I can feel the pulse in my stomach.
We're going home,
Graham said, not waiting for me to agree. This time, I didn't argue with him. I was in pain and a little worried, if I must admit. But I would never have told Graham that. He would have had a fit right then and there. We quickly packed up and were up and out in a matter of 30 minutes. My stomach still stung, but it was getting less and less. I put some Neosporin on it and a cold rack. Our truck kept getting stuck in the grooves of the road. Something had driven through there that was obviously too heavy to be on wet dirt trails. They led to a campsite a couple of spaces ahead of us, where Professor Jonathan's RV used to be. Wonder where he went off to so early, I thought aloud.
Well, looks like he took a shortcut.
Graham said, pointing out his window. The deep grooved tracks left the campsite across the dirt path and disappeared into the woods. Wouldn't that go right by the highway? I asked, looking through the back window as we drove by.
If he made it through the maze of trees, I guess it would.
Graham shrugged, pulling up toward Greg's gate office. The old man walked out with a big smile on his face.
Leaving so soon, kids?
Yeah.
Graham breathed, running a hand through his bedhead.
Summer got stung by something. I'm just going to take her home.
Is she all right?
Greg's voice mirrored my husband's. I'm fine, I called from the passenger side, poking my head over Graham's shoulder. Could I use your phone, though?
Of course.
Greg nodded, running to my door to help me out. Going to call the doctor, I said, just to make sure I don't need some special help baby defend against bee stings medicine or something. I told Greg thank you as he showed me to his office, and I plopped down in his chair by the phone. I dug around in my bag until the little laminated card slipped between my fingers and hastily dialed my doctor's number. I wouldn't have been so nervous if little one wasn't flopping around so much. Baby didn't like something. I knew bee stings, or bug bites in general for that matter, wouldn't reach all the way to where baby was, but what if some poison got in my blood? What if it was going directly to little one? Or he could just feel that I was stressed out, making him stressed out, and making me more stressed out. I'm not sure, but I do know that after one reassuring talk with the doctor, I was fine. No more jitters, no more flips. My sting still stung, but that was normal. Doc said to take care of the bite and that little one would be just fine. Just drink some fluids and I should be all good. And I was, until later that night. We were on the couch and I heard it again, that buzzing from my dream. It was in my left ear, tingling my brain and making my scalp itch. I jumped up and tried sticking my finger in my ear.
What?
Graham asked, fumbling next to me. I think a bug's in my ear, I groaned, bending over and pounding my forehead, trying to make it fall out.
What?
Bug, I growled in annoyance. I stood up and went over to the kitchen sink, turning on the water and sticking my head under the faucet, hoping to flush out whatever was in there. I'd gotten up way too fast and my vision started to blur a bit. I sputtered under the water, hands too frantic to correspond with my brain. The rushing water battered against my eardrum, overpowering the buzzing noise. I finally shut off the faucet and breathed. And that's all I heard. Me breathing, no more buzz. I sighed and stretched my neck, wiping my wet bangs off my forehead. But I felt like throwing up when I looked out the window. There he was, Professor Jonathan. He was in our yard under the oak tree staring straight at me. The light from the kitchen sink gently glinted off his glasses, making him look like he had glowing eyes.
Hon?
Graham's voice was right behind me, his hand on my shoulder making me flinch.
Whoa, it's okay.
Do you see him? I asked, turning toward Graham and dragging him to the window.
Who?
Professor John... My voice cut off in my throat. We were both looking into our empty yard filled with nothing but strobing fireflies and gently rustling bushes. He was there. I knew he was there. I looked at him with my own 2 eyes. I pressed my palms against the counter and leaned forward, getting as close to the glass window as I could before touching it with the tip of my nose. He had to be out there somewhere. I flew backwards into my husband's arms. This time, my bladder wasn't as strong as I'd hoped. Again, I blamed little one. Something had flown into the window and crashed against the glass, making a dull ting sound. A pebble? A rock? I didn't see what it was when it happened, but when I looked back, I saw it still stuck in the glass. Splattered in a pile of its own goo was a beetle. Its iridescent purple shell was shattered to pieces, and its unforgettable bug stink slowly seeped its way into our house. Graham rubbed my shaking shoulders as I caught my breath.
It's just a bug.
He soothed, resting his chin on the top of my head.
You're okay.
Oh, God, I sighed, burying my head in Graham's chest. I'm losing my mind. My muffled laugh vibrated against his shirt.
Let's just go to bed,
he said, turning off the TV and guiding me upstairs. When I finally got to bed, I couldn't help but lift the blankets and sheets just to make sure there were no bugs waiting for me. I hoped a good night's sleep would help unfog my brain. A good night's sleep might have helped me if I'd actually gotten one. I had another nightmare. It felt so real. I actually thought I lived it. In my dream, I woke up in bed. That sentence alone sounds wrong, but stay with me. In my dream, I woke up in bed. It wasn't from a third-person point of view either. It was first person. I was seeing through my eyes. I woke up and stared at the ceiling, something that should have clued me into the fact I was dreaming. I hadn't slept on my back in months. Anyway, I was laying there absent-mindedly rubbing my stomach, something I did all the time when I felt little one move. I smiled and gave Baby a playful pat, letting little one know I was there. Baby moved again, and then my muscle twitched. I guess you could say it was a contraction, because technically my muscles were contracting, but I didn't feel any pain. It just felt like an involuntary twitch. I could see my stomach bouncing up and down under the covers, my muscles making my entire body dance against its will. And then the sting. The radiating burn of something piercing my skin sunk over my entire stomach. And then the buzz. I tried screaming, but I couldn't. Nothing would come out, like my vocal cords were cut, and I didn't want to, but I pulled back my blanket and saw bugs crawling out of my stomach. They'd burrowed their way through my skin and popped out of my belly button. They shook out their antennae and walked across my skin, leaving tiny blood trails. I finally made a noise, but it wasn't a scream. It was a gurgle. I gagged and choked, vomiting up a ball of wasps, their spiky legs breaking through the mucus pack before shaking off their wings and buzzing around the air. I woke up half gagging. Graham was gently rubbing my back, thinking it was just a late round of morning sickness. I didn't have the heart to tell him my nightmare. I didn't have the stomach to think about it, really. I waited until after he left for work, and then I called my mom. I had to talk about it. Do you think it means anything, Ma?
Your dream?
She asked, her voice raising at the end of her question.
Are you kidding me? If I believed every weird dream that I had, I would have sprouted wings and ran off with John Wayne.
I laughed and opened the fridge, looking for something that would satisfy my hunger.
You're stressed,
my mom said.
That's all it is. About the baby, about life, who knows what. Even if you don't realize you're stressing, you are. Welcome to motherhood.
I laughed again, now opening the freezer. My eyes spotted the black and white ice cream container and my mouth watered. The clock may have read 7:30 in the morning, but it was ice cream o'clock for me. I grabbed the carton and tore open the lid, fishing through the drawer for a spoon. So, you think I'm fine? I asked, scooping out a chunk of the frozen treat. I didn't even have to look at it to know it was vanilla. That's all Graham liked. What about seeing things? I swear, I saw someone in our yard last night.
Summer,
Mom sighed.
When your grandfather died, I swear I saw him all over the place. The grocery store, driving in cars next to me out of the corner of my eye. It's just your brain playing tricks on you. You need to stop thinking about this. It'll just stress the baby out even more.
I was on my third scoop by the time she was done talking. I don't remember a time I've ever been that hungry for something. I was completely ravenous. My mouth was numb, and I could feel the brain freeze starting to settle in, but I just kept scooping the spoon back into my mouth, swallowing frozen chunks. I caught my breath and let the newest scoop melt into a ball against my tongue. I smushed it around in the roof of my mouth before gently chewing on the crunchy nuggets before swallowing. My eyes had locked on the kitchen window a while ago, the splattered bug still in its place. The morning sun shone through the lime green guts of the bug, casting a faint light against my kitchen counter. The flattened bug was in utter pieces. Its legs were completely separated from its body, and one of its antennae had turned to dust. The thing was, I didn't see any wings. The body was completely open and shattered. I would have seen at least a pair of wings, but there was nothing. It didn't fly into the glass. It was thrown. I bit down onto a particularly big chunk when my mind thought something. This is vanilla ice cream. There shouldn't be chunks. I looked down at the half-eaten carton and saw carcasses of beetles, cocoons, and maggots half buried in the melted treat. The overbearing taste of earth and guts clung to my tongue. I doubled over and gagged, spitting up chunks of half-bitten worms and beetle armor. I could feel one of their legs caught between my teeth as I gagged again.
Honey, what's wrong?
Mom panicked, her voice audible despite the fact I dropped the phone. I just kept gagging, turning on the faucet to swish out my mouth. I tried speaking through a gag. Bugs! I'm...
Summer, stop. You're scaring me.
Bugs! I cried, grabbing the phone. I ate bugs!
How? What do you mean?
I ran over to the freezer and rummaged through the other food, sure that nothing in there was that old. Mom, I don't know. I was eating and then I looked and there were bugs in my food.
Ugh, honey, clean your fridge.
Mom mumbled. No, Mom, it's not that. I argued, turning back around. I don't... My mouth hung open at what I saw in the sink. Vanilla ice cream. That's it. No bugs, no wings. Just ice cream. I looked back in the carton and saw the creamy treat speckled only with little vanilla pod seeds. Spittle dribbled out the side of my mouth, tasting only like vanilla. I openly sobbed, squeaking out incoherent noises that were all just beginnings of questions. But I was... I let the tears freely flow down my cheeks, filled with nothing but confusion.
That's it. I'm coming over.
No. Mom, I'm fine.
Clearly not,
she argued, but I could tell she wasn't going to come over.
Honey, maybe you should go to the doctor just to get a checkup. It could help clear your mind, bring some comfort to you.
I nodded my head before realizing she couldn't see my affirmation. Yeah, I think I will. I still didn't call Graham, not after the ice cream incident, not in the car ride to the doctor, and not in the waiting room. I figured what he didn't know wouldn't hurt him. I mean, there was nothing he could really do. It was me who was going crazy. That's what it felt like. That I was losing my mind.
Mrs. Steele?
A nurse called my name. I stood up and smiled, following her through a maze of hallways until I got to a room. She said my doctor would be there shortly and just to hang tight. I smiled again and said thank you, hoping my anxiety wasn't showing. It did help that the room had a television. At least I had something to keep my mind occupied. Sadly, the news was on, and there was never anything good to report. It didn't really do much good on keeping my brain calm. Luckily, my doctor came in pretty quickly.
Hi, Summer.
Dr. Stevens smiled. He took the pin out from behind his ear and shoved it in his pocket.
How's little one doing?
He knew what me and Graham called the baby and started using the nickname too. Good, I think, I smiled. It's just... my mind. I tried explaining. I saw Dr. Stevens smile, nodding his head.
Don't worry. Whatever you're experiencing, I'm sure it's normal. Your body is going through a great transformation right now. Things are going to get jumbled up.
I know, I nodded. But this is weird. I waited until I had his full attention, until I started talking again. I'm seeing things.
Things?
He asked, grabbing my chart.
Like stars? Black spots? That could be a sign of low...
No, I interrupted. Bugs. I see bugs. Dr. Stevens stopped for a moment, lips pursed in thought. I watched his eyes scan my chart before something twinkled in them.
You got stung, right?
He watched me nod my head before going on.
It's paranoia. You got stung. You got hurt. And now you're hypersensitive to everything.
I don't think so. I shook my head. They're really vivid.
Your brain is a powerful thing.
He laughed, taking his stethoscope off from around his neck.
You're at 21 weeks, correct?
I have no idea, I confessed. That's 5 months, right? The doctor laughed and shook his head.
Go by weeks. It's easier that way, trust me.
He put the cold stethoscope against my stomach and moved it around, trying to find little one's heartbeat.
Oh?
He quirked, looking at my skin.
Did you get a vaccine recently?
No. I shook my head, looking down at my skin. He was pointing at a red dot and lump under my belly button. That's where I got stung. He stopped moving his stethoscope around and flicked his eyes up at me a moment.
Huh.
Huh? I asked, sitting up straight. What does that mean?
Nothing.
He shook his head, replacing the stethoscope back around his neck. He pulled his seat up and looked at my sting.
This just doesn't look like a sting. It looks like a reaction to a vaccine. I've seen it before, and it's completely harmless. Just something that happens to the skin after shots, sometimes.
Yeah, well, I scoffed. I didn't get any shots. I went camping and got stung by something. I saw Dr. Stevens gently shake his head before leaning forward, clasping his hands together.
Miss Steele, I'm gonna ask you a personal question, and I hope you don't take offense.
I nodded for him to continue.
Do you use illegal substances?
What? I gasped. You think...
I don't think anything.
He shook his head.
I'm just trying to get to the bottom of what this could be.
He motioned to my red mark. It's not that, I hissed. I would never do anything that would harm my baby. I looked away from the doctor in disgust. I took offense.
I'm sorry.
He apologized.
I didn't mean anything by that. Let me go get your file and see what we've done. Maybe this is a late reaction to something.
He shrugged and then left me alone in the room. I threw my shirt back down over my stomach, rubbing my baby bump lightly. I felt like leaving, finding a whole new office to go to. This whole experience put a bad taste in my mouth, worse than the bug-filled ice cream. I was about to get up and leave when something on the news caught my attention.
In a serious turn of events, the RV of Professor Jonathan Toole was found abandoned on the side of Highway 45 this morning.
The anchorman said, his face immediately replaced with a picture of the RV. The same RV that snuck up behind me and Graham when we were camping. The same RV that we went into and looked at those creepy bugs. Except now, it was broken and smoking. The door was thrown open and broken glass could be seen inside.
Professor Toole has been missing since early this month. Police say he was last seen leaving his home, heading to a medical convention in Houston. His family reported him missing, along with many of his medical tools and his RV. The public is asked to report any information about Jonathan Toole's whereabouts to the police.
A second image popped up on the screen. A man, mid-40s, blonde hair, green eyes. I'd never seen him before in my life, but the photo's caption begged to differ. That was a picture of Professor Jonathan Toole. My fingers went numb the longer I looked at the picture. He looked nothing like the man we met camping. He looked nothing like the Jonathan Toole we met. The one that sat by the fire with us. The one that showed us his kids. The one I saw in my backyard. The door opened, and from the corner of my eye, I saw a nurse walk in.
Hey, ma'am.
His voice echoed around the room like approaching thunder. I spun around to face him. The same twinkling eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses looked back at me. He held out a cup of water for me to take. His smile widened when he saw the recognition on my face slowly being replaced by fear.
You look thirsty.
He teased, stalking forward. I screamed as loud as my body would let me. I smacked the cup of water away and grabbed for something to throw. My hand wrapped around a metal tissue dispenser and I flung it forward. I heard a sickening crack as blood flung from his nose. He slipped out and held his palm up to his face, scrambling to get out the door. I hadn't stopped screaming. Nothing in particular, just a guttural alarm signaling that I needed help. No more than a couple seconds after the man disappeared from the room, another nurse and my doctor came running in. That nurse! I pointed out the door. There was a man in here dressed as a nurse! Dr. Stevens looked down the hall and shrugged his shoulders at the actual nurse in the room. The real nurse rushed out of the room, and before Dr. Stevens could tell me to calm down, I ordered an ultrasound.
Now, Miss Steele, you need to...
What I need is an ultrasound! I yelled. Something is wrong, and I need to make sure my baby is okay! You need to make sure my baby's okay! Dr. Stevens just nodded, calm as always.
All right, but you need to relax. Stress is not good for the baby, and if there's something else going on, stress will only make it worse.
He waited until I took a couple of deep breaths before talking again.
I'm going to ask you some questions before I prep the room, all right?
I nodded.
Do you feel any pain?
I shook my head. But I've had butterflies in my stomach since I got here. Little one's been doing somersaults all morning.
But no pain?
He asked again, making me shake my head.
All right, good. Are you on any new medication?
No, nothing's different. I've done nothing different, I answered, wringing my hands. Doctor, I think something's wrong. I couldn't help my voice from cracking. I felt sick, physically and emotionally. That man, whoever he was, I knew he did something to me, and I didn't know if it was just from everything that had happened this morning or if something was actually wrong, but my gut was telling me to get help, and it wasn't just a nightmare, that it wasn't just paranoia.
Well, you're here.
He smiled.
If there is something wrong, we will stop it.
He squeezed my shoulder and walked out of the room. I waited until I couldn't hear his footsteps before I dug into my purse to get my cell phone. I wanted Graham here. I needed Graham here. I dialed his number and he picked up after the first ring.
Hi, babe.
He shouted, loud machinery going off in the background.
How are you?
I stumbled, trying to find the right words that wouldn't scare him. Well, I'm at the doctor's.
What happened?
He asked. I would have laughed if I wasn't so scared myself. I'm getting an ultrasound just to make sure little one's okay, I partially told him. Want to stop by?
Of course.
I could hear the sincerity in his voice.
This wasn't scheduled, was it? I would have stayed home if it was.
No, I assured. I just want to make sure the baby's fine. Come quick, okay?
All right.
He said, voice not sounding 100% stress-free.
I love you.
I love you too. By the time Graham got to the doctor's office, I was already in another room with jelly on my belly. He walked in with worried lines crinkling on his face. His skin smoothed out into a smile when he saw me, though. He rushed over and planted a kiss on my cheek, sitting in the chair next to where I was laying.
Everything all right?
He asked, looking at my face. I went to answer him, but broke down into tears. Graham. He brushed my hair back, waiting for me to talk. That man at the campsite wasn't who he said he was. I wanted to tell him everything I saw on TV. The missing report, the RV photo. I wanted to tell him about the ice cream, the constant tummy flutters, the nurse, but I didn't have time. Dr. Stevens walked back into the room.
As you can see, it's been an emotional day.
He looked at my tear-stained face.
There's been some distress, some paranoia, which is normal for a first-time mother.
Dr. Stevens assured.
But we're just going to take a quick look and make sure the baby's fine.
Paranoia?
Graham asked me.
About what happened last night?
Yeah, and something happened this morning with bugs, and I waved it off. I don't know. I did know, though. That's the thing. But I couldn't explain it with the doctor in the room. He would think I was crazy. I knew only Graham would understand. No one else.
All right.
Dr. Stevens called our attention to the screen.
Here is...
He stopped, squinting at the screen. He moved the wand around my stomach, pressing it deeper in some parts of my skin. His brows stayed furrowed the entire time. I felt a halo of sweat beat across my forehead at the lack of enthusiasm coming from my doctor. He turned the monitor away from us and clicked some buttons, his eyes searching the picture for something. Is everything all right? I asked, feeling Graham grab my hand.
One moment.
Dr. Stevens said, sticking his head out the window.
Nurse, can you get Dr. Vault for me?
He came back in the room and moved the wand around some more.
Can you tell us what's going on?
Graham demanded. Dr. Stevens opened his mouth and closed it again before taking a deep breath.
Our monitor is picking something up, and I don't know if it's a false read or not.
What is it picking up? I panicked. What about the baby? Is the baby all right? Its heart and everything?
That's part of the problem.
Dr. Stevens said, painstakingly slow. Before I could go on any further, another doctor came in, sidling up next to Dr. Stevens. My stomach cramped and I felt my muscles twitch. I winced a bit and huffed out a ragged breath.
Summer, are you all right?
Dr. Stevens asked. Yeah, just I stuttered, feeling another cramp. Nerves.
Do you see that?
The other doctor pointed to the screen.
That...
She looked at Dr. Stevens before looking back at me.
Ma'am, are you having twins?
What? I asked. No, it's just one. Ugh! I yelled, grabbing at my twinging stomach. The pain had started as a cramp, but the more they poked at my skin, the deeper and more powerful the pain got. My muscles churned and felt hot like someone was pouring boiling water through my veins.
Oh my God, it moved.
Dr. Stevens swallowed. He flung his stethoscope off from around his neck and held it to my skin, sliding it all around before pointing at the other doctor.
I'm not getting a heartbeat. Prep an OR.
What?
You're going to operate?
What about my baby? I stuttered.
Yes, we need to operate.
My baby doesn't have a pulse?
There's a mass, what looks to be the umbilical cord wrapped around your child.
Is little one okay? I kept asking all these questions, but no one seemed to hear me.
I need to go in there before any further damage can be done.
With still no answers to any of my questions, I was placed in a wheelchair and was being ran down the hallways. The white walls studded across my vision as the fluorescent lights blared off the floor. The chair's squeaking wheels were matched with the rubber soles of the doctor's shoes and the swishing scrubs being hurriedly pulled on. Just behind me, I could hear Graham's thudding boots racing down the halls with us, and all the while, a faint buzzing rang through my ears. The table was too cold, but I wasn't really in the position to complain. I could barely feel the thin gown they threw on me. Then again, I couldn't really feel anything. Everything from my mid-stomach down was numb, thankfully. I could hear people talking, but it sounded distant, almost muffled, like someone was holding pillows over my ears. I couldn't take my eyes off the circular lamp above me. My eyes burned, begging me to blink, but for some reason, I was scared. I didn't want to move, talk, blink, do anything that could possibly affect the outcome of my baby. I should have asked more questions, demanded to be told what they saw on that screen, demanded to see the damn thing for myself. It was my baby, my stomach, my picture. It was meant for my eyes. But I chickened out. There's something about medical professionals yelling, "Your baby's in danger," that makes you shut up and let them drag you around. I would have jumped into a vat of acid if it meant my baby was going to be okay. My eyes finally stopped swirling and I blinked, swallowing before asking, "Where's Graham? Is my baby... Is this it? Am I becoming a mom right now? Is this it?" I asked, looking up at the masked nurse. "It can't be, right? It's too early." The nurse looked over where I assumed Dr. Stevens was. I couldn't see past the green sheet they hung up over my shoulders. All I could do was try to read the nurse's body language. I saw their shoulders flick upward gently, trying to conceal a shrug. He shook his head slightly too, fumbling on what to do with his hands. Above all of that, he wouldn't look me in the eye. He had no clue what was going on. None of them did. I heard my heart monitor in the background start beeping faster than it already was. The nurse's head snapped toward the machine and disappeared from my sight, leaving me to stare back at the round light again.
Miss Steele?
I heard Dr. Stevens' voice.
We're going to start now, okay?
"Where's Graham?" I asked, grabbing onto the side of the table.
He should be here soon.
He assured. I heard clinking and shuffling sounds from behind the curtain.
"Scalpel,"
he called. "No, wait!" I panicked. "What are you doing? Tell me what you're doing!" The nurse appeared back in my vision. "Graham needs to be here."
"He's coming, Miss Steele.
The masked nurse assured.
You need to relax."
His kind eyes squinting in what I could only assume was a smile. I didn't remember when I had lifted my head, but as I laid it back down, my neck spasmed, the muscles trying to relax. I didn't feel any pain when they cut me open, but I felt something. It was unlike anything I had ever felt before. It was as if my skin was being unzipped and folded over, or as if a balloon was gradually deflating, the compression slowly being released. I felt pressure inside my body, like someone was pushing on my stomach, trying to wiggle my intestines around. The doctor's hushed tones did nothing to calm my nerves. I wanted to know what was going on, even if they were just speaking doctor lingo. I wanted to hear it. I remember thinking I just wanted to hear something other than my stupid heart monitor. You can't imagine the guilt and horror that flooded over my body when my silent wish was granted. Within a matter of seconds, the calm operating room erupted. It started with Dr. Stevens' split-second gasp. That's what lit the fuse to the chaos.
Holy shit!
A nurse screamed, backing away from the table.
Cut it!
The doctor called.
Don't let it...
I can't.
Dr. Stevens panicked.
It won't let go.
I was about to ask them what was happening when I heard it. The buzzing. There was the sound of the air being cut in half and the splatting patter of droplets being shaken off something. The buzzing grew louder, but it did nothing to overpower the screams. Squeaking shoes shuffled around me. Whether they were running to get supplies or running away, I couldn't tell. Bodies rushed around me. Almost all of them had gloves covered in blood and something else. Mucus was sprayed on the fronts of their gowns and on some unfortunate nurse's mask.
My baby,
I said, trying to get someone's attention.
Is my baby okay?
They all ignored me, too preoccupied with whatever was happening behind the curtain. Dr. Stevens barked out orders for more of this, more of that, a sharper knife. At first, I thought it was just an emergency with me, like I was bleeding out or something. But then the buzzing came back, and I felt puffs of air with each zap of noise. The curtain around my shoulders gently blowing. It hissed and grew louder the more the nurses and doctors worked. I saw a flash of green scrubs drop to the ground next to me, one of the nurses screaming as they hit the linoleum floor. I looked over the edge as best I could, but could only see their legs and feet writhing on the ground. The nurses' shoes bounced off the ground, making a dull funk noise with each tremor. They convulsed and sputtered. Their voice sounded like it was trying to escape around a swelling throat. Other nurses bent down to their fallen friend, crying for towels to help stop the bleeding. I heard Graham's voice cursing from behind me as he rushed into the room. His boots thudded up to the operating table, and I reached out for him. I looked up and saw a look on him that I never want to see again. He fumbled to a stop next to me, looking behind the curtain. His eyes rolled in his head, and the color drained from his face. Graham was an expressive man, always willing to share what was on his mind, and his eyes always gave away what he was truly thinking. That's why it terrified me when his face looked absolutely blank.
We need to cut higher.
Dr. Stevens yelled.
Doctor,
The kind-eyed nurse from before asked.
but she's not properly numbed for...
Hold her down!
My doctor ordered. Before I could move, the nurse had my wrist pinned down by my head. He still wouldn't make eye contact with me. His hazel eyes were splattered with tears, salty droplets splashing down off his cheeks and landing on my forehead. The unzipping feeling was back, but this time it brought with it a searing hot pain. Torn flesh isn't something your conscious mind is supposed to recognize, but that was the only explanation for what I felt was happening to me. A roar erupted from my throat, and I easily broke out of the nurse's grasp.
Stop!
I cried, trying to sit up.
Hold her down!
Dr. Stevens screamed, the buzzing sound only growing louder and angrier. A stronger grasp latched around my arms, throwing them back down onto the table. I looked up to see Graham, his eyes now a shadowed hue that wasn't his. They looked glassy and empty, like a vacant house. I thrashed against his arms, but barely moved. I couldn't help the screams that exploded from my mouth. I could feel my throat strain, and I knew yelling wouldn't help me any, but I couldn't stop. I started to taste blood with every new scream I produced.
Graham, please stop!
I wailed, begging my husband to let me go, to make the doctor stop from cutting any deeper to my skin. He didn't react, not to my voice or to my thrashing. He stayed silently above me, fixated on the steel frame of the door across the way. I knew my Graham wasn't there. This was just a shell. My vision grew hazy and everything got cold. blooming from the top of my skull and sinking down over the rest of my body. From then on, everything got choppy. I remember some parts, while blackness inhabits others. I blinked up at Graham before my head flopped over, my sweaty cheek hitting the cold table, replacing the chill that had set over my body with a new wave of heat. I could feel the blood rushing through my veins, pulsating under my fingertips and past my ears. I felt my nerves kick back up, trying to give me a boost of fight or flight energy. I tried speaking, but a sharp stab lit up my throat. It hurt even to breathe through my mouth. Because I was lying down, instead of my tears all spewing down my face, half of the salty mixture was draining down my throat, doing nothing to soothe the scream-torn tissue. I winced and picked up my head, hoarsely begging for them to stop. "Please, please," I slurred, no one hearing me. My head flopped back over to the side, and I lazily blinked through the haze fogging up my eyes. I could just see the left side of Dr. Stevens, blood and goo covering the front of his body. His feet stumbled to find traction against the now slick floor, but he stood his ground. He fought with the buzzing thing behind the curtain, ripping off bits of stringy hairs and grayish matter. He shook off his covered gloves, sending whatever gunk was inside of me flailing through the air. The room smelled of copper and earth. Something sweet, yet sour at the same time. Something I had smelled before, but I couldn't place my finger on. My eyes lulled in the back of my head, and the last thing I remember doing was looking at the clock. It felt like I'd been there for hours, but it had only been 5 minutes. We lost little one. I didn't want to believe it, and for the longest time, I denied it. I got angry, demanded to see my baby, threatened to sue the hospital for lying to me, for taking my baby away. But he had been taken away long before they had gotten to him. Yes, they told me little one was a boy. I was in the hospital for a month, and every day I demanded to see my baby. My throat was rickety from all the screaming, and turns out I did some damage to my vocal cords. But I didn't care. I still demanded to see my child, despite the no-talking orders. I'll never forget the night that acceptance flooded my heart. I cried so hard I threw up and passed out. I woke up to nurses picking my fallen body off the floor and putting me back into my bed. Oddly, accepting the fact that little one was dead wasn't the hardest part. It was dealing with how he died. That's what changed me. I knew the moment I heard how it happened that I transformed into a new person. An angry person. A vengeful person. My son was eaten. This is how they explained it. Something had gotten into my uterus, either by infected water or contaminated food. It somehow was transferred from my stomach to my uterus and was incubated alongside little one. Once the parasite, they called it, hatched, it consumed everything it could to gain nutrients. Being in such a nutrient-filled environment, it grew faster than it would have in nature, only taking a day to fully hatch and another to consume the nutrients needed to emerge. That was their explanation, but I knew the truth. This is what really happened. That bug freak with the stolen RV full of medical supplies injected me with that pregnant bug's larva. He was in my yard that night too, monitoring me. His host. The larva grew inside of me and ate my child. Once it had all the food it needed, it was ready to fully hatch. That's what was happening the day I went to the doctor's office. The fluttering tummy, how I thought little one was somersaulting around. That wasn't him. It was the winged thing trying to get out. The goo I saw covering the doctors and nurses that night. The gray stuff, the stringy material, it was all part of the larva's shedded skin. And that smell, the smell I couldn't quite put my finger on, finally came to me one night in bed. It smelled like the RV. It smelled like bugs. When I was released from the hospital, they told me I should see someone. A professional that would help me cope with everything that had happened. I didn't argue. I didn't care enough to argue. There was no coping with what had happened. There was no getting over it. Honestly, I didn't want to go back home. It didn't feel right. That was a life I had in the past. I was too different now to be comfortable there. Graham and I have struggled. We ignored each other at first. Even if we were in the same room, neither of us were really there. We eventually started talking again. Well, more like screaming. We didn't talk. We argued. He blamed me at first, telling me how he wanted to stay home, never wanted to go camping in the first place, didn't want to talk to the creepy guy, and didn't want to see his RV. He always yelled about how I should have listened, how if I had listened, he would have a son right now. We eventually stopped yelling and graduated to small talk. Pass the salt. It's supposed to rain tomorrow. Want to watch TV? I don't know where we're going next, but we both agree on one thing. Little one's room doesn't get touched. That room's door has been firmly shut and it's going to stay that way. The yellow walls won't meet another human's eyes, and the elephant stuffed animals will never get to be cuddled. Not unless it's by our little one. My therapist said I needed to find a way to get everything out of my head. He suggested writing down my thoughts, so that's what I'm doing. Writing down everything I think, regardless of how dark it gets. I showed him one entry that was nothing but ideas on how to track down that crazy, bug-loving freak, and just exactly what I want to do to him when I found him. My therapist says I shouldn't make such incriminating threats. I told him the same thing I told Graham that night around the campfire. I don't make threats. The doctor says I should get a job, find my passion, pick a hobby, start something that will fill the void that was little one. I don't know what I'm going to do or if it will even help. All I know is, when I find the man who did this, who preyed on us, who took my baby from me, I'm going to kill that son of a bitch. The next entry on the list is the Tortoise and Tarot card series. Another really long series. This one is a combination of personal preference and audience reception. Everyone really loved this story, and that made me so happy. Written by the amazing TJ Lee. He's a good friend of mine and a fantastic author. And this is one of the most thematic, epic stories I've ever done. There's this amazing musical piece that the Dark Somnium wrote specially for me for this story. That's just like this epic orchestra that you'll notice when you hear it because it's just so epic and it sounds like something out of a movie. And I remember sitting with Somnium for like 2 days, telling him how I felt like it should sound, and he just ran with it, and he did so amazingly making this musical piece for me. And this is also another one where I had a ton of my friends in it. My dad is in it, Big Daddy Stone, TJ Lee himself, I believe, has a part in it. We've got Dark Somnium again. We've got Creepypasta Adam, Spirit Voices. We've got so many different people, and everyone I mention will be linked below so you can find their channels, and I'll also link all the authors and everything. But this story, it was so fun. The scope, it was so big. And I mean, that was also stressful. The really long stories are also stressful because it feels like there's just so much to get done. But I just remember feeling so proud of this one. Tortoises are remarkable creatures. They largely outlive most humans 4 times over, never get stressed, and live their lives in a slow, methodical, and chilled manner. I think a lot of us in today's age aspire to be like that, even if it's not in our nature to be so. But with every species, there's an anomaly of sorts, one that breaks the mold and is able to do something nobody else can do. For us, that's Malachi. Malachi has been in our family since the late 1800s. He was discovered by my great-grandfather, Dr. Archibald Williams, a noted herpetologist still scouting out the New World during the Age of Exploration. He was brought back home courtesy of the British East India Trading Company in 1892, and he's been with us ever since, passed down through the family as a form of inheritance. To be more specific, Malachi is a Seychelles giant tortoise, a species that until recently was thought to be extinct. Some of you may have even heard of Jonathan, currently the oldest tortoise at a staggering age of 188. Well, Malachi came from the same territory and time period, albeit with a far more unusual property about him. When his egg was found, Archibald wrote in his journal,
"The damn thing was black from head to toe. White spots punctuating around the base and cracks forming around the top, indicating it was due to hatch."
He had several photos of him standing dignified and proud with the little hatchling, an unremarkable baby tortoise, save for some strange pigmentation on the shell and a propensity to bob his head when he saw Archibald. It was a few months later that Archibald discovered the thing that made Malachi special, and ultimately the focal point of my story. Malachi would sometimes retract into his shell for several hours and come out producing something in his mouth. It was a small card with remarkable detail on it, not unlike a tarot card.
"It's remarkable. The first time I saw such a thing, I assumed my assistant was playing a practical joke at my expense,"
Archibald wrote in his journal.
"The juvenile had produced 3 cards over the course of several months. It would be some time until I knew that this was to reflect my 2 young children at home, one of which was born while I was away. The first of these cards was not dissimilar to that of the Emperor. The latter 2 were similar to the Hanged Man and the Empress, so I'm told. A colleague of mine, whom was married to a gypsy, provided excellent insight into the meanings of such things. I am a man of science, but I must admit that there is an alluring charm to the supernatural that every man is curious by. This remarkable creature from a strange land producing such feats is but the tip of the iceberg."
He would continue to write about Malachi and his exploits as he got older, observing his diet. He has a particular enjoyment of sourdough bread and cinnamon buns, his docile behavior, and his breeding habits. When a new family member was born, a new card would pop up and he would catalog it, amassing a total of 15 by the time his journal concluded in his later years. Coincidentally, one for every member of his growing family.
"Every time we pop a new Williams out, he brings us a new card. It's like clockwork. I've given up trying to understand what each one means. I'm sure it will become obvious to the bearer in due course. But it truly does feel like Malachi is a part of our family, a watcher for every successive generation,"
he commented. It was obvious the admiration my great-grandfather had for Malachi. After all, he'd put so much of his life's work into finding him.
"I feel as if Malachi is merely doing what is in his understanding to be his nature as a terrestrial being who will outlive us all. He's cataloging us,"
Archibald remarked on one of his final entries in 1943.
"He seems to know when a new member of the Williams family is born and chooses our fates there and then. In a way, I'm humbled his card for me was Emperor, the one who was a master of his craft. To him, at such a juvenile age, I must have appeared to be the ruler. But as I reach the end, I think he senses he will outlive us all, and is curious which of us will help him realize his potential."
When Archibald passed, Malachi refused to eat for some time, pacing the grounds of our estate and looking up into the window that Archibald's study resided. If I didn't know any better, I'd have said he was heartbroken. He didn't seem to attach to anyone else that strongly until I came along. My grandfather, Percival, inherited him and was represented by the card of the Hanged Man. He would try to follow in his father's footsteps, but the grief of World War II and the suffering he endured as an active serviceman would eventually lead him to taking his life at a relatively young age of 38 in 1965. Then, Malachi was passed to his elder sister, my Auntie Minerva, who was represented by the Tower. She was a kind woman who saw to ensure that Malachi was well looked after during her time overseeing him. She was sadly killed when Flight 548 crashed over a field in 1972. And so it went over the decades, passed from member to member. There was a cousin who died during a parkour stunt, partially decapitating themselves in the process and having the apropos card, the Fool. An auntie run down by an 18-wheeler who bore the card suggesting the Wheel of Fortune, and even one of my close uncles disappearing into thin air on his 44th birthday a few years ago. He possessed the card suggesting the magician. You can see where this is going. For every card from the major arcana produced, it had a profound effect on that owner's life and, in a handful of cases, death. We kept it a secret and knew the outside world wouldn't understand. Great-grandfather Archibald's estate was inherited, and my ancestors each had a lump sum to keep them going, so we were free to do as we pleased. Years passed. Malachi grew older and reached maturity, eventually weighing a whopping 625 pounds as a fully grown adult, but remaining the gentlest giant you'll ever meet. When I was born in 2002, he would not leave my side if he could help it, watching over me carefully and trying in his own way to soothe me when I cried at night. I have so many photos of him and I as I grew up. Me feeding him his lunch, holding onto his shell for a hug, and even once riding him as his neck was craned up to look at me. I guess in my own way, he was a best friend. I didn't realize that my family was dysfunctional until that realization of a tortoise being my best friend truly kicked in. That, and my father's insistence that I never socialized with other kids, stayed on the estate grounds and never bothered him when he was working, which was always. He was known for having a short fuse, and if he saw red, it wasn't pleasant. Appropriately, his card was the devil. He used to be a happier man, pranking the elder residents of our family and gaining a reputation for being something of a hedonist as a youth. When he met my mother, and she fell pregnant on the first date, that lifestyle came to a screeching halt, and he eternally resented it. He also made no secret that he wanted a son, saying,
"If your mother wasn't an abject failure, you'd have gotten the successful chromosome. Instead, you're just a whore in waiting."
My mother drank heavily and spent her days reminiscing over how she was once a somebody, and that, despite what people said, was most certainly not over the hill. When she married into the family, Malachi produced an upside-down card for the star. Mom had been nothing remarkably popular, but she was a respected opera singer during her time, before unexpectedly falling pregnant with me.
"You are a tumor that grew inside me, Elizabeth. You took so much from me, and even now you eat away at my life,"
she once slurred in a drunken tirade. I remember crying with Malachi that night. I was only 10, and I couldn't for the life of me understand why my mother was so callous, or why she cried when she saw my father out in the work shed until the late hours, always coming back in smelling of sulfur and with a malicious glint in his eye. I try not to think about those nights. When my 18th birthday came along last week, there was no fanfare or party with friends, just a paltry cake my mother ordered off a website and a simple card. Neither of my family bothering to attend. I'd say it surprised me, but that'd be a bold-faced lie. My cousins are all married and living away from the family home. Grandparents had, of course, passed on, and as I mentioned previously, the one uncle I did have connections with disappeared 3 years ago, so it was just me. In their absence, they left a note advising me Malachi was now under my care and that they were going off on a trip and that they didn't know when they were returning. I'd had an accident where I fell down the stairs a couple of weeks prior and fractured my leg, so I wasn't able to do much. But thankfully, Malachi wasn't hard to care for, and he made the isolation that much easier. It was around this time that Malachi was showing his age. He'd gone blind in one eye and was bumping into things as his depth perception began to fail him. I'd always make sure to stand in front and wear a perfume that he could easily detect. Tortoises have a remarkable sense of smell, and he would grow to associate that perfume with me, bobbing his head slowly when he knew I was near. It was late and I'd gone to go feed him. I'd allocated his den to inside the house so I'd feel less alone. And when I turned on the lights, I noticed him shaking. His great feet looked like they'd topple over at any moment, and his head was inside his shell. "Hey, big guy, it's okay. I'm here." I sat next to him and rubbed his shell, soothing him until the shakes stopped. When he popped his head out, a pair of cards were clutched in his jaw. Cards that were most certainly not part of the major arcana, or any arcana set for that matter. The first showed a large storm. Thick black clouds punctured by white flashes and a pair of furious eyes emblazoned in the background, as if surveying the ensuing chaos with absolute malice. Lightning bolts jutted out and small, sharp hands protruded from the clouds, spindly arms leering down to grab at anything they could find as buildings below caught on fire. People screaming as rain hit their skin and melted their bones. Babies being carried into the sky as mothers wept. Number 72, Pestilence, was written across the bottom in the same font and style my family had come to know. I looked it over, the detail making me feel uncomfortable and faint as Malachi lowered his head, seemingly exhausted. I placed it on the side and looked at the other one as I heard a rumbling overhead. The second depicted the sun and the moon on either side of a red sky, both with realistic faces locked in an expression of absolute rage as their mouths opened wide to scream. From the sun came a band of angels, trumpets attached to their mouths like proboscis and huge bulging eyes mapped all over their bodies. The moon billowed forth, great creatures not dissimilar to spiders with wings, huge mouths and their underbellies as they bore fangs and raced towards their opponents. Beneath this war were the onlookers, some with their arms raised to the sky in joy and others fleeing for their lives as a couple of stragglers were picked off by the creatures. One was pierced through the skull by an angel, their face ecstatic as their essence was mid-consumption. Another was being carried off and wrapped by the winged spiders. It was a scene of absolute carnage frozen in time. The title reading, number 67, The Quell. What in the... I began, a flash of lightning and the thunder after jumping me out of my skin. I looked outside to see a storm from the distance, the sort where forked lightning was raging across the sky and rain was smashing the fields below. We lived on an estate that only had a few homes nearby, most of which were farmers. I could see the livestock and some of the field workers tending to the crops rushing for shelter as the storm inched closer, a stray bolt nearly hitting a worker as he ducked for cover. What I saw next had me shut the curtains and curl up next to Malachi. Thankfully, I'd deadlocked our main doors and that I wasn't alone, but utterly afraid for what was going to happen next. A bolt of lightning had lit up the sky as Malachi began to hide in his shell, and for just a moment, I saw a pair of large eyes beam back at me. The size, structure, and even the pupils absolutely inhuman in nature. The clouds undulating as they gained speed, small tendrils descending from the sky and rushing down to grab the livestock below. One of them even going into the windows of a neighboring house and pulling out a screaming child with great force. The mother, Miss Carter, screaming at the top of her lungs as this poor boy was dragged into the sky and past the clouds. I swear to God, for a moment when the lightning flashed once again, I saw a smile ripple across the black sky. It crept closer, and I shut the curtains, nausea building in my stomach as I could do nothing. Our family was used to keeping secrets, and I assume my family didn't want to be around for when this one came to pass. As I sat there, staring at the 2 tarot cards Malachi produced, his body retracted into a shell, and the feeling of unease mounting, a horrific realization came over me. If the first came to pass, there was still another one to go, and Malachi was producing more. It's been a long, long night. I first want to say thank you to those of you who left advice on my last post. Tarot suggestions and a lot of references to other things. It made me smile during what is the most stressful time I've ever experienced. For those of you who asked, the card assigned to me when I was born was the World, and it was reversed when Malachi presented it. I'm one of 5 members of the Williams family with reversed versions of our cards. My cousin Terrence was born with the reversed Hermit. My auntie Millicent came with reversed Empress. Uncles Reginald and Raymond, unfortunately, had the reversed lover's card. Terrence spent most of his life in a mental institution due to his constant claims Demon followed him wherever he went, telling him to do awful things. He died in a straitjacket after prolonged electrotherapy in the 1930s. Millicent saw complications in childbirth that led to difficult pregnancy. She suffered from postpartum depression and eventually jumped from the top of our estate roof with baby in arms. He was assigned the original tower card. To my knowledge, that is the only time the card was reused and explains Auntie Minerva's devil-may-care attitude. She probably knew what was coming. Lastly, twins Reggie and Ray were complete opposites and refused to spend any time together. One weekend, a vicious storm rolled in and they were holed up in our parlor together for 2 days. They turned on their heel and shot each other after 5 paces. I've taken steps and put some salt around Malachi's room and my bed, which I've moved into his enclosure on the ground floor. I don't like him being alone during this, and frankly, I don't want to be either. I also put a quartz stone in my pocket, and I've started doing some digging into the family journals for the cards, but we'll get to that shortly. First, I need to tell you what happened when the storm broke and the quell came. The storm died down after a couple of hours. I was snapped awake by a guttural screeching of something inhuman outside. I jumped out of bed and, without hesitation, thanks to my good friend Adrenaline, I looked out the curtain and felt a scream rise up from my gut and lodge in my throat, unable to even come out. Staring back at me, separated by a feeble sheet of paned glass, was the face of a towering, spider-like creature. 2 huge black bulbous eyes rested behind a cluster of smaller ones that were looking off in other directions. I could see myself reflected in those black orbs. My fear written across my face as hairy pedipalps rustled in the wind, and it decided if I was worthy of murdering or not. There was a tense moment. I didn't blink, didn't breathe or move a muscle. I knew spiders were remarkably sensitive to movements, but was this one going to do anything? Its large wings hooked into the sides of the wall as legs fumbled and twitched for a few moments before it made a clicking sound and flew off to the next house. The sounds of screaming falling into the chorus of suffering headed up by the next thing to catch my breath and trap it. Before I'd even had a chance to exhale, I saw them. A sun-like orb on the far left, face twisted into utter rage as the mouth split apart and let loose its angels. Winged humanoid monstrosities with trumpets acting as proboscis on their faces. Hundreds of eyes darting around as they flew with grace and poise. Some finding people and animals down below that the storm hadn't taken. Others going straight for the winged spider horror shows coming out of the equally rage-locked moon on the far right. The sounds were, in a word, unholy, and I'm not even a big believer. I took a moment to take in the scene before shutting the curtains and ensuring everything was secured. It took me some time to lay out the salt in most of the openings as you guys suggested. And I checked on Malachi a handful of times, but he was still in his shell. I guess whatever he's cooking up is equally unpleasant. I went down to the basement and reached our cellar door, realizing it was ajar. Hobbling around to hide behind the dining table so I could see anything emerging from the doorway, I heard a soft flapping, a hiss, and a loud puncturing sound followed by silence. A few moments later, an angel dragged one of those spiders into the room, proboscis still dripping with the fluid from its victim. It made a low, awful humming sound before sticking it back into the skull of the spider and slurping. Carefully, I slid myself along the floor and to the banisters at the stairs, not accounting for the sound my cast made as it scraped along the wooden floor. I was nearly due to have it off, and I was cursing myself as tears ran down my face, hoping this wasn't where it ended. When my cast started to split, I felt tears run down my face as the fear welled up within me. The slurping sound of the proboscis stopped, and I heard a silky, borderline musical voice echoing in the hall. I know this place. This is the house of the Lamb, it whispered, the vibration of its voice ringing in my ears and making me dizzy. I tried to move slowly, my face hot from tears. Oh, little lamb, you are destined for great things. It cooed. I could feel every eye fixing on me one by one as I inched closer to the stairs, knowing it'd see me when I turned past the table. To some, you are the shining light of renewal, but all things can be reversed, and we see you as a babe waiting to be skewered on 4 beautiful swords. I felt my foot reach the bottom step as the voice grew closer. I knew it'd seen me. I could feel the smile without looking as it gleefully started striding towards me. It is useless to resist. I bolted, using the banister for support and feeling the dull ache in my foot rapidly grow into a fire that raced through my leg and threatened to snap my tendons at any given moment. But I would not relent. I pulled myself up stair by stair and desperately focused on reaching Malachi's enclosure. The relief that washed over me as I stumbled out of the basement and into the clearing was indescribable, but I didn't stop until I passed the boundary line and practically fell over myself as my leg gave out next to Malachi's bed, feeling a horrific stabbing sensation and assuming it was another fracture. It wasn't. Looking back, my leg still over the boundary line, I saw the angel with his proboscis puncturing my leg and eyes wide with anticipation as it started inhaling. The feeling of acid rushing through my body as it began pulling at me. I dug my nails into the floor, but the strength of this creature was ungodly. I thought about everything in that moment. My ancestors coming into this world and leaving it with the predictions of their cards. My own card and eventual fate. Was this what I was destined for? I knew the card cycled the great rebirth, things rolling over and becoming fresh, but surely I had more to do than this. I closed my eyes and tried to grit through the pain, hoping it would end quickly, that whatever was about to happen would not give me grief. Instead, I heard a sound that filled me with hope, joy, and comfort that I'd known all my life. The gentle thumping of Malachi's feet as he methodically walked towards me, bobbing his head. I could have cried in that moment as I reached a hand out and stroked his head for reassurance, before he walked past me and leaned down to the proboscis, snapping it in half with his powerful jaws. The screech that rippled through the room shattered my bedside glass as it toppled over. It took me some time to pull the sharp needle out of my leg, but I wasn't concerned about the pain or the healing. Being on my own and amassing so many injuries over the years afforded me the ability to patch myself up with relative ease. Malachi insisted on following me, albeit slowly, wherever I went. Throughout my whole life, he'd always insisted on being close if I got hurt, and I got hurt a lot. I don't know if time slowed to a crawl or if my perception of it simply waned as the damage took effect, and I tried to get some rest as the massacre raged outside. Malachi resting his head on my lap and nudging me if I ever felt faint, and closed my eyes. Eventually, the distant sounds of battle began to fade, and I felt well enough to get up and move around. Malachi's card was somewhere in his bed, and if I'm honest, I wasn't quite ready to see what it held. On my own, no contact with the outside world, and no other options, I decided to use the quiet period to scout out my family home and find great-grandpa's Archibald's journals, hoping there would be some kind of information on Malachi. Maybe this wasn't the first time he'd produced such cards. Father's study was relatively meager. He'd done little to no renovations since he inherited it as a young boy. It honestly looked like a time capsule from the 40s. A mahogany desk with a typewriter and a desk lamp sat dutifully in the corner, overlooking the grounds and Father's workshop. Each side of the room lined with books, journals, and VHS tapes of various family occasions, relevant gatherings, and footage of Malachi as he grew. It was a nice way to see all of my family history, their successes and failures captured in time. Malachi, the forever watcher. I looked in the drawers of the main desk and found the worn-down copy of Archibald's journal. A slightly newer one sat beneath it. Scouring the pages once more, I found very little that suggested Archibald had studied the unusual properties Malachi possessed, save for a throwaway line near the end of his journal.
To truly understand a creature that has stood the test of time, one must learn to read between the lines of the cards, of the bearers, of life itself.
It took some time, but I spent most of the day cataloging all the cards, bearers, and their ulterior meanings. I don't claim to be an expert on tarot, but I wasn't seeing a connection between each and every one of the bearers with their assigned cards. What I found, however, was a greater insight into my forefathers than I ever thought possible. As my hands ran through the pages, I noticed some were stuck tightly together. Gentle as I could, I prized them apart and began reading through some of the entries, starting with a private observation from Archibald.
August 30th, 1940. Malachi hasn't slowed down a bit as he nears his 50th birthday. Maturity in these magnificent creatures clearly doesn't stop him from indulging in his favorite games or pastimes. I don't recall ever meeting an animal so enthused by the concept of hide and seek. He seems to greatly enjoy when I read to him in my study, or when Percival sits and plays with him. Remarkably protective, I might add. He even tried to give the postman a nip when he got too close. Who needs a hound when you have a creature the size of Malachi? Still, I do worry about him sometimes. I'll hear him crying in the night and shivering in his shell, as if he's trying to hide from the cold. When I put a blanket over him, he gingerly protrudes his head and rests it on my hand gratefully, as if I've saved him from a night of terror of sorts. I don't know if creatures of his kind dream, but he's more human than most men I've ever met. He sees so much, and while I don't know just how much agency he has over the cards that he produces for our growing family, I think he knows what's right for them. Archibald.
I scanned a few more pages before resting on an entry from my grandfather, Percival. Something caught my eye.
January 17th, 1965. To think I would be assigned the Hanged Man when I was born. What a comical affair. I knew from a young age I would ultimately give something of myself as the ultimate sacrifice. Something I would greatly miss in lieu of the things I'd need to put on hold until I could take the next step. Or the universe would simply intervene and do it for me. I had a career, a dream, and a pregnant wife. Naturally, I wanted to resist the call to sacrifice, and I did so for some time. I learned the hard way that you must never defy the laws the universe sets out for you, nor the tarot card's ultimate fate. World War II broke out and they drafted me to fight, which I did with pride for Queen and country. But the things I saw on those battlefields, the evil that man can do to himself, it changed me fundamentally. What I gave gladly, but at the expense of my sound mind. When I returned, scarred and broken, I begged Malachi in no small terms to give me a new card, to change my fate. But he simply stared at me, uncertain of what I was asking. I tried reasoning with him, hoping he would understand, not knowing how this works, but trying anything to change my fate for the betterment of my family. In a moment of lunacy, I did something no family member has done before or since. I ripped my card in half. In that moment, I knew I'd irrevocably damaged something. It took some time, but some weeks later, I was in the study with a collection of cards assigned to their owners, past and present, when I looked over my daughter Millicent's card. The Wheel of Fortune, once showing a beautiful alchemic wheel, and now was the blackened, bloody tire of a large truck. Brain matter, bones, and sinew strewn across it as the corpse of a woman was mangled inside it. I stared for a few moments before it shifted back, but I knew. I knew in that moment that I'd cursed her to their fate with my own hubris. I will fulfill my destiny this evening. The rope is ready, and I will go quietly into the night. Lucille, Millicent, Malachi, and my sweet baby boy, forgive me. Percival Penthos Williams.
I felt uneasy. This was something I'd never expected to find. I'd never known the cards could be destroyed, or that they had any kind of ability like that. But it left me with an uncomfortable thought that I had to follow through on. Why had I never seen my own card? I knew it existed, but why had Father kept it from me? I looked through the final hidden pages of the journal, and my eyes rested on the last entry. Malachi, now resting his head in my lap and bobbing it slightly as he looked wistfully at a photo of himself and Archibald in younger days.
June 7th, 1992.
It's been days since Malachi last ate anything. The damn thing does this every time his owner of the month dies. You'd think a creature that wise, he'd get over losing people eventually, especially with his lifespan. I've spent many a night wondering what potentials could be unlocked if we humans had that time on our hands, what we could do within the world, in business and in achievements if we had an extra 150 years of vitality. To think of the parties I could throw, the women I could bed, and the vices I could indulge. Not a concern about old age, falling behind or risking losing my spot to a young lion, the ability to continue research unfettered and undeterred by age, looking Father Time square in the eyes and spitting in his face, but coupling that longevity with the ability to predict a person's traits, pitfalls, successes, and outcomes when they're born. Well, now you're just stepping into a unique territory, one that I think deserves more scrutiny. If we could hone that skill, we could bring about the strong, cull the weak, and cultivate a far greater species. But if we can dare to venture further afield, to dream even bigger, we could achieve unparalleled greatness. All it takes is the willingness to make the jump. I will start on my workspace in earnest. I will forge greatness before long and commit myself to the ideals that will bring the Williams family into greatness. More fame, more money, more power. No matter what sacrifices lay ahead, I will take them if it means bringing about the change this world needs. I swear this, or my name isn't Dionysus Archibald Williams.
Inscribed on the far corner was the date, April 4th, 2002, and the words, Lamb Eternal, underlined heavily beneath it. There's that term again, lamb. I felt lightheaded, both from the pain and the knowledge swirling in my head, but something else was pushing through. Flashes of a pair of hands reaching out for me, the image of a bloodied lamb, 4 sharpened swords dropping, blood being drawn from my arm, and Malachi standing in front of a younger me, defending me. My skull throbbed. I couldn't make sense of it. But those dates, the kind of declaration to his work, that part I understood. That part made sense. I gently patted Malachi's head and, without even looking for the card he'd produced, began to set my leg, knowing full well what I had to do next. That shed, his workshop he hides away in. The workshop he comes in from smelling of sulfur. The workshop where sounds no human should ever hear routinely emanate from. So much of his time, anger and pain locked away in there, with the numerical keypad attached. The noises outside have died down, and I can get to the shed within 20 seconds if I'm careful. I think it's time I take a look inside. I mentioned before that there was a long history involving these cards. I cataloged our family tree, and not every card was in order, but it at least helped show that while some of my family are alive and kicking, there are just as many who died in a manner befitting their card's namesake. I took a few moments to get what I needed. Some extra salt in a bag I could put around my waist, and one to go around Malachi's paw. There'd be no point in putting it around his neck if he just retracts it, and decided to look at his enclosure for the card he'd been producing. Sure enough, I found it tucked away behind his blanket. It was a detailed depiction of a creature in a darkened pit beneath the floorboards of a home, his flaming red eyes piercing up and a toothy grin stretched across his small face, a hooked nose covered in black rings and a beckoning hand reaching out. Around them are black flames, smoke billowing up on all sides, and what looks like faces in the smoke, locked in an expression of eternal suffering. The surrounding building looks to be crumbling, blood running all over the floor, the walls threatening to burst apart at the seams at any given moment. Just in the corner, where the wood was already splintered, I could just about make out a pair of gnarled, rotting hands pulling at the foundations. The title of the card reading, Number 60, Deliverance. I looked at it for a long while, Malachi pacing around me expectantly and rubbing his head gently across my bandaged leg as I tried to take in what I was seeing. Was this what my father had been hiding in his workshop? Some kind of demon? Malachi, buddy, I love you, but what the hell are you? I looked down at him as eyes as old as time itself stared back. He gave the closest thing to a smile tortoises could do. I felt my heart melt and realized, in my own way, I was following in the footsteps of Archibald, piecing together the mystery behind such an amazing animal. Still, I knew there was work to be done, and I couldn't just sit here with him. I gave him a couple of cinnamon buns, kissed his head, and ventured downstairs, towards the workshop. I could still hear some chaos in the distance. We didn't have many properties nearby, but there were several farms littered about the village, and they each had sizable families. It certainly sounded like they were putting up a fight with however many of those creatures remained. As I looked to the sky, the two figures hanging in the air devoid of any expressions, the sun beginning to set as the moon grew in luminosity, hanging overhead. If it weren't for the smell of rot hitting my nose immediately and making me retch, it might be a nice sight after so much violence. Not wanting to dwell on it, I made a beeline for Father's workshop that sat some 50 feet away from our back door. It was a well-built metal workshop, around the size of a small garage, with a numerical keypad on the front. Journal in hand, I punched in the numbers of my birthday, 4402. I heard the satisfying click as the main door gave way, and I slipped inside. There are moments in your life when you are faced with uncomfortable truths. Father Christmas isn't real. You and the people you love will eventually die. Money is the source of a lot of happinesses. These things make and shape us as we get older. Today's truth, however, was something I'd always known, but never wanted to see firsthand. The realization that my father was a fucking monster. Lining the rafters of this makeshift workshop were half a dozen bodies on tenterhooks. Some rotted away and nothing more than chunks of meat with a head attached. Others looking more recent, battered and bruised with chunks of meat missing, but still absolutely dead. The worst part, the thing I can't get out of my head even when I close my eyes, is the fact that I knew every single one of them. Every single person strewn up, mutilated, dissected, and tortured, each one of them was a member of the Williams family. Each one had their card nailed to their skull. Deliverance card tightly in my hand, I walked through the hanging corpses of my kin, desperate to hold my nerve and utterly failing as I pushed my cousin's cold body aside. The soft swinging enough to make me retch again, all to get to the center of the workshop where I knew a pit would be waiting. The smell of sulfur growing stronger the closer I got. Sure enough, a 10-foot wide square hole lay in between a bloodied workbench and a sea of black books and notes. I couldn't see through the darkness, but I knew something was there. It stirred as I got closer.
So, the lamb has finally come to visit. It seems things are moving as Master expects.
It hissed, a thick, raspy voice calling out as red eyes shined from the pit.
Do you know who I am? What I am, little lamb?
I swallowed, the lump in my throat growing bigger and my leg beginning to burn. That adrenaline would not last forever. You're whatever my dad has summoned to this world, and I assume you're linked to those tarot cards. Beyond that, I don't know. He laughed when I finished, the pitch shifting with each exhale and filling the shed, reverberating off the walls and sounding louder.
Well, I admire your honesty, young one, so I'll let you in on some insider info.
He leaned forward, and I saw for a split second what he was. Wrapped from head to toe in a thick, white cloth, one pair of arms bound like a straitjacket, another resting by its side. His face blackened from soot, hook nose covered in golden hoops, and the dead eyes red and bloodshot.
I am not a demon from the underworld or an angel from above. I am something far, far more complex. I feed on the essence of what your father brings me. He's done as tradition dictates for so very, very long. Just as his ancestors did before him. They only gave me the dead before, but Dionysus found a more efficient way, giving me the still living.
He held out a black, bony arm and pointed a finger at me.
All this work, just in anticipation of you and what you'd become.
He gestured to the sea of dead around me.
This was all for the lamb. The apple never falls far from the tree, you know.
Stop it. You don't know what you're talking about!
I shouted, feeling anger that I'd even been used to justify such actions.
You're a creature in a pit. What the hell do you know?
He smiled, the whites of his sharp teeth visible even in the blackness.
You still don't know how you're the key, even when you're unlocking the doors. What a golden goose the Williams family has.
He laughed, that sick sound now coming from every corpse lining the workshop, the bodies vibrating as they imitated his rapidly growing laughter.
The problem with creatures like this, Elizabeth, is that they're remarkably tunnel-visioned in their goals. They lap up what scraps they're given and cannot see beyond the task at hand. Truly pitiful abominations my brother has been conjuring in my absence, wouldn't you say?
That voice. I turned slowly to see my Uncle Gordon, waistcoat finely buttoned, cane in gloved hand, and a monocle over his eye as he beamed down at me. A warm smile, such a foreign concept to me outside of Malachi that I didn't know how to respond.
Hello, dear. If you'll pardon me, I need to attend to our little friend here before we can progress. Would you mind?
He gestured for me to move aside, and I did without thinking, the creature in the pit sneering at me as I did.
Good to know you can still follow commands, young lamb. Go and see what your little pet has coughed up. If the timing is right, we should be nearing the end. For him, for you, for all of it. The cycle starts anew with a controlled path, just as intended.
The laughter swelled once more. Watching the corpses of my cousins, aunts, and uncles dance in amusement for him was the most grotesque part.
That will do,
Gordon replied, his voice low and deliberate.
I'm afraid Brother Mine's experiment into the unknown must come to a close. I'm sorry to say your services will no longer be required.
The creature grinned.
If you know how to send me back, I welcome that, but I'm willing to bet we're stuck here. Just a bit more strength in me and I'll claw my way through you.
Gordon's eyes glinted as he pulled a bottle from his coat pocket, clicked his fingers and lit a flame that ignited the cloth sticking out of it.
You misunderstood. This was a termination of a more literal sense,
he declared before throwing the bottle down into the pit and setting the creature alight as it quickly spread and set the whole workshop ablaze. I stood a distance back, watching this playground of horrors go up in flames as the creature screeched that there is no happy ending in this cycle. Uncle Gordon's face fixated on watching the entire structure turn to ash. We stood there in silence for a few minutes before he broke it softly.
I know you're scared, confused, and undoubtedly upset, but it's going to get worse before it gets better, Elizabeth.
He still didn't look at me, not breaking his gaze as the black flames billowed high.
You have a job to complete, and I will be there at that moment. But I can't be there before it. You are not alone. Not now, not ever. Where I've been hiding in safety and where we're going now all relate to the same thing. Malachi.
He sighed, pain riddled across his face.
All roads lead back to him and you. Believe me when I tell you that despite the pain you're about to go through, you're not alone in it.
He placed a hand on my shoulder and gave it a soft squeeze as he sighed, his mustache furrowing.
These last cards will be the most unpleasant. I will see you when the choice is made.
I put my hand over his for a brief moment of comfort. Then he was gone. Without wasting any time, I began running in spite of the pain in my leg to get to Malachi's enclosure. the distant screeching of a creature following me as I raced into my room and saw him quivering in the corner, a pair of new cards flipped over and as far from him in the room as physically possible. He bobbed his head slowly when he saw me, but refused to come closer while the card was there. Gingerly, I picked them up and turned them over. First, there stood a hooded figure with a scythe, stood atop a dead tortoise and flanked by the devil and the star, the three of them blocking out a black sun in a red sky, the hooded figure holding the head of a young woman with chestnut hair in their free hand and displaying it to the cheering creatures in the foreground. Among the countless horrific monsters were the body parts of humans freely being passed around like chicken legs or fine cuts of beef, mouths mid-crunch and faces in ecstasy as they ate us, none of the three showing any kind of objection. Number 74, The Reckoning, written above the card. Thinking back to the family tree for a moment, my heart skipped a beat and I realized something. Of all the bodies with their cards nailed to them in the workshop, there was one in particular absent, one standing side by side with my mother and father in this card, represented by the card suggesting death. He was a cousin raised far from the direct family under the watchful eye of his evangelical grandfather, and my great-uncle, Reverend Jonathan Lucian Williams, the Hierophant. A man who fervently believed that there was always something more to our destinies than we realized. All families have their issues, their disputes, but these were the types you couldn't move past. Jonathan believed in the divine right of the family and that one of his own kin was able to bring about the end of days and the eternal lamb would usurp the throne of the false queen. I'd heard whispers as I grew up, but never thought it would come to something like this. Eternal Lamb, there it was again. My mind throbbed just thinking about it, but I understood what it meant. It was an anagram. Albert Lehman Williams, grandson of Reverend Jonathan Williams and the owner of the Death Tarot.
I'm so glad to see you finally showed your usefulness, Elizabeth.
Looking up, I saw the wild, tattered visage of my father towering over me, dragging one of the winged spider creatures behind him with one hand, a sledgehammer drenched in viscera in the other. His expression was that of disgust. In the doorway, Mother stood, watching intently but clearly not to come to my aid.
I have wasted the best years of my life in servitude to a greater pursuit, and I had to take the difficult route to get there. So many years wasted on raising you, caring for you, and pushing you in the right direction. So many times I wanted to snuff out the light within you, but stealing my resolve and biding my time, I knew my patience would be rewarded, and here we are.
He wiped his face, slicking back his hair with a blood-stained palm and looking at me as if I were a piece of meat.
You just have to fulfill your duty, but without any distractions. Since you can't be trusted, we'll remove them for you.
He stepped aside, and Albert walked in. A young, confident man in his late 20s, jet black hair slicked back into a pompadour, dressed in a dark blue suit with cold, dead eyes. He walked to my father, placed a hand on his shoulder, and nodded.
Innocence is a powerful tool, Liz. It allows the world to be seen in a wholly unique light, warped and twisted until it barely resembles what is actually going on. Ask yourself, what happens to people who live in that bubble?
In one swift motion, he grabbed me by my throat and lifted me off the ground, pulling both cards free from my hand and squeezing tighter as I kicked in vain. I could see Malachi rearing up and coming towards me, but I knew it wasn't quick enough.
They eventually crumble under the weight of the truth like the weak sheep they are. You were very special when you were born, Liz. The world symbolizes a new cycle and great change, but there must be a catalyst to inspire it. You were the little lamb, and I was the eternal one, so I just gave your parents the nudge they needed to make sure you'd help set this in motion when you matured.
He looked over the reckoning tarot depicting him and my parents standing together, his smile wide and his joy uncontainable as he giggled like a child. If my parents cared at all about what was going on, they weren't showing it. They were content to watch their child die in this room. He let me go. I coughed profusely, and Malachi came to my side. gently groaning and rubbing his head against my arm as my father brought the sledgehammer up.
I don't need to worry about holding back anymore. It's time to break the cycle.
Before I could process anything else, there was a pair of sickening crunches, followed by a cry of pain. When I opened my eyes, I saw Malachi in the corner, shell badly cracked and his head retracted, whimpering as blood poured out around him. Looking to my parents, they looked on in abject horror as they saw 3 of the less mutilated family members from the house stand by my side, on instinct, protecting me. I looked at myself and realized I was standing, my fists balled up so tightly that blood was dripping down my hands and onto the floor. I'd bitten my lip so hard I'd broken the skin, and I felt like my face was on fire, speaking words that didn't feel my own, as if I was outside, watching but feeling every ounce of their weight. Rage can be a very, very powerful tool. It can set things into motion, or it can even end them. I don't quite know how it's harnessed, but I'm starting to understand how effective it can be. I stared sadly at Malachi before turning my attention to Albert, who was standing there, dumbfounded, his sledgehammer limply at his side as he backed away towards my parents. I don't know what's going to happen next, but I do know that if you lay one more hand on Malachi, or take one more step towards him, I will do to you far worse things than these cards could ever suggest. I didn't believe for a second I could stand up to them, but protective rage flowed through me, and I sensed it was having an effect on Albert. He hesitated for a moment before breezing past my parents and saying,
"What's destined to happen will not be changed by a temper tantrum. I leave this to you. Discipline your daughter."
But by the time they turned to make moves towards me, I'd already gone to check on Malachi. The defenders I'd gained running full kilt at them and pulling them to the ground. They were no threat now. I saw them for what they were. Malachi's breathing was shallow, and the blood was a small puddle as I tried to coax him out. His head emerged for a few moments to hand me one last card before he retracted again. What he'd produced was nothing short of a nightmare. An endless cycle of violence on a worldwide scale, people tearing one another limb from limb with unbridled rage, creatures that could have only come from the darkest pits of our nightmares fighting with them, devouring them, and using them for ritualistic purposes. All the while, in the foreground, a sea of bodies clamored upon one another like a mountain of flesh to try and reach the tortoise, spitting out weapons of mass destruction in the form of cards, and his spectral god sat on top of him, relishing in the carnage. The title reading, number 00, Algos ad infinitum. I think Malachi just predicted the end of days. The world is a symbol of many things, but the most important thing is that it represents inexorable change. Even reversed, it holds great power, and it's the final entry in the tarot cards Major Arcana set for a reason. It is the beginning and end. All things must cycle. All things must start anew, no matter how painful that may be. I stood there, the malformed members of my family, Albert's father, John Paul, his sister Lily Mae, and brother Michael, all in various stages of decomposition and damage, but mindlessly moving forward towards my parents with a speed and deftness I was not expecting. They overpowered Dionysus and Isla. I loathe to even call them father and mother at this point, in moments, and pushed them to their knees, holding them there as I looked over Malachi. His wound was deep, and his bleeding was profuse. "Hey, buddy, I need you to trust me for a moment, okay? I'm not sure how this all works, but I'm gonna do my best for you. After all, I'm nothing without you by my side, you big goof." I smiled. He bobbed his head softly as I put my hand gently on the shell, and within a few seconds, the deep crack with exposed flesh began fixing itself, closing up and sealing tight. The blood still on the floor, and Malachi's breathing shallow, but no more damage. I took a deep breath. I don't know what I did, but it felt as close to instinct as I can describe to you. With one crisis averted, I walked over to where Dionysus and Isla were subdued. knowing this was going to be painful. For once, I have control, I remarked, taking in the strangeness of this scene in front of me. I could never have imagined such a thing when you left this house, but now I couldn't bear to be without it. I leaned down to their level, sad that I even had to subdue them in the first place. You were supposed to protect me, like all parents should do. Why did that not happen? Not once! Isla spat at me, baring her teeth in a grimace as John Paul tightened his grip on her arms behind her back, pulling her down despite resistance. Dionysus smiled, chuckling.
You're still such a child. You have control over nothing and understand less than that. I built that workshop because you were such a pitiful specimen that I feared you would never fulfill our family prophecy and bring about the ascension of our lineage.
His scowl returned. I wiped my face and listened from a distance.
The one who bears the symbol of the world will bring about great change or great ruin. It is up to her bearers to decide that fate and guide her on the right path. Your great-great-grandfather, Maitland Carling Williams, and his wife, your namesake, Elizabeth Persephone Williams, were fated to start us all on this journey. My workshop had served as a means to carry on our legacy by any means, methods, or strategies. I cataloged every member's cards and their eventual fate, but nothing came of it. When Isla fell pregnant, I lived in hope that your birth would be the divine intervention we'd been waiting for all along.
He shook with anger, and I saw Isla look away in shame.
But when you arrived, your card was reversed, and it was predicted that nothing but failure lay in wait for us all. I gave up on my life of hedonism for nothing. You were nothing but a blight on our lives, and I did everything in my power to make sure Albert's ascension was quickened. That creature you saw in the workshop was the fruits of a labor that lasted 18 years. It had called to me from far beyond and told me if I made small sacrifices, it would give me the secrets I wanted.
The familiarity of this was beginning to make my head throb. I caught a glimpse of a memory in my mind as he recounted the experience.
First, it was a lock of your hair, but that connection was faint and of little help, so it asked for some blood. We drew that without much incident either, but the connection still wasn't powerful enough. That's when it asked for a pound of flesh.
He looked up at me, grim determination in his eyes.
I did not hesitate to grab the sharpened item in my home and try to amputate your arm. It was him who stopped me.
He cast a long look at Malachi, who was laying down, his head resting on the floor, fixed on Dionysus.
We could call that a turning point because things began progressing smoothly after your outburst.
I remembered being a little girl, no older than 6. I was playing with Malachi and Father came in, grabbed my arm and yanked me to the floor. My mother at first protesting, but immediately relenting when Father told her what it was for. I felt fear like no other for those few tenuous seconds as he raised the hatchet before Malachi knocked him aside and stood in front of me. I knew that tortoises could not move that fast, but I didn't question it. I was terrified and angry. I screamed at them and I wished they'd hurt someone else, secretly wishing it was each other. I remember the smile running over their faces as they saw Malachi shaking, producing a card they snatched up before leaving me, crying on the floor and holding him for comfort.
After that, we changed tactics. The innocence of the world holder was the catalyst for all our hard work. None of this would be possible without you, my Elizabeth. Your father is so proud of you.
He started laughing, a chuckle at first, before it burst into shrieks.
You will be a magnificent bride to Albert, the best complimentary card to Death himself. All this death and more to come at your deft hands.
I stood up, no emotion as I took confident strides toward the monster that made me, and the creature that birthed me, as they sat in absolute defiance of their parental responsibilities. I felt no rage, no malice, only pity. I know you're hoping I'll kill you in a fit of rage, spill your blood on the floor and help Albert fulfill that card. Algos ad infinitum. Suffering eternal. I'm sorry, but I don't want to be anything like you. A man who craves only base instincts and a woman too narcissistic and cowardly to indulge her own decision-making abilities. I will not do as Albert's card suggests and bring about death. I will instead bring about a rebirth, a second chance for you both somewhere else. I felt my hands vibrate, a glow running through them as I placed a hand on each of their faces, their eyes widening. Mom, Dad, I forgive you, and I let you go. The light grew brighter, and in a flash, they were gone, as were the corpses holding them down, their cards the only things left in their absence. Wiping my eyes, I collected them and put them into a small pile on the side of Malachi's enclosure. A flash of lightning outside caught my attention, and the same face I'd seen previously in the storm of pestilence was back. But this time, there was no mistaking it. The wide, white eyes with large black pupils, hooked nose with multiple black piercings, a sharpened grin from ear to ear as thick clouds rolled in and malformed hands began descending from the heavens to rip and tear into anything they came into contact with. Flying from the sides were fresh spawns of the Quell, frenzied and erratic as they rushed towards the house, some holding people they'd abducted on the way.
You helped make this a reality, little lamb.
The booming voice called, the smile growing wider as the eyes cast to a spot just on the boundaries of our estate, where a family was desperately fleeing.
You get a glimpse into the world I want to create. One of utter chaos where humanity is reminded of its place in the pecking order.
I watched in horror as they were picked off one by one, the wife pulled up by her arms and into the open mouth of this creature. Her body turned to pulp within seconds before getting spat out and sprayed onto her kin in a sea of viscera. The distraught father stabbed through the gut with the proboscis of an angel, pulled into the air and disappearing into a cloud as he screamed. The boy, though, that poor boy, he was left with the winged spider, which stood inert and waited for him to run, playing with his food. I was horrified, but I couldn't look away. I could do nothing from this distance but make sure he was not lost to time as unwitnessed. The moment the boy broke his stance and fled, it pounced, sinking one fang into his side as he flailed and screeched before the second entered his thigh and he froze. Pedipalps quivering and several more stabs of the fangs later, he dragged him into a small hole in the ground, solely to feast on him as the laughter boomed around the farm like thunder. This was Albert's doing. He wanted the final card to become a reality and was dangerously close. I felt sick, angry, helpless. What the fuck was I supposed to do against something like that?
I see you're beginning to understand, Lizzie.
I turned to see Uncle Gordon leaning in the doorframe, Kane lazily hanging at his side. I take it this is the moment you were talking about, Uncle? I asked, gently stroking Malachi's head as he rested. Well, it's done. I made my decision. I won't be like them. He gave me a sad smile and shook his head.
I agree. You will never be like them. But there is still more ahead. You made the choice to show forgiveness when there was none to give, but you must now show resolve when there is no other way, and show the desire to let go when there is no world for tomorrow. These are the rites of passage for one such as you. Trust me, Lizzie, I don't want this for you. It's just my job to tell you, to observe. If I could help, I would.
I felt my blood boil, hands balling into fists and bile rising in my throat. What if I don't want to do any more of this? I just said I won't be like them. I won't become monsters who harm because they don't know another way to communicate. Whatever Albert is now, he won't stop until someone stops him. Haven't I done enough? You're represented by the magician. Why can't you do something? Why can't you or anyone in this family help me? I kicked over a chair, breathing heavily.
Because that is not my role in all of this. All I am here to do now is observe,
he said calmly, not moving an inch from his spot.
We've known for some time that the members of our family have hidden a talent, tapping into the tarot cards we're born with. Dionysus was adept at talking to spirits. Archibald brought forth a family dynasty, creating the rules for this system by cataloging them in his journal without even realizing it. You, Well, you are the key that fits it all together.
I got up and walked past him, knowing what I had to do next and dreading it all the more as a result. I stopped in the doorway, not looking at him. If I do this, if I stop him peacefully, things will go back to normal? I asked, already knowing the answer before I'd even finished asking it.
No, you can't undo what has already been done. Only start over. That is your gift, just as mine is to observe from a distance.
He replied, before drifting out of sight as I turned the corner. The pain in my leg almost dull now. I headed towards the study, knowing that only death awaited me. The storm raged outside, and I could hear people being dragged into the ground, torn apart and fighting desperately for their lives. I tried my best to keep my tunnel vision going as I pushed open the door to the study and saw the back of Albert, observing the carnage below and motioning with his hands like a macabre conductor.
I've always been a fan of orchestral music. It captures the imagination, enraptures the soul, and in the right moments, destroys the heart. Wouldn't you agree, Liz?
He motioned his hands up for a crescendo right as a poor woman was screaming for her life. The sounds of her head ripping off her shoulders silencing her to a weak gurgle as Albert clapped ceremoniously.
Before we go, I must show you a piece I have fallen in love with. It's called Solemn Acceptance, and it feels so apropos to this encounter. I'm about to ascend to godhood, and you will be my empress, serving with me as we turn these bags of meat into subservient slaves.
He turned, and I saw him in the light. He was not. Eyes shaking in their sockets and his outfit suddenly looking tattered and frayed. He was aging rapidly. He looked at himself before laughing.
Oh, this? It's a part of the ritual. You bring about great change through violence, and it fuels me into becoming what I was destined to be. All is as it should be.
He laughs. I stare and take a deep breath. We are a cursed family, Albert. Have been for longer than you or I have existed. But if there's one thing my time here has taught me, it's that we don't have to be defined by the family name we uphold or the cards we carry, but what we do with either. I won't be a hateful killer like my father, a neglectful monster like my mother, and I damn sure will not be complicit in the slaughter of our species with a megalomaniac like you, Albert. I took a step forward as he bit his lip. You're not changing because of the ritual. The final seal being broken by the innocent lamb. You're changing because I did the exact opposite.
You did what? Where's Dionysus and Isla? What did you do?
He croaked, coughing and hacking as his body grew more frail. I took another step forward. I brought about a great change, I said, standing over him, unsure of what would happen next. Your dream of domination is done. I don't know what you did to put yourself at such risk, but I'd wager you're done too. He breathed heavily before sunken eyes looked up at me and the storm outside reached a fever pitch. He leapt towards me with malice, hands grabbing at my throat and squeezing as hard as he could. I felt every bit of anger, desire, and insidious nature within him as I toppled back and kicked him off, creating some space between us. He scrambled and picked up a dagger Archibald had kept in his expedition days, rushing at me with it, the storm threatening to burst the window pane with his ferocity. I grabbed his hands as they went for me, dagger inches from my stomach and every fiber of his effort dedicated to making sure he cut the distance. I saw the flicker of a smile ripple across his face as he sensed blood in the water, before the window burst open with the strength of the wind, creating a momentary diversion for me to grab the dagger out of his hand and drive it through his chest. In that moment, the storm ceased. The world fell silent, save for Albert's gasps. The wind literally punctured out of him. He looked up at me, and amid the shock and pain, collapsed forward onto my chest, blood soaking my shirt as he softly groaned. I laid him down, my hand shaking and crimson from the blood. This was not what I wanted. I just acted on instinct.
I can see him, Elizabeth,
he said, grinning wildly, the blood on my hands dripping onto his face.
My eternal throne.
he whispered, each word straining him. I looked in the doorway and saw another card, death in the upright position and laying perfectly in the frame. When I looked back, Albert was gone. I knew what this meant. I'd seen the card already. Shakily, I took step after tentative step towards the window overlooking the courtyard. A sea of corpses rushing towards a point in the sky where the face of the quell stood. Now, it'd been given a body, that of a hooded apparition of monstrous size, a skeletal hand reaching out. He was coming for Malachi. I felt weakness overtake me like no other. I sank to the floor and put my knees to my face, tears rolling down my cheeks. I knew what I'd done wrong, and I was powerless to stop it. I felt a brush on my hand and the familiar gentle thumping of Malachi's feet as he pushed his head against mine. I looked up at him and saw he was clutching the tarot cards in his mouth.
You know what happens next, Lizzie. You know there is only one thing you have left that you can do.
Gordon stood in the doorway, a look of utter sadness written across his face, holding the rest of the tarot card deck. He walked over to me and placed it on the study table.
Bring about a new cycle by ending the old one.
Malachi had been with me all of my life. My father's, my grandfather's, and most of my great-grandpa Archibald's. He was the watcher, the gentle protector, the constant companion. But he was also the reason for our cards, our family secret, our members' hidden talents, and everything good and bad that came with that. I knew from the moment Uncle Gordon brought up a sacrifice, he didn't mean one of my own. I'd given enough in my short life. He meant Malachi. I looked up at him, his old eyes staring at me with such unbridled trust and love. He knew what was going to happen. Maybe he'd always known. A creature that old, that wise, and that kind doesn't miss many things, after all. You were the best friend a girl could ask for. When I cried, you came to my rescue. You listened when the world was deaf. You saw what everyone else was blind to. You loved me when no one else would. I felt tears running down my face. I didn't want to do this. The storm outside was raging, and I knew I was limited on time, but I'd be damned if I didn't get my chance to say goodbye. Archibald found you and chose you because he knew you were special, Malachi. I don't think he knew how special. None of us did, but your true value isn't in the cards you produce. It's in the love you show. That's what matters most to me. I held him tight, and he made a low groaning sound, bobbing his head up and down for me softly as I grabbed the tarot card deck and began placing them in front of us. First, we had my card, the world, the start of a new cycle and a rebirth, a flash of a childhood memory. Me hugging Malachi in my sleep ran through my mind as I placed it onto the table. He began to glow softly. Second, the Hierophant. The keys to the truth were with you always. Another soft glow. So it went. I placed the cards down and told him their importance. The Lovers for his bonds with all of us. The Tower for his liberation of our old selves, unforeseen changes. Each card had a story to tell, each one inexorably linked to Malachi. The hand moved closer, the storm raging as the dead continued piling. Time was running out, but my mind was focused. Tears wouldn't stop running down my face. 2 cards remained. I first placed down the last custom card Malachi created. It was a visage of the woman who represents the world, standing in front of 2 kneeling people, their throats slit and bowed in penance. Above her, 4 swords were poised and pointed downwards, a great tortoise above her acting as a shield. Under the ground they stood on were several dozen black hands reaching out of a single bright symbol of a snake devouring its own tail, the will of Ouroboros, written beneath it as I wept. You knew all along that this would happen. I sputtered, his body growing weak as he laid his head on the ground, looking up at me. Lastly, the Emperor, where it all began with Archibald, the standard bearer, master of his craft, the significance obvious but understated. Malachi was our everything. No sooner had I done so, the cards flashed and blinded me. When I opened my eyes, the room was full. Every single family member stood with their card, spectral but most definitely there. Uncle Gordon among them, smiling. Mother and father in the back, turned away in shame. At the front, a well-dressed, middle-aged man in the turn-of-the-century explorer's outfit and rugged white beard stood over me, smiling and reaching out a hand to Malachi.
I've missed you, my son,
He said, that unmistakable grin of Archibald's from all the photos I'd seen growing up permeating the room, as Williams members old and new greeted each other with joy and peace.
It's time to come home. We've been waiting for you.
Malachi moved his way over to me and laid his head in my lap, the screeches from outside rapidly becoming but a distant memory as the light grew bright, engulfing the outside and clearing the clouds, letting in pure moonlight. I will never forget you, Malachi. Feeling his body go limp and the room grow eerily quiet, I was alone again. Malachi was gone. I wish I had more answers for you. How did Malachi make the cards? Did the new cycle stop Albert for good? Where did Uncle Gordon go? Daybreak is finally upon us here. There are no more corpses in the courtyard, and the damages have been written off as part of the storm. My parents have been listed as missing, and I've no intentions of changing that. Not that I could anyway. Whatever happened last night is long gone. I'm back to ordinary now. I sat with Malachi in that room for as long as I could, only leaving when I had to clear my head and get some fresh air. There was still an estate to maintain and hopefully some family members out there that would want to know what happened. I intend to inform them when the time is right. I'm not sure what I'll do with myself after this, but I'll always have a place here as the new de facto head of the Williams family. A chance to start again and do things right, maybe. When I went to check on Malachi's body in the study, hoping to give him a proper burial, all that was left was his shell. Confused, I inspected and heard a soft hissing sound echoing from within. Inside his shell was a small albino snake, curled up and its nose booping its tail. Underneath him was the new tarot card. My new tarot card. A sign that the cycle had begun anew. The Empress. The next entry on the list is The Secret Room. A lot of these entries are the longer stories I've done because they typically end up being the more fleshed out stories that I end up enjoying more. This one is actually mostly audience preference. A lot of people really like this story a lot, and I did too. I especially like that it has Islamic theology in it, or at least I took it that way. I believe there are a lot of Islamic theology themes in this story, and I like that because, well, there's 1,000,001 stories about a ghost haunting a house and, the cross falls off the wall and someone has to come in, spray holy water everywhere. But there's not that many paranormal stories that I've personally read on nosleep and in the creepypasta community that are about other sort of theologies, other mythologies and things like that, and I just love finding them. This story I also did with a couple of different people. Dark Somnium was in it and Spirit Voices, and I always love working with both of them, so it was also fun because of that. I bought a house a few months ago. It was ridiculously cheap and big, and I mean huge, a spiritual ancestor to the modern-day McMansion. Best of all, I could make some extra money by renting out the mother-in-law apartment and master suite, which has both a balcony and a sauna. I love it. It isn't perfect. The master bathtub leaks, the electrical outlets are wonky, and a tribe of raccoons lives in the balcony turret. The biggest problem, however, is the kitchen floor. According to the realtor, it was laid in 1939, 2 years after the house was built. I don't know what the floor was made of prior to that or why it matters, but she emphasized that little factoid several times. Whoever lived here before me started to replace it and apparently gave up halfway through. They tried putting everything back together with disastrous results. Dozens of inexpertly applied coats of varnish and lacquer pool unevenly across the boards, trapping layers of dog hair, spilled spices, and dust. Specimens of mundane, domestically trapped like mosquitoes in amber. It looked awful, a bit like a frozen sea, what with the lacquer's uneven waves, and smelled weird. A little moldy, a little rotten, and a little sweet, especially on warm days. So, I decided that replacing the kitchen floor would be my inaugural home improvement project. I tore up the floor last Saturday, starting at 7. By 8, it was clear that I had 2 kitchens. That's right. Underneath the tragically misused floorboards was a whole other room. It was shallow, maybe 7 feet deep, with a wood floor of its own. The boards were worn to splinters in some places, soggy and blooming with mold in others. I glimpsed a small table surrounded by chairs, an old-fashioned oven, and a tiled counter. Chintzy wallpaper provided the final absurd touch. Honestly, I was over the moon. My damn house had a whole secret room. It was a childhood dream come true. I climbed down eagerly, accidentally stepping in the moldy mush. Grimacing, I smeared my shoe across a dry patch of floor and commenced exploration. The room spanned the entire length of the house. The kitchenette bled into a living area with a small rug, sofa, and end table. Beyond that lay 4 rusty bed frames topped with mattresses in varying states of decay. The floor around the beds was black and spongy with rot. Every step left an indentation behind that quickly pooled with an oily substance. Past the beds was an empty stretch of floor. The boards quickly gave way to hand-packed dirt. I couldn't tell if they were buried or if it had never been finished in the first place. At the very back of the room, flush against the wall, was a bookshelf. I tromped over eagerly. I love reading, I love books, and I love antiques. Maybe this would be a little convergence of all 3. But no, to my immense disappointment, the shelf was empty except for a single title. Thin, wide, and rectangular. Obviously a picture book. I picked it up curiously. It looked almost new, with the kind of unremarkable glossiness I associate with elementary school libraries. The gray dust cover bore 4 fuzzy, child-shaped silhouettes. Each figure had round eyes and carried long sticks. The art style was weirdly charming, somewhere between Quentin Blake and Lane Smith. The austere title arched over the shadow children. The people who come after you. Excitement pulsed again. Maybe this was a scary kid's story, or at least a playfully gory romp a la Roald Dahl. The spine creaked as I opened it. It was empty. No words or illustrations to be seen. Blank black pages gently reflected my flashing beam. I flipped to the back. On the very last page were 2 lines, neon green ink over dark paper. The people who come after you are the people who come after you. Mildly amused, I turned the page. Tucked between that cryptic little couplet and the end paper were 3 Instax pictures. In case you don't know, Instax minis are basically Fujifilm's answer to Polaroid cameras. For some reason, I love the absolute shit out of mine. Since Christmas, I've probably spent more money on film than on coffee. The first photo showed a beaming man on my front porch, arms slung around his kids. It had to be the family who owned the house before me, because I recognized everything. Familiar climbing roses snaked up the columns, and my fat flower basket hung from the front beam. Even on paper, the family's joy was infectious. It made me smile. The next photo showed the kids together. The girl was a little older, with her father's apple cheeks and guileless smile. The boy looked timid, almost frightened. Something about him tugged at my heartstrings. I know what it's like to be anxious in front of a camera. I love taking pictures, but I hate being in them. I tucked it aside and checked the last photo. My breath caught. It was me. Me, trying to smile, but really just grimacing. I stood underneath the flower basket. The man was sitting on the top step and had his arms wrapped around my hips. The little girl stood to the side, eternally frozen in a truly impressive eye roll. A low pitter-patter sounded behind me. I whirled around and swept my flashlight across the room. Shadows stretched and jumped, clustering in corners and dancing along the long, expansive wall. But that's all they were. Shadows, with a lovely accompaniment of scurrying rats. I snapped the book shut and practically ran toward the ladder. I accidentally clipped one of the beds, sending it scraping across the floor. My foot sank into another puddle of wet rot. Feeling high and almost buzzy, I looked down. A long tangle of wet black hair lay curled in the puddle. My foot had pressed several strands into the mushy wood beneath. It looked like a cross between vomit and a wet fossil. I darted away and scrabbled up the ladder. The second I reached the kitchen, I kicked off my soggy shoes and ran outside. To my horror, the porch looked exactly the same as it did in the photos. Climbing roses, flower baskets, kitschy little decorative accents. They all belonged to me. I clearly remember putting them all up myself. So how did they show up in the pictures of the other family? I'm not married, no boyfriend even, and I most certainly have no kids. So what the hell was this? Someone's idea of a joke? I shuddered and then sat the book on the porch. I carefully flipped through it, scanning for things I might have missed. Photos, drawings, words, anything at all. Toward the end, I noticed something strange. The opening lines, "The people who come after you are the people who come after you," had shifted to the second to last page. The very last page now bore an itchy, scratchy sort of watercolor illustration. It showed a bookshelf in front of a locked door, half hidden by a coat of paint. Underneath the picture were the words, "The people who come after you dance and sing in hidden rooms." I slammed the book shut and took several steps back. Then I called my sister, Mariah, and asked point blank if I had any kids or a husband. Her response was essentially, "LOL, what?" She asked if I was joking, then if I'd been drinking. My tension eased somewhat. Mariah's at my house all the time, and she's honestly my best friend. If she says I'm an unmarried, childless mountain dweller, then I can trust her. I played it off as a joke, to which I'd forgotten the punchline. Easier than it sounds when you're a ditz like me. And asked her to come over for lunch to scope my secret room. She was predictably enthused and agreed to swing by at noon with a pizza. I waited on my porch, splitting my attention between the photos and the picture book. I was too afraid to go back into the house alone. Mariah arrived 1:15, complaining about the crowd at the pizza parlor. She set the food on the porch and asked,
"What are you looking at?"
I hesitated briefly, then showed her the book.
"Cute,"
she said.
"Pointless, but cute."
Then I showed her the photos. She scanned them agreeably until she came to the one with me. Her face lit up.
"Are you gonna be a stepmom? Oh my god, they're all so cute."
No. I took a deep breath and did my best to plan my words. I don't know who they are. I found all this in the room under the kitchen. Judging by her expression, she thought I was playing a practical joke.
"Are they all hiding in your house? Are you gonna surprise me with your new family?"
I led her to the underground room. Her merriment quickly darkened into unease.
You're not about to murder me or anything, are you?"
She paused by the end table and picked up a stuffed turtle. She gave it a shake, then tossed it on the sofa.
"Why is the floor so squishy? Did it flood down here or something?"
Suddenly, muffled music drifted through the room. It sounded low and weird, almost watery. The hair on my neck prickled. I took a few steps forward, carefully sidestepping the greasy hair puddle, and listened. There was no question. The music was coming from behind the far wall.
This isn't funny. Well, maybe kind of, but not enough to justify the effort.
Come on, we need to get out of here.
What? No, I want to see what's behind your scary bookshelf door.
She strode forward and cried out as she slipped, tumbling onto the ground. Her hand sank into the wet hair. She pulled it up, eyes wide and horrified as long tangles dangled from her fingers. I helped her to her feet and led her to the ladder, fighting the urge to scream as the music grew steadily louder. Mariah scrubbed her hands frantically, retching as the strands of hair slid off her fingers and into the sink. By the time she finished, the music had cut out.
Oh, I have to take pictures of this shit.
She whipped her phone out and pulled up the camera app. She framed a shot, then frowned.
What the hell?
What? She restarted the app, then tried again.
This is insane.
I came up behind her and looked over her shoulder. The phone screen displayed a showroom-quality kitchen floor, whole and very much in place. No holes, no missing boards, and certainly no hidden room. I tried my phone and had the same result. We both saw the hidden room with our own eyes. But the phone cameras had other ideas. I ran upstairs and grabbed my Instax camera. I quickly shot several photos. To my relief, each one showed the kitchen as it truly was, torn apart to reveal a subterranean living space. The excitement evaporated once the implication hit me. Mariah and I quickly left, but not before grabbing the pizza off the porch. I did call the police. The music indicates that someone is actually living there, and in hindsight, the grease puddles and loose hair scare me. Since it's a non-emergency issue, the dispatcher gave me an estimated call-out time of 6 hours. Seems a little excessive, but Mariah's letting me stay at her house until then. I don't know what's wrong with my house. I guess the cops will shed light on it in a couple hours. But that doesn't explain the pictures of me and my family that doesn't exist. I hate to whine and plead for help, but anyone have any ideas? Okay, so yesterday I found a hidden room under my kitchen floor. Inside, I found a bunch of things that don't make sense, including pictures of people who don't exist and a weird picture book that keeps changing. Toward the end, I discovered something is living under there, so I called the cops for help. They sent someone out yesterday. Now, the cop is gone and no one remembers him except me. He got to the house around 6:30 and introduced himself as
Deputy Matthew Murphy, ma'am.
By that point, Mariah and I realized that no matter what we did, images of the floor and the hidden room wouldn't show up on the Instax or the phone camera. Mariah convinced me to tell the cop about the pictures. Normally, I wouldn't bother, but apparently Murphy used to date Mariah. She had a high opinion of him and promised he'd listen. He did, for about a minute, then started an ominous line of questioning that had me paranoid about 5150 holds. His callous dismissiveness brought Mariah nearly to tears. She stormed out of the house, leaving me to present the grand tour by myself. Murphy lost no time climbing into the basement. He carefully inspected the rotted floor, the furniture, and the appliances with an increasing disturbed expression.
You found this yesterday?
He asked. I hovered by the ladder, unwilling to go too deep into the room. Yeah. He swept the flashlight beam over the ruins of the upper floor.
I can't believe it didn't cave in. Did you know it was like this?
No.
I'd get my money back if I was you.
Murphy squatted by the sofa and checked underneath.
Bunch of kid toys under here, and...
He grimaced and pulled something out. It scraped over the floor, cleaving an eruption of oily wood mush in half. It was a short, narrow trident, twisted and polished like a marble braid. It couldn't have been more than 2 feet long. The perfect size, I thought, for a child. Murphy frowned, then looked up at me.
Is this yours?
My temper threatened to break its bounds. No, I don't know what any of this is. He stood up, then yelped as he slipped and spun over a slimy patch of rot. They're all over the place. Those soft spots, I mean.
I see that.
Murphy stepped further into the room, carefully examining the beds. He caught sight of the hair, long and stringy and soaking in its puddle of oil. Then he glanced at me over his shoulder. It was quick, and he did his best to rearrange his expression into something neutral, but it was too late. He was suspicious. At that moment, a cacophony exploded. I jumped and covered my ears. It did nothing against the onslaught of the sound, but as quickly as it came, it faded. Soon enough, it was that familiar, muffled, watery melody emanating from the far wall. Murphy gave me an accusing stare. He looked flushed, even in the dim.
There's someone in here?
Why do you think I called you? My voice wavered wildly.
Dispatch didn't.
A deafening boom shook the walls. By my feet, a half-congealed puddle of oil and decayed wood trembled like jello. The boom came again, and again, and again, repeating in an almost playful rhythm. Then I realized it was matching the beat of the song. The couplet wound through my mind. The people who come after you dance and sing in the hidden rooms. I shuddered and bit back a whine. Murphy radioed for backup and drew his gun.
Do you know how many are in there?
No, I said, even as my eyes flitted to the quartet of steel bed frames and moldy, disintegrating mattresses. But it wasn't a quartet anymore. A fifth bed had joined the original four. No, not joined. It had already been there, and I'd just forgotten, misremembered. Pain pulsed through my temples, lacing like a scalpel, and I looked away. Murphy ordered,
Go back up the ladder.
The bookcase juddered and tipped as if in slow motion before crashing to the floor. A door frame stood behind it, covered in thick layers of flaking paint. The door rattled, shaking loose clouds of flaky dust, and creaked open. Darkness radiated from the opening. Murphy's flashlight couldn't quite penetrate it. A million motes of dust swirled in the beam, stopping just short of the entry, like it had hit a dusty black curtain.
Sheriff's Department, come out. Hands in the air, now.
Somewhere behind that shadowy curtain, two small, golden pinpricks blinked to life. Murphy approached the door, gun pointed right between those yellow lights.
I said come the fuck out.
The lights drifted closer, tiny will-o-wisps in the darkness.
Stop!
Desperation tinged Murphy's voice.
Drop what you're holding, get on your knees, and crawl to me.
The lights went out. Murphy's flashlight flickered and died, shrouding that end of the room in darkness. The only light filtered in from the kitchen overhead, dim and yellow and far too thin. A soft pitter-patter sounded near the sofa. I whirled around and caught sight of a tottering, big-headed shadow ducking low. Murphy. My voice issued in a shaky, sick whisper, like all those nightmares where you're trying to scream but barely hiss. The yellow lights flared to life again, suddenly blinding. Murphy's form turned into a flat, dark shadow lined in spoiled yellow gold. More pattering echoed across the room. I watched, flabbergasted, as that toddling, misshapen form darted behind Murphy. In its hand, I saw the trident. Murphy! He whipped around just as the lights disappeared again. Silence fell, broken only by my own ragged breathing. Then dry, skittering filled the room. It gathered in the corners and spread, furtive and somehow unwholesome. I scrabbled for the ladder, nearly tipping it over in the process, and hauled myself up on dangerously weak legs. I'd barely taken a step when small, viciously strong fingers grabbed my ankle. I screamed and flailed. The hand tugged. I lost my balance and toppled to the floor. The ladder came with me, clipping my cheek. Sharp, starry pain burst across my head. I lay there, stunned as the kitchen lights came back on. The adrenaline resurged. I kicked the ladder off and darted away, gagging as my hand plunged through yet another pond of rotted mush. I pulled it out, panicking as something inside pulled back. It twisted around my fingers, feeling for all the world like it was dragging me back. With a final, desperate wrench, I freed my hand. A massive cluster of wet hair came with it, long and light, maybe red or dark blonde. A sweet, moldy smell erupted from the hole, halfway between a flower garden and a dumpster. I tried to flick the hair away, but only succeeded in flinging drops of oily water across the room. "Murphy! Murphy!" I gasped. "Murphy!" He radioed for backup, I reminded myself. He called for help. They'd be here any minute if I could just hold on. A small, cold hand slipped into mine. I screamed again and reared back. It was a little boy with wet, filthy hair. Tear tracks streaked sallow skin. He rubbed his eye and sobbed. To my horror, I recognized him. He was the little boy from the photographs, the one who looked so uncomfortable in front of the camera. His lip trembled.
"Why did you come down again?"
Fresh tears dripped down his face.
"Are you trying to come after us?"
A bobbing, bulbous figure rose behind him. Its outline flickered and morphed, reminding me absurdly of a cheap cartoon, like Ed, Edd n Eddy or Whatever Happened to Robot Jones. Another boom shook the walls as the eerie golden lights flared at the far end of the room. They were terribly bright, almost blinding. The little boy screamed,
"Go upstairs!"
The lights bobbed and drifted forward. I feverishly lifted the ladder and wedged it against the hole. I hesitated briefly, then extended a hand to the child. He shook his head.
"I can't, Mommy! Go up! Go up now!"
But it was hard to leave him. I wondered desperately if I could climb up with one arm while carrying him in the other. I glanced at the lights again, fighting down panic as I thought of Murphy. They were hypnotically beautiful, like flames made round and gentle.
"Don't look!"
The boy shrieked.
"Go back! Don't come after us again, or we'll have to come after you!"
The misshapen little shadow stretched and splintered into a hideous, multi-limbed form. Before I could react, it wrapped itself around the little boy. Together, they exploded into tatters of twitchy shadow. The lights were halfway across the room now. They approached with the slow, silent surety of a predator. I tore myself away and climbed to the upper floor. As soon as my feet hit the floorboards, I ran outside, screaming. Disorientation immediately set in. Full sunlight flooded my yard. Not evening, not twilight, not even sunset, just unmistakable midday. Mariah rushed to me.
"What's wrong? Oh my God, are you okay? Did you get hurt?"
I babbled wildly about Murphy and shadows and tridents and little kids, quickly devolving into hysterical sobs. Mariah helped me sit on the grass. It was warm and damp. Rich smells of greenery and smoke and freshly watered earth surrounded us and slowly soothed me. Mariah brushed my hair away from my face.
Jesus. Next time I'll grab the damn marshmallows.
What? She looked at me strangely. I hopped to my feet and for the first time, looked around. She'd lit the barbecue grill. Cheap hot dogs, graham crackers, chocolate bars, and 2-prong grilling sticks were arranged nearby. I shook myself internally. Mariah, we have to go. There's something down there. There's people. And Murphy. Something killed Murphy.
What are you talking about?
Mariah asked uneasily.
Who the hell is Murphy?
I scanned her face for any sign of a joke. Pressure built in my chest, culminating in a rough, painful sob.
What?
Long story short, Mariah doesn't remember Murphy. In a stark panic, I called the sheriff, demanding to know when his backup would arrive. They had no idea what I was talking about. No record of a Matthew Murphy on the force. No call out to my house. Certainly no backup request originating from my area. I went off on Mariah, berating her for making fun of me and demanding how she managed to forget a boyfriend before collapsing into a quivering heap. It gets worse. Mariah doesn't remember seeing the room. As far as she knows, I invited her over for hot dogs and s'mores. I'd gone to grab the marshmallows and ran out screaming like a banshee 2 minutes later. She remembers the photos and the picture book, but nothing else. No subterranean room, no music, no greasy, hairy rot puddles, and no Matthew Murphy. Mariah made me go home with her. At my request, she entered my house. "Holy shit," she yelled upon seeing the room under the floor, presumably for the first time, and gathered the picture book and the photos. Once I calmed down, I left a voicemail for my realtor. Then I sat down to look at the photos again. I wish I hadn't. The one with the little girl and the boy has changed. Behind them and off to the side, peering over the bottom of the frame, is the top of an odd, lumpy head. A blurry sliver of a misshapen eye is just visible. Even with the poor definition, I can tell it's green. Clear, unusually bright sage green. The exact same color as my eyes. I don't know what it means, or if it means anything at all. I checked the book, too. The pages have shuffled again. The first couplet occupies the third to last page. The second to last page now bears the line about the people singing and dancing in hidden rooms. And the very last page has an illustration of a long, dark room. At the very end is an open door. Beyond that door is rich, almost fuzzy darkness, broken only by a pair of small, yellow eyes. Underneath were the words, "They have a master. He's called Noon. Noon needs people who come after you. Poor Noon is grand and he is sad. Noon will eat them when they're bad. Noon plays games that have funny rules with the people who come after you." I stared at that silly watercolor picture, transfixed by those bright yellow eyes. Then I cried for a long time. I'm more afraid than I've ever been, but I think I have to go back. That thing that lives under my house ate a cop out of existence. Hell, it even ate the day and rewound the clock. What if I do have a family? What if that creature ate them too? They have to still exist somewhere. That boy that called me mom, and I have these pictures. Maybe it's a trick, but what if it's not? If they're trapped there, if even one person is trapped there, how can I abandon them? I can't. So unless something changes, I'm going back tomorrow. I don't know who's coming after me, but I guess I'm coming after them now. I woke up in a cold sweat the morning after the cop disappeared. I'd had a nightmare of a green-eyed monstrosity, lumpy and malformed, with hair and eyes like mine. The figure lingered on my periphery even after I'd opened my eyes. Wet, runneled skin glistened in the morning light. I quickly squeezed my eyes shut, and when I opened them again, it was gone. The first thing I did was call my realty office. They handled both sides of the home purchase, one way or another. They'd have records. But it didn't quite go as planned. After being on hold for a very long time, the receptionist told me, "Ma'am, we don't have a transaction for that property address this year. We handled a sale in 2015, but that's it." My head was already pounding. Can I speak to my realtor? At least I remember her name perfectly. I could practically see her in front of me, short and vivacious, with laugh lines and proud streaks of white in her red hair. Eileen Harrington? The receptionist's confusion was nearly palpable, even over the phone. "Miss Harrington passed away." My heart sank. When? A hesitant intake of breath. "About 2 years ago. She did handle the home purchase, but it was back in November of 2015. I thanked her and hung up. It didn't take long for me to make my decision. I needed to go back. Either I was insane, in which case, no harm, no foul, or people were somehow trapped there. Mariah was already at work. I thought about waiting until her shift ended. I thought about asking her to come home early. I even thought about asking every single person I knew to come with me. But then I thought of the cop. I thought of the photos of the family I didn't have. If there was even a chance they were alive, I couldn't abandon them. Nor could I co-sign on anyone else to whatever horror show waited in the house. So I grabbed my phone and camera and went alone. I waited in my car for a few minutes. I didn't have to do this. In fact, I shouldn't be doing this. But what was the alternative? Call the police again? Wait however long it took and pray the next one didn't end up eaten out of reality? Sell the place to some other unlucky buyer? Pay the mortgage on a house I couldn't live in? Burn it down and hope I got away with it? That's what I wanted to do more than anything. But then, what would happen to the people trapped inside? Finally, I got out of the car. It was another beautiful day. Buttery sunlight gilded the grass and glanced off the white paint, infusing the flowers and trees with a glow that almost looked painted. The air was warm and almost dusty sweet. All of that fell away the moment I stepped into the house, replaced with cool shadows and the sour, splintery smell of old wood varnish. The massive hole remained, bearing that strange secret room. The ladder jutted out invitingly. I took several pictures, first with my phone and then with the Instax. Each photo displayed the intact floor. Something had changed. The boards were smooth and pale in the photos, obviously freshly laid or sanded. The torn-up floor and subterranean room remained, of course, hidden from photos for whatever reason, but clearly visible in reality. My flashlight waited on the wooden island right where I'd left it. I flicked it on, tightening my grip as my hands began to shake, and descended into the room under the floor. It was much bigger now, narrow but far, far too long, stretching past the beam's reach, and I had to go all the way to the end. I had to open that door to find whoever was trapped there, and face whatever had trapped them. I walked carefully, sidestepping the rotten spots. My heart pounded as I glanced around. Things had changed drastically. Dozens of toys were strewn across the floor. Several stuffed animals were arranged in tight rows on the sofa. Beady eyes glinted in the light, impassive and not quite lifeless. I shuddered and pressed on until the beds finally came into view. 5 identical iron frames piled high with toys, filthy blankets, and broken, decayed mattresses. The dancing flashlight beam made shadows pulse and jump. Fear overtook me, and I stopped to take a deep breath. The shadows continued to move, like things were moving on the bed. Fear overwhelmed me. I squatted and set the flashlight down. The beam stilled, and with it, most of the shadows, except one. One of the beds continued to move. The pile rose and fell steadily, like something was breathing underneath it. My breath caught in my throat. The bed shifted suddenly. The spring squealed, and a sheaf of long hair spilled from beneath, glistening like auburn gossamer. An involuntary moan escaped my lips. The pile fell still for a moment, then grew. Toys and rusted springs and pieces of decayed foam cascaded onto the floor as a woman sat up. One who looked exactly like me. Her eyes and mouth were stitched shut. Wads of stuffing protruded from her ears. She stood and asked a question. Muffled and wordless, of course, but there was no mistaking the up-tilted cadence of her words. And shuffled forward. Her hands flexed, closing experimentally on thin air. I grabbed the flashlight and forced myself to my feet. It was slow and painful, like walking through water. My foot plunged into a rot pit as soon as I took a step. The toe of my shoe brought up a clump of hair. I kicked it off, whining desperately, and froze as the wood mush shifted. A thick bubble rose and popped, revealing a small, wrinkled hand. It grasped blindly for the ledge, sobbing helplessly. I turned and ran. All around me, the rot hole spread, growing to insane proportions, then bubbled and broke apart. Hands and arms, but mostly hair. Curly hair, dark hair, light hair, long and short, thick and thin, all of it slimy, wet, and rising up. I reached the ladder and hauled myself up, hand over sweaty, slippery hand. My double followed clumsily, stumbling over toys and bubbling rot pits. Finally, I reached the upper floor. I jumped out and tried to run, but tripped and went sprawling. I rolled over, sobbing, only to see that the floor was whole. No ladder, no hidden room, just smooth, pale, freshly laid floorboards. I just curled up and wept for a while. When I finally stood up, the picture book was laying on the counter. Thin, glossy, and pretty, with that ominous title stamped across it in silver lettering. I'd left it at Mariah's, but no matter. I opened it hesitantly and flipped through it. The book had reshuffled itself yet again, in the process adding several more pages. I quickly found where I'd left off. Noon plays games that have funny rules with the people who come after you, and continued to read. When people who come after you play their funny games with Noon, they divide in 2, 3, 4, 5, and so many more. All are alive. Each one of them has different aims, but everyone plays Noon's game. Games are the way to give Noon dues, and when dues get paid, Noon leaves you clues. The people who come after you sometimes make Noon's favorite clues. If you lose the game, Noon eats you, and the people who come after you. Suddenly, a series of thumps echoed from upstairs, followed by a shrill giggle. I immediately slammed the book shut and ran out of the house. To my horror, twilight had replaced midday. Worse, autumn had somehow overtaken spring. My apple tree drooped with clusters of ripe fruit. Small, lopsided pumpkins grew along the side of the house, covered in thick leaves and vines. Vibrant layers of pink, violet, and orange overtook the western sky, the brilliance underscored by a dark, craggy hills in the foreground. As I spun around, trying desperately to orient myself, a car trundled carefully down the steep driveway and parked. Panic immobilized me. Should I go back into the house? Stay put? Run? A tired-looking man exited, balancing a drink carrier and a bag of fast food. He kneed the door shut, locked the car, and then approached with a sheepish smile. There was no question. He was the man from the photos.
Hey, I'm sorry for snapping at you.
The smile faded. Anxiety replaced it, followed for just an instant by resentful sadness.
What's wrong?
The words didn't want to come, but I finally choked them out. Who are you? Crows watched us from the almond tree in the front yard, rustling and cawing softly. The man's eyes shone in the blue twilight, tired and terribly cold.
I'm going to call your sister.
He went into the house.
Kiva, Brayden, dinner.
After a moment of helpless confusion, I followed him just as 2 kids flew down the stairs and across the living room. I recognized them immediately. The little boy and the little girl from those pictures. Imaginary people. People who didn't exist. Except they obviously did. The girl pulled ahead, leaving her giggling brother in the proverbial dust. When he saw me, his smile widened briefly, then darkened. He stopped in the middle of the room, watching me as the girl turned on all the lights. She noticed her brother was no longer in pursuit, and turned. "What's the matter?" "She doesn't know who we are," the boy said in a small voice. His chest began to rise and fall rapidly. "Noon got us!" "Who's Noon?" I asked immediately. Their father shot me a furious look.
Guys, what did we just talk about?
Brayden began to cry. "It's okay," Kiva said weepily. "It's not too late." The man wrapped his hands around my elbow and pulled me into the kitchen.
I can't let you do this to them. You have to go somewhere, but you can't be here until we figure out what's wrong with you.
He bit his lip and stepped back, then rubbed his face. Something told me I should feel hurt, but I didn't know him. Didn't know any of them well enough to care. What I cared about was that perfectly intact kitchen floor. "Are you going to tear up the floor?" I asked. The man briefly pressed his hands to his face.
We already did. We're done.
Was there something under there? Behind me, Kiva started to cry. "A room, or..."
Shut up! Shut up right now! If you're saying things, shut your goddamn eyes. If you're hearing things, shut your goddamn ears. I can't handle you. Our kids can't handle you.
A shadow shifted weirdly on my periphery, and I turned. Behind the kids, crouching at the foot of the stairs, was a small, misshapen creature holding a little trident. Green eyes glimmered in the dim, the exact color and shape as mine. And the same, I realized, as the little boy's. I watched helplessly as another, larger shadow crept up behind it. The bigger one had the same awful, impossible proportions and ruined skin. It was the thing from my nightmare, down to the hair and eyes. The man fell abruptly silent. I tore myself away and looked at him, wondering if he'd seen the monsters too. But no, he was transfixed by the kitchen floor. Before my eyes, dark rot bloomed across the floorboards. It started as pinpricks and swiftly expanded into vast blotches. They blossomed and spread, melting the floor away like acid. The darkness stopped just short of my feet and continued to eat through the wood. The man grabbed my hand and tried to pull me into the living room. The instant he took a step, the darkness surged forward like a tide, dissolving the ground beneath us. We fell together, landing in shallow puddles of pulpy rot. Two little heads peered over the edge of the upper floor, staring down at us in horror. I tried to crawl away from the wet spot, but vast quantities of long, stringy hair tangled around my arms and legs. It felt alive, like 1,000 tiny, terribly strong snakes. The little girl started to climb down. "Kiva!" the boy wailed. Kiva paid him no mind. She dangled briefly from the ledge. Brayden tried to grab her hands and pull her back up, but only succeeded in loosening her grip. She dropped beside me with a grunt and quickly scrabbled away from the rot pool. Familiar, deafening music suddenly exploded to life. Brayden screamed. Kiva ran to me and desperately struggled with the wet hair. It fell limp when she touched it. I shook it off and stumbled to my feet. She immediately moved on to her father. I watched as hair continued to writhe in the puddle. It bubbled up and broke the surface, revealing a glistening, misshapen head. Brayden screamed again. The second Kiva freed her dad, the deformed figure shot up and grabbed her, quickly dragging her down. I reached for her, but her father shoved me out of the way and grabbed her. The misshapen body threw Kiva to the side and grabbed her father, quickly and improbably submerging him. Kiva plunged her arms into the rot pool before I could do anything. Long hair and a dozen pale, wrinkled hands rose and engulfed her. Without thinking, I grabbed her hands just as she sank out of sight. A terribly powerful current pulled me in deep and quickly separated us. "Mommy!" Brayden wiggled over to the ledge and fell beside me, gasping in pain as his ankle rolled. He slapped the hands away and violently pulled at the hair. The music abruptly cut. All of the hands suddenly fell limp and retracted, floating like dead fish. Brayden looked at me again. Tears streaked his face and his breath hitched. "Don't come after us again!" The hands sprang to life, terribly pale and inhumanly long. Before I could react, they pulled him under. "No!" I tried to reach into the puddle, but only met hard, wet floor. I punched it, sending up pathetic little splashes of stagnant water and pulpy rot. Fury overtook me. I stood and charged to the back of the room, to the bookcase, to that door, to whatever made that awful music, to whatever had stolen my family. Blinding light suddenly engulfed me, bright and yellow as Noon's eyes. I tripped and went sprawling to the ground. Under my hands and knees, I felt warm grass. I opened my eyes. I was in my backyard. It was midday again. A colorful cacophony of flowers filled the garden. Bumblebees drifted past as birds sang. My car waited in the driveway, coated with dust and pollen. Crying, I got in the car. My phone was in the cup holder. To my surprise, it was at less than 5% battery. It had just been in the high 90s when I drove over here. Worse, I had over 100 missed calls and as many texts, all from Mariah and my boss. The reason soon became apparent. According to the calendar, I'd been gone for days. I drove to Mariah's house immediately. She wasn't there, which made sense. It was the middle of the day on Friday. She'd be at work. I put my phone in the charger and immediately called her work number. She didn't answer, so I left a message. I've been waiting on her couch since. Amazingly enough, I actually fell asleep for a little while. When I woke up, The People Who Come After You was on the coffee table. I opened it up and found one new page. It's crowded with dozens of shadow figures, frozen in a morass of frenzied violence. The text beneath it reads, "You might not win. It's very true. So here's an important clue. If Noon first eats the other yous, you'll find people who come after you." I don't know what to think. I looked up local property records. Sure enough, despite all memories to the contrary, I bought the house in 2015. I was the only buyer, though. Maybe I'm insane, but if my husband and children were pulled out of existence, of course his name wouldn't show on any legal documents. I'd be inclined to think I was crazy if it weren't for the book and for the marks on my arms and legs. My skin is covered in bruised welts. Some are long and thin, some are shaped like odd, long-fingered hands. Maybe I should let it go, accept that I escaped Noon, whatever he is, and go on with my life. But I don't want to leave anyone behind, even if I don't remember them. I have kids. They're trapped there because of me. I can't leave them. According to the book, there are other versions of me. Feeding them to Noon is my only hope. If quantum self-cannibalism is what it takes to save my family, I guess I'll do it. The last foray into the house hurt me badly. Nestled within a map of bruises were thin wounds, the kind made when you tie your arm with string and pull far too hard for far too long. Those long, bruisey welts continued to swell long after I left the house, until they too split my skin open. Under the myriad shades of skin, puffy white and angry red and ominous purple, was a bright, wicked yellow, like I was jaundiced. Over the course of several days, I watched that yellow radiate outward like blood poisoning. Under these and all other circumstances, returning to the house unprepared seemed especially idiotic, so I did my research. First, perhaps unsurprisingly, there's never been a children's book called The People Who Come After You. Second, I combed through every available public record and found nothing to indicate that I've ever been in a marriage or domestic partnership. I don't even have any joint accounts on my credit report. Third, I bought the house over a year ago. The deed transferred to me several months before I remembered even seeing the house, let alone buying it. Finally, I found the person who sold me the house. Her name was Martha Clark. To my dismay, she died several months ago. Fortunately, her daughter is still very much alive. She invited me to her house, which turned out to be an assisted living facility. The moment she answered the door, I knew something was wrong with her. She looked both distant and weary, like she wasn't all there, but had just enough of her wits about her to know she was being followed. "Hello, I'd like to talk to you about your mom's old house," I said.
"Of course you do,"
was the response. She gave me a pained smile.
"I think it must be mold, or something in the paint. Paint can do strange things to people. What did it make you do?"
Unsure of how to respond, I stammered. "I found pictures of myself with people I don't remember. They look like a family. My family. But I don't have one."
"Got to be the mold,"
Miranda fretted.
"A hallucinogenic fungus. You should fumigate the house."
"I will. Do you have experiences like mine?"
"Mom did."
A long, nervous pause took root and spread. When she finally spoke again, a quaver entered her voice. Martha was a terrible mother, but became especially unhinged on Miranda's 12th birthday. That was the year Martha became convinced that Miranda had a sister named Sarah. Except Miranda was an only child. There had never been a Sarah or any other sibling. But Martha was a panicked, inconsolable mess. As the summer sun blazed overhead, she tore the house apart looking for Sarah. But as soon as evening fell, she forgot everything. She forgot Sarah, forgot her outburst, even forgot Miranda's birthday. When Miranda asked if she was okay, Martha said, "I'm fine. Why wouldn't I be fine?"
You were crying about Sarah.
Who's Sarah? She went to bed calm and happy, but by noon the next day, she was once again a screaming, hysterical mess. For 2 weeks, this was the pattern. Around midday, Martha began to scream and rant for a child that did not exist, call for help, and eventually demand birth records, school records, and all manner of things. This was all to no avail. Sarah did not exist, therefore no one had any records for Sarah. By nightfall, Martha invariably returned to her usual self. Martha's midday madness finally culminated in the wholehearted destruction of the kitchen floor. There was a room underneath, according to Miranda, a strange room filled with furniture and yellow lights.
Sarah's down there. All of the Sarahs are down there. I don't know which one is mine.
Martha descended under the kitchen and disappeared. Miranda waited, crying, until a man came into the house. She didn't know him, but he immediately went down after Martha. Miranda waited until long past dark, but he didn't come back. Her mother, however, returned in the middle of the night. "Don't come down," Martha whispered. "Stay up here. I'll be back for you later." Miranda stayed in her room for 3 days, emerging only to drink tap water from the sink.
I don't know why I hid. I was old enough to know better.
She fretted and cooed about this for a while.
It's because I saw things that weren't real. Because of the mold.
"Right," I said. "You couldn't help it." Thus soothed, Miranda continued.
I went downstairs when I got too hungry. It was nighttime, but it looked like day because there was a big yellow light in the window. But it wasn't really there. It was the mold making me see things.
Like what?
Like Sarah. I saw Sarah.
She tittered nervously.
But not really. There is no Sarah, but I saw her. And I saw 3 other people. 2 were my mother. One was the man. He and one of the mothers were hurting the other. Isn't that strange?
Miranda told me she crept to the front door, but the first mother noticed and asked where she was going.
To the neighbors,
Miranda said. The first mother nodded, then returned to torturing the second mother. Her neighbor returned with her, only to find an empty house. She stayed at the neighbors for the night and came back in the morning to find Martha cheerfully making breakfast. After relaying the story, Miranda sat in silence for a long time. Her face worked and twitched, sometimes on the verge of a smile, other times close to tears. I went against my gut and pulled out the book. The green lettering reflected the warm daylight. "Do you know what this is?" Miranda's eyes flicked to the book, then to my face. She smiled absently.
That's a fake book. Sarah had it, but Sarah isn't real. I don't remember her.
Miranda and her mother lived in peace until Miranda turned 21. Martha had become frail and could no longer attend to Miranda's needs, so she put Miranda in a home.
It wasn't as good as this one. This home is much better than all of my other homes. No mold here.
Her gaze drifted toward the window, and she said no more. Her face continued to change in odd ways, running the gamut from ecstasy to despair. After a minute or so, the day nurse came and ushered me away. Afterward, I sat in my car with the windows down. A warm breeze drifted through, an incorporeal caress that did little to dispel the growing heat. The picture book felt heavy on my lap. After several minutes, I opened it. Noon plays with time, and makes far soon, and makes soon far. What to do? Remember, he plays games with time. Time doesn't matter when you fight you. Go to Noon's rooms to pay your dues. Those you hurt will pass through too. Remember, whatever you do, that these people will come after you. That was the end. Every page was filled now with simple couplets and playful, itchy, scratchy drawings, but no worthwhile information. Nothing that told me what had happened to my family, to me, or to the cop. Nothing that told me what those horrific, misshapen creatures were. Nothing except the intimation that I'd have to go all Thunderdome on other versions of myself, with no explanation as to how those other versions came to be. And for what? For people I don't even remember. People who, for all intents and purposes, weren't even real. I threw the book in the back seat and drove back to Mariah's. She wasn't home. That was fine. I wanted to be alone. Except, I didn't. The moment I entered the house, I panicked. The room was too still, too hot, bathed in too much bright daylight. The car felt similarly repulsive, a small, cramped, overheated little oven. So I decided to go for a walk. Mariah lived downtown. The quaint little district was perfect for an afternoon stroll. A light breeze created an illusion of coolness, soon shattered by the heavy heat. Sweat beaded my hairline and soaked the back of my shirt. My scalp felt like a tiny oven, buried under my hair. When I reached up to sweep a sheaf back from my forehead, I almost recoiled in shock. It was painfully hot, like I'd been baking under a noonday sun. I turned onto the main thoroughfare, momentarily blinded as the sun came spilling past a tall brick building. If the house and car felt too small, the road felt too big, too open, exposed. The sun glared down, bright and unforgiving as the eye of a god. I crossed my arms, the better to hide my strange, jaundiced wounds, and began to walk. I wandered toward the war memorial in a daze. Clusters of benches surrounded the glass monolith, empty except for a solitary visitor. I sat at the farthest one and stared down at my arms. Long, winding welts spun along my skin, yellow as lemons and painfully raw. Suddenly self-conscious, I glanced at the other viewer and froze. He was unremarkable, but familiar. Terribly familiar. It was the man from the Instax photos. The man who told me I had to live somewhere else because our children couldn't bear to live with me anymore. The husband I recognized, but didn't know. He turned to face me. I froze. Should I go to him? Should I run? What if he didn't know me? What if he did? His eyes flashed yellow. Yellow like the sun. Yellow like noon. Horror bloomed in my chest and slithered through my limbs like vines. I stood and ran. Cars, trees, and storefronts ribboned past me in a multicolored blur. I turned the corner, accidentally clipping a shopper in the process, and sprinted down the street. 3 blocks back and 2 down would take me to Mariah's. And then what? I couldn't bring myself to think about it, so I just ran, ignoring the pounding heat and the sweat streaming down my back. After a small eternity, Mariah's home finally came into view. The tree-choked front yard looked like heaven. I could almost feel the shade gliding over me, cooling my skin and leaching the burning heat from my scalp. Just as I reached the gate, my husband turned the opposite corner. He walked to the curb and stopped under the neighbor's almond tree, yards away from Mariah's fence, yards away from me. With a choked whimper, I fumbled with the gate. My hand shook, jamming the key everywhere but the lock. My husband watched a moment, then strolled over. His feet rustled the grass. Sunlight spilled through the leaves and dappled his hair. The key finally slid into the lock. I turned it just as he cupped the nape of my neck and turned my face in his direction. His skin was scorching hot, his eyes a murky, spoiled gold.
You don't win,
he said quietly. Do you? I asked. He looked at me a moment longer. Somewhere in my mind, I felt a rustle of memory, a baby bird spreading its wings. He let go. It was like a spell broke. I opened the gate and ran into the yard. When I reached the front door, I turned around. He was still there. Those strange yellow eyes shone and shifted like molten gold. I tried to speak, but the words caught in my throat. What could I ask? And how? Finally, I choked. What happened to you?
One of me came after you. He's still waiting for you.
Then he turned and drifted down the street. I waited till he turned the corner and went inside the house. Mariah was in the kitchen, pacing back and forth as she spoke into the phone.
Ugh, wait, do I have to pay for it to be towed? Because it's not mine.
I knocked gently on the door frame. She whirled around, wide-eyed.
How the fuck did you get in here? Is that your car in my driveway?
A weird, anxious smile spread over my face. Mariah, this isn't funny.
Get out of my house.
She lingered by the counter, expression equal parts fear and fury. I reached into my pocket and withdrew my key. You gave this to me, dipshit. I've been here for a week. She ended her call, then dialed another number.
I'm calling 911. You better be fucking gone when they get here.
I searched her face for any hint of merriment or cruelty, any sign that this was a joke. And I found none. I only saw anger, shock, and fear. I held my hands up in surrender and stepped back. I'm going, Mariah.
Who are you?
She snarled. I'm your sister.
Are you high?
She advanced, forcing me backward through the living room and into the front door. No, I said, and left. I hurried to my car and screeched out of her driveway. Only when I'd reached the 2-lane highway that snaked up to the mountains, to my own home, did the import of what had happened hit me. She didn't know me. Mariah didn't remember me. If Noon plays with time, did that mean I was already doomed? That he gets me no matter what I do? The road grew wider, suburbs and storefronts swiftly giving way to a golden vista carpeted with poppies and framed by rolling hills. I slowed as I approached my house. My heart jumped into my throat when my yard came into view. There were people there. 7 people running around my yard. This was it then. Something had happened, maybe in the past, maybe in the future if the book was to be believed. And I no longer existed. I parked across the street and stared. It wasn't a new family playing in the yard. It was mine. My husband sat on the porch, snapping pictures and hiding his phone whenever my double caught him. Twined around one of the columns, just inches away from him, was that shadowy, malformed creature, covered in lumps and weeping sores, with a misshapen head and eyes like mine, but brighter. I rolled down the window to get a better look. Something was wrong. It was midday, 1 in the afternoon, give or take a few minutes. But the yard was dark, suffused with that deep violet tinge of dusk. They were trapped in a bubble of evening. Not trapped, separated, existing in another layer of time. So why could I see them? I thought of Mariah's angry face, of Noon's yellow eyes bobbing across the hidden room, of my husband's burning skin. A lump rose in my throat. I had to be insane. Memory loss, memory fabrication, blackouts, hallucinations, delusions. I was crazy. The curtain swayed in the living room below the window. I watched, transfixed, as long, discolored fingers pulled the drapes back, revealing an angular face. Curls of blackened skin lay over swollen red flesh. Blisters peppered the ravaged skin, and a pair of molten gold eyes burned like tiny twin suns. I felt them all the way across the street. Concentrated beams of dry, relentless heat. It beckoned, then disappeared. I gasped suddenly. It was like a trance had been broken. The yard had darkened. Braden and Kiva were now alone. I heard their voices, but couldn't make out their words. Something flickered on my periphery. I turned and gasped. Burn scars bubbled over its skin, a living relief map. Wisps of auburn hair sprouted from the devastated ruin of the scalp. One eye was fused shut with a stiff glob of tissue. The other shone a clear olivine green. It was me. Sick, hysterical laughter threatened to explode from my chest. You need to see what they're doing, my double said. Hurry, the game's almost over. I hesitated, but what could I do? I had no family, no sister. Soon I might not even have a house or life as I knew it. And if this was real, if I had children, I had to help them. So I got out of my car and followed her. What happened? Noon went after them. The kids? I don't know all of Noon's rules. He preys on the kids. He plays games with them. I don't know what it is, only that the game targets the adults. If Noon wins, he gets everyone. If the children win, everyone comes back. Did they win? No. Why are there multiples of us? A new version appears every time someone makes a rescue or escape attempt. Failure makes time reset. Somehow, it's one of Noon's rules. We all keep failing. How many are there? 27 Kivas, 25 Bradens, 4 Christophers. Christopher's our husband. He got out of the house, but didn't kill his other selves. Just like you. He'll burn alive soon, if he hasn't already. I thought of his fingers burning my neck like soft irons. Then I thought of my yellowing skin and shuddered. How many of us? 19. I killed most of them. We stopped just short of the yard. Within that bubble, dusk had settled, swiftly darkening to evening. But it was beautiful and insane, a pocket of cool spring night nestled in the stifling heat of summer. Now, there are 3. I hesitated. Are you the real one? We're all real. She nudged me toward the yard, inside. Brisk evening swept away the suffocating heat, inducing a pleasurable shiver. This is the only way in, Kiva insisted. It's small. Noon can't get out. If they open the floor again, Noon gets out, was Kiva's bleak reply. This is their 3rd game, my doppelganger said. They already killed Kiva's first version, cut her throat as soon as she grew from the floor. But they missed Braden's. The first ones are the worst. Neither Braden nor Kiva seemed to notice our presence. I watched in horror as they pushed and tugged at a large wire grate. What are they trying to do? They're going under to kill themselves. Their other selves. The grate fell with a loud clatter. Kiva and Braden exchanged a terrified look. Then Kiva lowered herself down. Braden released a sob and followed. I stepped toward them, but my doppelganger pulled me back. We have to go through the floor. She led me around the house. The quality of light changed as we approached the front door. Dusky evening giving way to the crisp, rosy illumination of early morning. We went inside. The kitchen floor was intact, smooth and clean, sanded and awaiting its final coat of sealant. The Instax camera sat on the kitchen island, right beside the flashlight. Impulsively, I picked the camera up and snapped a picture. It developed quickly, showing an image of the torn-up floor. Someone stood in the corner. I recognized the long dark hair and sharp, fine-featured profile. Mariah. Goosebumps spread over my arms. I glanced up, but of course I didn't see her. Why don't the cameras show what's really here? I asked. They do, but cameras are like everything else. The rhythm and inflection of her speech sent tendrils of panic through my heart. It was too familiar and too alien at once, trapped in the dominant layer of time. Layers are all equal here, but the camera, like our eyes, can only show one. A shrill scream sounded from outside. Kiva! I lurched for the door, but my doppelganger pulled me back. You can't break the rules. Suddenly, Mariah's form materialized in the shadows, huddled and gasping. Greasy, wet hair hung from her fingers like marionette strings. Blood drenched her clothes. Without thinking, I went to her. She recoiled.
How many are there?
She demanded.
How many do I have to kill?
A warm draft whispered past. I don't know.
Since when?
She screamed. I turned helplessly to face my doppelganger, but she was gone. In her place, I saw a hole in the floor. It grew as I watched, floorboards pulling themselves apart to reveal the room beneath. The ladder appeared, an alien, inorganic flower extending itself. Mariah screamed. I whipped around just in time to see her snap out of sight, like an animation cell peeled off its background. Kiva screamed again. The thick wail echoed, not from outside, but from underneath the floor. Maybe I can walk out of here, I thought. Mariah didn't remember me, but so what? Was that worse than whatever waited down there? My husband came to mind, yellow-eyed and burning hot. That was worse. That, and of course abandoning my children to a violent and seemingly endless fate. I grabbed the flashlight and the butcher knife, the only things in easy reach, and descended the ladder. Down below, it was almost too hot to breathe. Shallow pools of wet rot dotted the floor, bubbling like witch's brew. Faint figures flickered to life and trailed past, bright on my periphery, but fading to nothing the moment I tried to focus. I wondered if any of them were coming after me, and if so, which were coming to save me, and which were coming to end me. Then I wondered if they would eventually become one and the same. A chorus of voices suddenly exploded, out of key and almost hysterically jubilant. Men, women, and children all shrieking an alien hymn in Noon's hidden room. Something shifted in the nearest corner. I spun around, aiming the flashlight straight ahead. It was Murphy. He was prone upon the floor. He'd been flayed, chest reduced to tattered curtains of flesh, bearing a raw rib cage and improbable spurts of blood. His eyes were gone, his scalp a roasted ruin. Curls of smoke drifted up from his skin.
Help me.
Weeping sockets somehow fixated on me. Wet, hollow caves in the flashlight beam.
You brought me here. You have to help me.
He fell abruptly still. His face crumpled, eyebrows knitting pathetically.
No. No.
Shadows gathered around him, thickening and solidifying into a body. It turned to face me. A familiar badge glinted on his chest. No, not just a person. It was another Murphy. But it was wrong, rotten and lumpy, with blackened skin that undulated weirdly. Sunken eyes shone like dirty glass. I stumbled back. Murphy's double knelt and swept his supporting hand under the sofa. It extracted a strange, bony trident. Before I could even scream, it jammed the trident into Murphy's open chest. Murphy choked and screamed. For a second, he matched the key and note of the chorus shrieking behind the walls. Then he fell limp and silent. The deformed double pulled the trident from Murphy's chest and held it out to me. When I didn't take it, he tossed it on the ground and strode toward me. I darted away, suppressing a panicked sob, but there was no need. He went to the ladder and climbed up without a backward glance. A sudden, ear-shattering shriek made my heart stop. I whirled around, halfway across the room. I saw myself on one of the beds. Something was attacking her. Instinctively, I ran toward her, but stopped. I had to kill all my others to get out of here, right? So why would I stop someone who was already doing the job for me? I drew closer, squinting to see past the steam curling from the hair puddles. Another version of me huddled on the bed. I caught a glimpse of thick black stitching across the eyes and mouth. A male voice met my ears, hushed and furious.
I'm not letting you out. You're why we're fucking here.
A flicker of memory suddenly exploded into full-blown recall. We'd made a pact, my husband and I. We didn't know all Noon's rules, but we knew we were playing a demonic game of Highlander. There could only be one.
Let's make a pact.
We were crouched by the bed, watching as our other selves drifted in and out of being.
Right? That's not against the rules, is it? We can help each other kill the others.
My stitched-up self mewed helplessly, dragging me fully back to the present.
We don't need you.
He shoved her onto the floor. She flailed and kicked, but to no avail. He pulled her close and wrapped a thick, greasy rope of hair around her throat. It took every bit of my self-control to tiptoe past, gritting my teeth against the sound of my own death rattle. Noon's door waited at the end of the room, partially blocked by the fallen bookshelf. By this point, the shrieking hymn wasn't just deafening, it was maddening. I tightened my grip on the knife and reached for the doorknob. An overpowering force slammed into me. I crumpled to the ground and rolled, only to find myself face to face with Christopher. The hair rope swung from his hand, glistening faintly.
No.
He breathed, eerily echoing Murphy.
No.
Noon's jubilant choir evaporated. The ensuing silence made my ears ring worse than the song. Christopher lowered himself to his haunches. I tried to squirm away, but he grabbed my ankle and pulled me close.
Glad you came back. Guess you figured out the wrong me helped you.
There are no wrong ones. It was my voice, but not me. How many times do I have to tell you? Something heavy whistled through the air, hitting his head with a horrific, meaty crunch. His eyes bulged, then popped from their sockets. He swayed briefly, then crumpled into a heap. I looked up and saw my burnt, rotten double. The trident glimmered in her hand. She held it out to me. "You have it," she said. "There's not enough of me left. I can't save them." I took it without thinking. She rolled my husband out of the way, then sat down. Blisters and open wounds leaked pus and water over her skin. "Chesterhead," she said. "Take your pick." Memory flickered again. Not a strong one. Not enough for me to truly remember, but enough for me to know that she was right. There was no other way. I lined the prongs up with her eyes and plunged the trident into her head. Her skull felt soft and half-rotten. Pulling the trident out was unexpectedly difficult. It continued to sink, driving itself through her head and onto the floor. When I finally wrenched it free, it was clotted with brain and spongy dark bone. I gagged and threw up, accidentally splattering her wounded head with vomit. The chorus immediately shrieked to life again. Blinding light flashed everywhere, so painful I closed my eyes. Slowly, it dimmed, but continued to flash in an odd, inorganic pattern. I peeked through squinted lids and looked up. Yellow and white lights blinked and flashed across the ceiling, reminding me absurdly of a nightclub. As I watched, the lights consolidated into a single bright stream and drifted down, rippling like a pennant in a high wind. Suddenly, it went dark. Not just the light stream, but everything, leaving me alone in a profound darkness. After what felt like eternity, dimness flickered in the abyss. Thin, pale light, too indistinct to make out at first. Then those flickers deepened and brightened and thickened. Before I knew it, I was watching time. All of it, every layer, all at once, snaking past like bright eels caught in a dark whirlpool. I didn't possess the capability or faculty to recall more than a few images. The green-eyed, deformed monster bubbling up from a rot puddle and wrenching itself free. Myself, crying and cowering as Christopher raged. Kiva and Braden, pale and shell-shocked, pinning another version of me to the floor as their father stitched my eyes and mouth shut. Christopher brandishing a baseball bat as Braden stared numbly at a vibrant smear of blood. Then, all of us, standing together, hypnotized by the blinding yellow eyes of a monstrosity that existed beyond time. Finally, everything became dark again, isolating me in a soft, suffocating nothingness. Then my children began to cry just beyond the door. Light, normal light, the flashlight and the daylight filtering in from upstairs, returned, and with it, panic. I reached for the door but paused. Words were painted on the door. Another couplet written in the same austere lettering as the picture book. The people who come after you wait for you in Noon's hidden room. You only get to bring back two, though all came to help and herd you through. The door creaked open. Darkness flooded out like a tide. I went inside. And immediately I was outside, in my front yard, staring at the porch while my husband struggled to hang a flower basket. Kiva and Braden screamed with joy and ran to me. "Did you come for us?" Kiva bleated. One of her eyes was gone, replaced with a smoking hole. She nudged my arm. I reached for her hand, but encountered only a warm stump. Braden came up beside her, sniffling. Dark runnels of scorched flesh marred his face. stretching from scalp to chin. Yes, I whispered. Kiva buried her face in my belly and began to sob. Brayden grabbed my elbow.
We have to hurry.
I turned around, but I only saw the street. The door was gone. Of course it was. We were outside, after all.
Into the house,
he said gently,
and down under the floor.
I glanced at Christopher, who didn't seem to notice us. No, Kiva said. I shoved my kids through the yard and toward the side door. I opened it and found myself face to face with Brayden's lumpy, malformed doppelganger.
No,
Brayden whispered.
I was here longer.
But I did more to help, it said, then ran Brayden through with the trident. Kiva squalled as Brayden collapsed. It's okay, I told her senselessly. We're all real. Deformed Brayden stepped aside. I ushered Kiva into the house. To my horror, another Kiva waited in the living room, whispering gentle assurances to another Brayden. My Kiva suddenly wrenched the trident from deformed Brayden and wrestled madly for an instant. But she had the element of surprise and managed to stab him in the head. She shoved him away disgustedly and focused on the other pair.
Take them!
Her breath hitched and she started to sob.
I don't want to go without my Brayden.
Kiva, I said. The word was strange on my tongue. She shook her head as tears streamed down from her remaining eye.
Do it. Mama, please.
The other pair watched with hollow faces. I love you, Kiva. I lied and killed her. Then I went to the other pair. Come on, we have to hurry. They only stared at me with empty eyes. I tried to grab their hands, but they pulled away.
I don't think we came first,
Brayden said.
So, we aren't the real ones,
Kiva added. We're all real. Kiva shook her head. You'd better run before Dad comes. At that moment, the front door creaked open. I turned and Christopher stepped inside.
It's okay,
Kiva told me.
We still love you.
My husband lunged at me. I dodged and ran into the kitchen. There was the hole, and under it, the room, and rising from it, the ladder. I descended quickly, sobbing as Christopher watched. The second my feet touched the floor, the screeching chorus started up again. I started to scream along with them. Bodies, living and dead, littered the room. Ravaged corpses, smoking bones, tatters of flesh and shreds of organs laying across the room like snowfall from hell. Some were me, some were my husband, some were Kiva, some were Brayden, and some were Mariah. They grabbed at me, pulling my clothes and scratching my skin. That screeching hymn issued from the mouths of all. The ladder began to rattle. I spun around and saw my husband climbing down after me. The children came after him, looking nauseous and curiously blank. I turned and ran, kicking away the supplicating hands of all the people who came after me. I feverishly checked for anyone whole, anyone who looked alive and undamaged. But all were burnt and destroyed, torn to pieces, rent limb from limb. My husband had the only unharmed pair. I ran to the back of the room. The iron beds were reduced to smoldering ash. Dying embers pulsed within, reminding me of hearts. The door to Noon's chamber was open, bleeding darkness like a wound. Primal relief flooded me, and then 2 hot yellow pinpricks blinked to life and drifted forward. I skidded to a stop and slipped on a sheet of greasy hair. It tangled around my ankle. I tugged desperately, and to my horror, brought up a head. Mariah. Her eyes opened. The floor buckled and broke apart, leaving her free to claw her way to the surface.
I keep coming after you. Now take me back.
I ignored her and crawled to the door. The lights, Noon's bright yellow eyes, bobbed forward. I felt relief again, but a different kind. Not the relief of escape, but the kind of relief peculiar to the end. Dim hints of memory lurched and nibbled the edges of my mind. I've done this before, I realized. more than once. I don't remember the specifics, but I know somehow that this is the farthest I've ever come in Noon's game. Blinding light suddenly shafted down, devastating and burning hot. The floor shook, and the mad shrill hymn finally cut out for good. The memory burst forth, so powerful it was like I was reliving it. I was kneeling before those dancing yellow eyes. My children's corpses lay before me. Their heads were bloody ruins. Braden's ruptured eye lay on his cheek. Pain consumed me. A profound, hysterical despair that was heavier than the earth. Noon stared at them while I sobbed. Finally, I begged, "Will you let me play too?" His eyes exploded into yellow fire, and I screamed. The floor quaked, pulling me back to the present. Those burning, blinding lights slid across me, leaving damp cold in its wake. And then, silence. After a long time, I looked up. I was in my living room, kneeling in front of the fireplace. Yellow flames danced, giving off too much heat for such a small fire. Braden and Kiva were huddled beside me. Tear tracks streaked their faces. I tried to remember them, their births, infancy, holidays, anything, but could not. What was the game? I asked. They exchanged a frightened look. Braden began to keen. Kiva tried to comfort him, then said, "Noon gives wishes when you follow the rules." "What did you wish for?" Her lip quivered.
"Better parents."
Braden wept.
"We didn't know what Noon would do. I'm sorry, Mommy."
This is what I learned. Christopher and I had a bad marriage. The kind of abusive time bomb that kills everyone when it explodes. I used to be mentally ill. Drown your babies in the tub, ill. I was nice when I was healthy, but Christopher made it hard for me to be healthy. The kids met Noon the day we moved to this house. They don't know a lot about Noon, except he loves the sun and plays with kids. But Noon isn't a person, and doesn't always give the kind of help kids want. He offered them a wish if they won his game. Kiva wished for a nice dad, and Braden wished for a happy mom. Neither Kiva nor Braden would tell me what these games consisted of, only that they kept losing. So Noon kept making Mommy sicker and Daddy meaner, and finally he took them away entirely. So Braden and Kiva came after us. Noon let them play more, but they kept losing. So as punishment, Noon stole us again, and again, and again, and again. They kept losing. They lost so much. Noon finally took them too. But then I went after them, and so did Christopher. It was an endless loop of people coming after all the other people who kept coming after everyone else. Somehow, each attempt resulted in another version of the rescuer coming into existence. This was a problem because while any number of doppelgangers can exist with Noon in his sphere of dismantled time, only one version can live in the real world. So the people who come after you, the people born of your selfless rescue attempts, have to come after you to kill you. Because while we all exist, only one can continue to exist. I finally put Braden and Kiva to bed. Then I sat in the kitchen all night, staring at the floor. At some point, I realized the welts on my arms had disappeared, along with the ominous yellow patches. Within a week, I put the house up for sale and left town. On the way out, I went to see Mariah, but she isn't there. A small family lives in her house. They told me they've lived there for 6 years now, and they've never heard of my sister. I cried for days, and found myself wishing my children had disappeared instead of her. I think she's gone because she failed to kill all of her doppelgangers. Like Christopher, who'd escaped the house and ended up burning alive for his trouble. I think that's why I was turning yellow. I left without finishing off the other versions of myself. If I hadn't gone back, I don't think I'd be here either. I wish I could tell you more, but I can't. I don't know what happened. I don't know what Noon is. I don't remember his game. I don't remember my children. They know me, though, which is something. And they no longer remember their father. I think that's for the best. I may not remember much, but in my heart of hearts, I know my children aren't the only ones who played Noon's games. I think I won. This means I got my wish, whatever it was. I'd like to know what it was. I'd like to know what the game entailed. I'd like to know how I won. But mostly, I'd just like to care. Next up, we have They Told Me I Was Nothing But a Dog. This story is mostly personal preference. It's one of the first stories I ever did, but it also went over extremely well with the audience. Everyone really loved this story, and I see why. It was really weird. It was really interesting in my opinion. Very tragic. It was one of the earlier stories I did by Dopabeane. She also goes by R.C.Bowman. I've done many of her stories, and her style is just really interesting, and I love reading her stories on my channel. The narration sounds really distinct in my opinion. Some stories just don't turn to narration well, like when you try to narrate them, it sounds strange because they weren't written for dialogue. But Dopabeane's stories never disappoint me in that department. I also had a really fun time at this story because it was one of the first times I ever messed around with voices. Like, the grandfather in this story has a particularly distinct voice, and it was one of the first times I ever messed with voice controls and things in FL Studio that could make your voice change, so I had a fun time with that as well. My father named me Laika because when I was born, my grandfather told him to treat me like a bad dog. To father, Laika was synonymous with dog. He used the name to remind me of my place in the hierarchy. Lesser, beneath, inferior, nothing but a dog. My father meant to humiliate and degrade me with such a name, but he honored me instead. You see, Laika was a stray dog from Moscow. On the 3rd of November, 1957, the Soviet Union put her on Sputnik 2 and launched her into space. She was the very first animal to orbit Earth. The Soviets knew how to put a rocket into space, but they didn't know how to bring it back. This made Laika's mission a death sentence. Shortly after reaching orbit, the interior of Sputnik 2 became catastrophically hot, far too hot for mammals to tolerate. Mere hours after launch, Laika died an agonizing death. She perished the same way she'd lived. Lesser, beneath, inferior, abandoned, unloved, nothing but a dog. I spent many hours imagining her terror, pain, and loneliness. How would it feel, spending my last hours hurtling through divine darkness in a metal bucket? What must it be like to not understand what I was seeing or why it was suddenly so loud and so hot? What must it be like to not understand why, after being plucked from cruel streets and dropped into a bustling world of kindness, I was now alone? Perhaps I would think I'd been a bad dog. Perhaps I'd think this was my punishment. Punishment is my mother tongue. I know what it's like to be punished for transgressions I cannot remember or understand, to be hurt so badly my heart rate triples and my mind flies out of the window and soars into the stars, retracing Laika's doomed flight while my husk squirms and weeps on the floor of a dirty house 68 miles below. Even so, I adapted to punishment. As I said, it eventually becomes a language. Given enough time, anyone can learn a language. What I could not adapt to was fear. As a child, I was afraid of everything. You see, in the deepest, most forgotten parts of the world, there are things that most people cannot believe and even fewer would understand. Old ways, old things, old truths, and old monsters. Monsters like my father and my grandfather. How can I describe this in a way you will believe? Maybe I can't. Maybe I shouldn't try. So instead, I will describe my grandfather. He was called Pavel. By the time I turned 9, he had gone through 6 bodies. By this, I mean he inhabited them, using a variant of blood magic perfected by my forefathers across many centuries. He leapt from body to body. He was not a spirit. He had a corporeal body of his own, a twisted, monstrous thing, covered in scars and hard, glittering skin. A body that could shrink to the size of a garden snake or expand to the size of a house. But for all its marvels, this body was weak. Sunlight burns its eyes and blistered its flesh, so it entered other bodies like a hand inside of a puppet, and wore them until they rotted away. I will never forget the sight of him, of many hymns in different bodies as flesh degraded and fell away in wet, discolored strings, or the way his eyes, hard, round, yellow eyes, glinted deep within their stolen sockets. Grandfather preferred the bodies of men, but sometimes chose women or children. Once he even wore the body of my mother. I was very young then, perhaps 3, and the sight of her familiar form standing before the fire sent me into such transports of joy that I bawled from sheer ecstasy. Then she turned around, and in her bruised sockets I saw my grandfather's eyes, flat, glittering yellow, like rotted gold. I reared back, screaming. My father, who had been stroking a pair of old baby shoes, looked at me with contempt so deep it scorched my heart.
"Shut up, dog!"
I cringed. This was a mistake. His contempt exploded into disgust. He shot out of his chair and stomped upon me. Dirty, squirmy pain exploded across my abdomen. I hobbled away, whimpering, and hid under the stairs. I lay there alone for many hours. Eventually my mind left my body and soared into the sky, a reverse dive into a sea of stars. I drifted away, dreaming of diamond-colored constellations and red nebula. At my side was a curly-tailed dog with a striped face, my namesake, Laika. When I woke, I felt her, furry and warm, chest rising and falling under my hand. I opened my eyes. For just an instant, I saw her in the shadows. Then she shrank away, sinking into the ground. I tried to grab her, but the floor swallowed her. My fingers closed on cold, hard floorboards. I covered my eyes and wept. Several months later, grandfather within mother gave birth to a child, a baby boy with yellow eyes and my father's curly black hair. Mere minutes after the birth, father picked up the baby and took him outside. He returned an hour later empty-handed. Spurred on by horror, I immediately ran out into the night. The cold was brutal, at once invigorating and exhausting. I searched until I found the baby, whimpering weakly beside a snowdrift. He was still covered in birth blood. I named him Alexander and brought him home. When I walked in, father immediately slapped me. I reeled back as stars rocketed across my vision.
"Never.
He hissed, contempt dripping from every syllable.
Never disobey again. Give him to me now."
He reached for Alexander, but grandfather stopped him. I looked up and swallowed a whimper. Grandfather stared back at me through my mother's rotting face, the mouth, puffy and discolored, with an oddly detached look, quirked into a smile.
"No, let the dog keep her pup. We have other concerns."
They certainly did. They worked together, and they worked constantly. Father kidnapped victims and grandfather used them. Whenever father brought a new victim to the cabin, grandfather used his hands, long, hideous things marked with scars and covered in strange, glittering flesh, to tear out the victim's tongue and crush their feet. Then he would wait until nightfall, because remember, sunlight burned grandfather's eyes and blistered his skin, and carried them to his chapel. His chapel was an ancient stone structure at the base of a wooded hill. Within the chapel were 3 red windows and 6 rough-hewn pews. At the end of each pew sat desiccated corpses facing the altar like sentries. I hated grandfather's chapel. The very air weighed upon me whenever I entered, crushing my heart and poisoning my lungs. The worst part was the fear, electric and paralyzing, inescapable. Luckily, I was just a dog, and dogs do not spend much time inside chapels. But dogs hear screams, even screams from far away, echoing down forested mountains long into the night. Grandfather did not often leave his chapel, but when he did, it was always in the wee hours of the morning. I know this because my father and I were required to hold vigil until he walked through our door. Whenever grandfather came back from his chapel, he looked human again. Smooth skin, wide smile, good proportions. Sometimes he looked a bit like father, sometimes he looked like his victim. It was as incomprehensible to me as outer space would have been to Laika. The stream of grandfather's victims never ended.
Vagrants, the elderly, the travelers, orphans fleeing violence. There were so many. So many. If it weren't for Alexander, I would have withered into nothing. He was more than a brother to me. For all intents and purposes, he was my son. Neither father nor grandfather cared for him. They didn't even feed or clothe him. I had to feed and dress him with what little I had. Despite my best efforts, he never learned to speak. That isn't to say he couldn't communicate. He could, with gestures and facial expressions and nonsense syllables, but language eluded him. But it was all right. He grew into a sweet, curious boy with freckles and long, delicate hands. Over time, his terrible yellow eyes mellowed into a clear, bright green. He was my life. He was my heart. But he wasn't enough. One night, as a little girl's screams came shrieking down the mountain from grandfather's chapel, I finally went to my father. I lay prostrate at his feet, which is how he taught me to approach him. The wooden floor was rough and painfully cold under my fingers. "Why, Father? Why would you do this?" He sat in his chair, watching the fire. In his hands he held a pair of white baby shoes.
"Because your grandfather and I must live, little dog."
"Will I have to do this to live?"
"Yes."
"Then I don't want to live."
"I understand,"
he said, his grip tightening on the shoes.
"But you don't have a choice."
I choked back a sob and waited for the dismissal. I could not come to him without crawling, and I could not leave until he told me so. Instead, he said,
"Stand up, Leica."
Hearing my name was like being doused in ice water. He never used it. By that point, in fact, I'd almost forgotten I had a name. It was a struggle to obey. Fear made my bones rubbery and my muscles weak. Father held out the baby shoes.
"What do you see?"
"Shoes?" My voice quavered. "Old baby shoes."
"Those shoes,"
Father said,
"belong to my sister, Alexandra. I loved her more than anything. More than life, more than my parents, more than your mother, more than you. She was my heart."
I watched him. The firelight threw his face into relief, creating crevices out of his wrinkles. His curly black hair shifted like smoke, and his long, sharp nose looked strange and monstrous. Paralytic electricity swarmed my skin, so much like the chapel that I could have wept.
"On my 20th birthday, your grandfather boiled a pot of oil and called Alexandra to him. She and I were going to pick wildflowers later, so she dressed in her finest clothes, a blue dress and white shoes. These shoes."
Father did not speak for a very long while.
"She was my heart,"
he finally repeated.
"When my heart broke, I broke. It made me like grandfather. Someday I will be just like him. I will live forever. You will too."
That night, I had a nightmare of a little girl with sunken yellow eyes, melting into blisters as my mother's rotted body doused her with boiling oil. I woke screaming. Moonlight streamed through the window, drenching my room in celestial silver. My heart thumped so wildly that I could see my nightshirt moving. It wanted to escape. I wanted it to escape too, because without it I would die. And when I was dead, I could sail the stars with the other Leica. Small, warm hands touched my face. I turned, expecting Alexander. Instead, I saw my nightmare. Great inflamed blisters bubbled and burst, sending rivulets of pus down her tiny, raw face. The skin around its mouth had burned away, leaving neat rows of milk teeth fully exposed. Burned scalp and dull bone glinted through black, curly hair. A blue dress clung to her body. Oil dripped from the hem, soaking my blanket. "Don't cry," she whispered. Alexander stirred between us. "Get out," I whispered. The girl's blistered chin quivered. "But you made me come here. Please let me sleep." "All right," I whispered, because I did not know what else to say. The girl burrowed under my blanket. I watched, aghast, as she threw a bony, burnt arm across Alexander and drifted to sleep. That night, I did not sail the stars with Leica. Instead, I sat awake, watching the apparition with mingled excitement and fear. Just before dawn, my door creaked open. I tried to shield the girl as my father stepped into the room.
"What is that?"
he asked sharply. "Please," I whined. "Please don't." The girl shifted and, incredibly, began to shrink.
Her body flattened into nothing, leaving her dress crumpled on the floor. That sank away too, leaving the cold, empty floor in its wake.
What was that?
Father screamed. I saw it in my sleep.
Her!
Father roared.
Her, not it!
I saw her in my sleep. I stammered helplessly. When I woke, she was here. Sweat gleamed on my father's skin, reminding me of stars.
Get rest. You must see your grandfather immediately.
I fell to my hands and knees and crawled to him.
No. Stand up. Bring the boy.
Alexander wept angrily when I picked him up. I ignored him and followed Father into the dark forest. The full glory of early spring bathed the landscape. Pale beams of light shafted through the canopy, cutting the thick shadows with gold. Vermin crept through the undergrowth and deer watched from a distance. The forest was always full of animals. Grandfather was no danger to the birds or beasts, after all. Soon the chapel came into view, an ancient little church with a black spire, red windows, and frost-encrusted stones. Father ushered us inside. The moment I crossed the threshold, my skin began to crawl. Dread and fear swept over me. Alexander burst into tears. Father shoved me towards the altar. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the sentry corpses twitching. Chests rose and fell in jagged, senseless rhythms. One especially tall corpse with long copper hair turned as I passed. I covered Alexander's eyes and stopped at the altar. Shadows thickened and writhed against the back wall. Back in the pews, bones clattered and dried joints creaked. Something blinked in the darkness behind the altar. Great, flat eyes like golden moons, shining in the cold shadows. Grandfather.
The dog?
Grandfather intoned.
And her pup.
He snarled, a deep, bone-shaking rumble like that of a tiger. Teeth glinted in the shadows, a shining ivory arc wider than Father's entire head.
Pavel. She had a nightmare. When she woke, it followed her out of the dream. It came alive. I saw it.
Oh.
Our little dog has talent after all.
All good and well, if she loves her pup. Do you love your pup, dog?
He reared up from the shadows, twisted and sinewy and utterly inhuman.
Do you love him, or do you feel obligated to him?
I opened my mouth to answer. Instead, I burst into tears. Grandfather laughed, a low roar that shook dust from the rafters overhead.
A weak bitch indeed. Our hope is in the boy, Mikhail. It was always in the boy. That is why we made him. Now go!
Those great yellow eyes flicked to the pews.
I do not like to tempt my sentries. Not when they are hungry as they are.
Fear and disbelief battled across my father's weathered face.
Do you not understand what I've told you? She creates life from thoughts.
A poor substitute for what we require. Leave, Mikhail.
But...
Grandfather rocketed out of the shadows, a rippling mass of glittering skin and malformed limbs, and knocked Father to the stones. The corpse sentries uttered a deep sigh and continued to twitch.
Never!
Grandfather snarled. Sunlight poured through the crimson windows, imbuing his strange hide with a red glow. He looked like the sky, a starry piece of outer space.
Never defy me.
I waited breathlessly for Grandfather's eyes to burst and his skin to sizzle. He was, after all, exposed to daylight, but it did not. Many moments later, Grandfather struck Father across the face and whipped back into the darkness. We left. Father did not speak again until the cottage came into sight. He then grabbed me and dragged me off the path.
Listen well. I can protect you from him, and...
He looked down at Alexander, eyes blazing with disgust.
When the time comes, I can protect you from him too. But only if you help me.
Why should I need protection? He's small and loves me as a mother.
Do you remember the story of Alexandra?
I nodded.
Your story is coming. Only Alexander will be me, and you will be Alexandra.
My heart fell to the cold earth. I carefully pressed Alexander's head into my shoulder, shielding his face from Father.
Listen, dog. When next you dream of my sister...
His voice broke. He pulled away and ran his fingers through his hair. Tears shone in his eyes, which were huge and miserable over his quivering mouth.
When she comes again, bring her to me.
All right, Father. I'd never seen him weep before. The sight was frightening and curiously thrilling. I will. Father nodded curtly, then left. I nearly followed, but thought better of it.
Instead, I stayed in the forest with Alexander. As the morning brightened and birdsong swelled to a symphony, I set Alexander upon the narrow path. He ran forward, humming a tune of his own composition. I shadowed and sunlight dappled his skin, turning him into a woodland sprite. The trees were in full bloom. Petals drifted down like snow, carpeting the earth in glistening white. Alexander pulled ahead. After a while, I couldn't hear or see him. He drifted away, slipping into the deep shadows. Panic overtook me. "Alexander! Alexander!" I rushed ahead, grimacing against the pain in my chest. My heart thumped wildly, so hard I could see my shirt move. It wanted to escape again. "Alexander!" He darted from between the trees. I halted, overcome with relief so powerful it took my breath away. Petals covered his head and shoulders. As I watched, one drifted down and settled on his nose, wide green eyes glimmering above it, bright as the promise of spring. For the first time in my life, my heart was so full that I wept. That night, Alexandra came to me again, blistered flesh dripping down her face. Her eyes had melted away, leaving raw, swollen masses of flesh in her melted sockets. Remembering my instructions, I sat up. "Father?" I quavered. Alexandra reached for me blindly, ruined hands closing on shadows. "Father!" Father burst into my room, gasping.
"Alexandra!"
He shot forward, arms extending as if to sweep her up. She turned. Father froze. "Mikhail," she whined. "Mikhail, my eyes hurt." Father collapsed and covered his eyes as Alexandra approached. She left a trail of pus and oil, shining like a tiny river in the moonlight. "My hands hurt." Father wheezed miserably. "My skin is on fire and drips away." She stopped before him and crouched. Father whimpered and whined like a beaten dog, twisting away from her hands. She set her small hand on his cheek. Father squalled and writhed, but couldn't break away from her. "You are just like him now." She jerked and began to shrink, disappearing into the floor. The moment her hand fell away, Father leapt to his feet and ran. After that, he did not ask to see Alexandra. This is good, because I did not see her in my dreams after that. I only saw Laika. I spent most nights drifting among the stars with that dear, doomed dog at my side. Imagined or not, the sights were glorious. Incomprehensibly beautiful star formations, planets, great multicolored expanses of celestial mists. Sometimes I woke, bleary and incoherent, and felt her fur against my skin. But by the time I opened my eyes, there was nothing. One winter morning I woke very early. My stomach growled immediately, and no wonder. Father hadn't fed me for days. I'd fed Alexander with table scraps and tree bark. That, I decided, would change today. I crept into the kitchen. There wasn't much, there never was, but I scraped together what little I could and turned around. My grandfather sat at the table, great golden eyes shimmering in his terrible face.
"Little bitch, what have you done to your father? He no longer hunts, he no longer eats, he no longer obeys."
I felt like I was back in his chapel, crushed by darkness, heavy with dread, on the verge of panic.
"Your ability has not been seen on this earth for 1,000 years or more."
Of course the ability wasn't of Earth. I'd no doubt come across it while sailing through space and breathing stardust. It's just nightmares.
"No, you take the dark things of the world, the fear, the hate, the pain, and channel them into physical form. And that is just the beginning. You will be able to do anything. You will make bodies, permanent, perfect bodies, for me and for you."
The relish in his voice made me sick. He said,
"Our women have always been weak and talentless. I thought the same of you, little bitch."
Tears pricked my eyes and my bones thrummed as if struggling to break through flesh and run away. But it was no use. Destiny had already bloomed between my grandfather and I, heavy and foul with the promise of despair. Grandfather whispered,
"Listen closely, for you will only hear this once. I was wrong."
He left. I ran to the window and watched him hurtle through the trees as sunrise threatened, back to his chapel. I waited until the sun was up, then I ran to my room, bundled Alexander in every bit of clothing I could find, and left. We followed the path for many miles. Our home was hours and hours from the nearest town. We wouldn't reach it until long past nightfall. I could only hope that Grandfather wouldn't notice our absence until the following day. It wasn't an unlikely hope. Grandfather spent most of his time in the chapel. The second this thought crossed my mind, a glittering dark shape leapt out of the trees and knocked Alexander from my arms. I caught a blur of twisted limbs and nightmarish hands, of great yellow eyes like flattened moons. Alexander screamed as a torrent of blood splattered across the snow. It sank quickly, melting red canyons through the pristine white. Grandfather looked at me, narrow sides heaving. Then he leaned down and tore out Alexander's throat. I screamed. Birds took flight and mammals ran through the undergrowth. The piercing note echoed off the mountains. The pain within it should have ended the world, but there was no one to hear and no one to care. Grandfather grinned. Alexander's blood and sinews clung to his teeth. I broke. I felt it, the crushing weight of sorrow, the almost physical sensation of my spirit tearing and bleeding out into my guts. I fell to my knees and cradled Alexander's head for hours. My father finally found us around nightfall. He had a heel of bread and an oily chicken leg. He pressed them both into my hands, then he left. I tore the bread into pieces and dropped them, one by one, into Alexander's mouth. When he did not wake, I burst into tears and hurled the chicken leg into the woods. The moon rose into the cruel, dark sky. Stars glimmered through the bare branches overhead, creating a breathtaking fractal pattern. I flopped down beside Alexander, pulling him to my body. He was cold, terribly cold. I held him anyway, keeping my eyes trained on the stars, my mind detached with great difficulty, like it was trapped in tar. Finally, it wrenched itself free and sailed upward, disappearing into a silvery sea of sky and stars, rocketing ever higher until I saw the earth spinning below. Laika's rocket zoomed past. I reached out and caught one of the metal bars near the nose. I could sense Laika within. Her terror vibrated through the craft and leached into my bloodstream. "It's all right," I said. "It's all right, Laika. I'm here. When you land, I'll help you out and we will play together." Her fear diminished, and so did her pain. So did mine. Together, we sailed the stars, looking upon the earth and marveling at the incomprehensible beauty around us. I woke cold, sore, and in more pain than I can describe. I sat up. Alexander's stiff body broke away from mine. I reached for him blindly. A thin scrim of ice covered his eyes. The wound in his throat was an open horror, one I couldn't look at for long. I drew my knees to my chin and wept. After a while, something warm bumped my hand. A wet nose touched my palm. I knew what I would see long before I opened my eyes. Laika's striped face and dear curly tail made me smile, even through my tears. Stars glimmered through her fur, gently pulsing pinpricks of light.
"What is this?"
Grandfather's voice echoed through the trees. Rage flowed through my blood, exquisitely corrosive. Hate, I learned then, is pleasurable. It is fury, and it is the basis of power. Grandfather erupted from the darkness, scaled skin shimmering like a river under the moon.
"You waste of talent on a mutt not even your own pup. No matter. I will correct you."
Laika reared up and leapt, snout piercing one of Grandfather's flat moon eyes. He screamed and shook his head back and forth. Laika fell into the snow, twisting, and quickly righted herself. Then she bit his foot. Her teeth sank through that impenetrable, immortal hide like butter. Laika was not large enough or strong enough to kill him, but she tore holes in him the way a match scores holes in paper. Soon, Grandfather was on his knees, mere feet from Alexander's corpse. Laika came to me, panting, and collapsed in my lap. She bled from 1,000 wounds, some small, some undoubtedly mortal. "Good dog." My voice broke. I stroked her gently, willing those wounds to close. I was a monster. I'd used Laika just like the others had, calling her down on false pretenses, filling her with hope, before throwing her into the void. "Good girl. Good girl." I looked up as Grandfather's good eye slid to my dead brother. Something dark bloomed there, a wicked, corrupted hope. He curled in on himself, twisted body shrinking into a withered husk, and slid down Alexander's throat. I screamed as Alexander's body twitched and juddered. Then he sat up, bones creaking and frozen sinews cracking. He smiled. His eyes shone like molten gold in a forge. Laika attacked again. Alexander's face curled into a snarl as she bit and tore at his skin, exhibiting an energy at odds with her awful wounds. I watched, helpless and hopeless and hurting. wishing I could detach and fly into the stars once more. Except there would be nothing there for me now. I'd called Leica down from the stars and doomed her. The snow crunched behind me. I whirled around. Father stood there, watching me with contempt. In his hands was a sleek, gleaming shotgun. Relief and horror engulfed me. This was the end. My mind would detach, forever this time. The fear would finally end. Leica bit down on grandfather within Alexander, who hit her. She whined, but held fast. Father stalked past me and cocked the gun. "No! Don't hurt her! Don't hurt her!" Father pointed the gun at Alexander's head and fired. Blood and viscera and dark, glittering flesh exploded across the snow. Father fired again, then reloaded, and fired again and again. Alexander's head evaporated into red mist. Finally, his body lurched, and grandfather, small, bleeding, scaled grandfather, slithered out of his throat. Leica caught and held him. Father pressed the barrel of the gun against his good eye and pulled the trigger as the sun broke over the mountains. Father stepped back. I reached for him, drunk on hope and gratitude, but he recoiled from me. In his weathered face, I saw despair and rage and contempt. He kept his eyes trained on mine as he placed the gun in his mouth. "No!" He pulled the trigger. Half his head evaporated, leaving a glistening mass like a fleshy geode. His body stumbled forward a step, then crumpled into the snow. It took a very long time for the sun to burn grandfather down to dirty oil. Leica held on until the last scrap of his skin melted. Then she stumbled to me and collapsed. I stroked her until her body shrank and sank into the ground, leaving nothing but a scattering of tiny dim orbs, the stars I'd seen in her fur. I touched one. It was pleasantly hot. I gathered them up and slipped them into my pocket. I went to Alexander's body, ravaged beyond description, broken in ways that did not seem entirely real, and sat with him until nightfall. Then I stood and walked away, and life went on. At first, I brought them back from my nightmares. Alexander, father, grandfather, even Alexandra. But I quickly taught myself to starve and eventually kill my ability. It is not a good power. It is born of rage, despair, selfishness, and fear, and I cannot tolerate fear. Besides, dogs do not have such awful powers. It is good to be a dog, because they are not necromancers. They are not monsters. They are nothing more or less than the simplest and most loving of creatures. That is why I will always be Leica the dog.
Welcome to the Circus. This story I love so much. Another audience favorite as well. I have always loved the creepy circus trope because I found circuses a little creepy when I was younger. I don't know why. Not clowns, but just circuses, like, going into that traditional old circus and everything's kind of grimy because they're traveling around. And I grew up in the South, so the circuses that came around the town I lived in weren't nice, they seemed creepy to me, and I definitely could see something like this story happening in the tiny town I grew up in, and I loved that. This is also another story where the Dark Somnium wrote me 2 versions of this custom creepy music, and it's that old circus song that is literally everywhere. You've heard it if you've been to the circus. You've probably just heard it in general. You'll notice it when it comes on. It sticks out. And I really loved how that turned out. It was like the cherry on top. The window was open just enough to let in the cool night air. With it came the distant smell of popcorn and cotton candy, a sickly sweet concoction that I had grown used to. The far-off giggles and excited screams of children blended with the ever-growing whimpers of Sheridan Conrad. I hadn't seen her for some time, and I'd almost forgotten how annoyingly high-pitched her voice was until she started talking.
"Please,"
she whined, making the hairs in my ears shrivel.
"Abby, please, I'm sorry."
She's sorry, I thought to myself, giggling as I unraveled my contorted body. Well, One thing's for sure, she's going to be. I've always been flexible. Granted, every child has some sort of elasticity to their bodies in order for them to grow, but I was different. I could bend, move, and twist in ways that other people called abnormal. On play dates, you could find me with my toe shoved into my ear and my laughing voice talking into the heel of my foot, using it as a makeshift telephone when there were no other toys to play with. On the playground at recess, you could see me practically fold my body in half in order to find the perfect hiding spot between the slide and the playhouse. It wasn't until the school talent show that my gift turned into a curse. I thought it was cool that I could so easily move my body in ways that others couldn't, that I could replicate the rhythm of the ocean through the flesh of my skin, waving and flipping as wild as the sea. Apparently, I was the only one that thought this way, and that word came back. Abnormal. Abnormal Abby. I was pushed, locked in bathroom stalls, spit on, the works. Children can be cruel when they are faced with something that they don't understand, but it's even worse when they hear it coming from their parents. The parents complained that I was craving attention, that I was distracting and a nuisance. I wasn't trying to do anything, it's just how I was. I felt more comfortable walking on my hands instead of my feet. I felt more comfortable sitting in the splits than I did crisscross applesauce. My parents thought it would be best to put me in gymnastics, let my acrobatics fly where floors turned to mats and chalk stained each blistered hand. But it wasn't right. There were rules and scores and competitions that needed to be won. I didn't want to win. I wanted to perform. The older I got, the more I begged my parents to take me out of school, to let me move away and perform on the streets. Of course, they said no. So, Abnormal Abby stayed in school, getting poked and pushed and pelted and punched, until a breeze rolled in, and with it came freshly made popcorn and finely spun cotton candy. I'd never been to the circus before, but as I walked through the arched entrance lined with balloons, it felt like I was returning home. The sounds of children laughing and ringing arcade buzzers engulfed my ears. Flashing lights and velvet curtains lined each new attraction as I passed. The smell of hot, sticky food mixed with the trampled grass seemed to mask every other sense in my body. But there was something else. Something that kept me listening. Something lying deep beneath the fun. The heart of the beast. The roaring engines of each pop-up coaster and the squeak of day-old popcorn carts rolling gently by rumbled underneath the noise. The smell of sweat and grease paint was stifled from the everyday circus goer, but not me. I heard it all, smelled every smell, and relished in the fact that I was home. I opened my eyes to see a man standing in front of me, looking like he had just stepped out of an old newspaper funny ad. His black and white painted face was decorated with diamonds, almost seeming to clash with his striped shirt. But I didn't mind. His red lips broke out into a smile when my eyes focused on his. He held up his hand, telling me to wait, as he fished around in the back of his pocket and quickly pulled out his closed fist, presenting to me a hidden gift. He flicked his eyebrow up and let out a soundless chuckle as I watched. The mime opened his hand, and his eyes traced around the invisible flight path of an imaginary bee. His eyes flicked this way and that, head lolling back and forth as the imaginary bee flew all around my body. I giggled and let my imagination run, hearing the faint buzz of wings flutter from one ear to the other. The mime snatched the bee between his fingers and took out an imaginary string from the breast pocket of his shirt. Quickly, he tied the string around the bee and handed me the other end. I smiled and gladly took my new pet, making my body jerk this way and that, as if the bee were tugging me along with it. The mime laughed a silent laugh, resting his hand over his belly with his mouth wide open. "Of course you would be here," Nancy scoffed, making me tear my eyes away from my new friend. "Freaks of a feather flock together. Her and her gaggle of girls all squawked in laughter, pointing at me and the mime. Nancy, Carson, Bethany, Kate, and way in the back was the high-pitched cackle of Sheridan. I lowered my eyes and gently released the fake string of my new pet. I could hear the faint buzz of the imaginary bee fade away as it flew off into the setting sun, its little string leash disintegrating into the wind. I was back to reality, back to abnormal Abby. As the girls turned to walk away, the mime's face gently seeped back into my vision, his crouching knees folding up under him as he sank eye level with me. He gently lifted my head, and I saw the sadness in my heart mirrored on his face. But once again, there was something hidden. Something deep lay buried behind his eyes. Something that would have scared me if I knew what its name was. Something that I would grow to realize was hate. Not of me, but for me. He snapped upright and grabbed my shoulders, guiding me through the crowd of sticky, screaming children and their yelling parents. I didn't even have time to ask what was happening or to tell him to let me go. I just let the mime steer me through the sea of people. Flashes of faces whizzed past my eyes, some glowing red from arcade games, others bright white from the flashing roller coaster bulbs. My arms brushed up against stuffed animals as the vendors took them down from their hooks, handing the prizes over to the jumping children. Each vendor we passed gave a knowing nod to the mime behind me, their blank faces turning toward me for no more than a second before turning back to their customers with smiles. We walked toward a darkened corner behind a row of garbage cans, and without a second glance, he whisked me away behind one of the velvet curtains. The thick fabric muffled the noise outside, leaving only a gentle hum to settle into my ears. This place was no attraction. It wasn't the funhouse, or the House of Horrors, or the elephant ear stand. It was the break room. A striped tent lined with dimmed yellow lights was splayed before me, and within it were the workers of the carnival, the off-duty clowns smoking their cigarettes, the suited performers with their mascot heads lying in their laps. And, finally, I saw him, the ringmaster. As if he knew I was there, the ringmaster quickly spun around on the balls of his feet, flicking his coattails and grabbing the edges of his jacket around his chest. His spidery legs carried him over in a matter of 3 steps, his face thrown into shadows as he glanced down at me.
Well, well, what have we here?
His silky voice slithered.
A new friend? Or a wandering eye?
I felt the mime's hands gently dig into my shoulders as he pulled me back into his chest, growing oddly protective of me. The ringmaster smiled and rhythmically tapped his fingers against his jacket.
Friend, I see.
He smirked, folding himself over to look me in the face.
And do we have a name, new friend?
I swallowed the lump in my throat and croaked out a shaky, Abby. The ringmaster tried the name out for himself.
Abby.
His eyes flicked past my shoulder and up at the mime, seeming to ask him a silent question only the black and white dressed man could answer. With a gentle smirk, the ringmaster turned back to me.
And do we have a nickname, Miss Abby?
I felt my head instinctively drop, shielding my eyes from any onlookers that might have been watching. A gloved hand gently lifted my chin and patted my cheek, the thick cotton making a dull thud noise inside my head. The ringmaster tutted, wagging his finger at me with a smile.
There is no room for shame in the circus.
I laughed a bit and cleared my throat, having to speak the words that had hurt me since elementary school. Abnormal Abby. There was a lull in the tent as the focus turned toward me. A static seemed to spark about the room, fizzing and hissing against the spotlights and dancing around the hairs on my arms. I thought I had offended them, said something wrong, stepped out of line. The workers all stared, the whites of their eyes glowing at me from the shadowed corners like the reddened ash of their cigarettes. My head snapped to the ringmaster in front of me. The longer I stared into the pits of his eyes, the more sweat began to pool at my hairline, threatening to drip down my face. I shuffled backward, pushing further into the mime, silently hoping to melt through him and out of the tent. I was about to run away when the ringmaster broke out into a laugh.
Oh, is that all?
He bellowed, grabbing back onto his coat.
Dear, we've been called much worse than abnormal. Why, that's a wonderful name.
I felt my brows furrow, partially out of confusion, but mostly out of anger. How dare he say that name was wonderful? Try having it written on a piece of paper and taped to your back for an entire day without knowing it, and having to walk around 3rd grade thinking people were laughing at you just because. Or try having it spray painted on your locker, and every time you washed it off to have it magically reappear the next day. Or get onto the bus and sit in the same seat closest to the door, only to find that name jaggedly carved into the fabric, forever labeling that seat as your spot. I didn't find it wonderful, and I sure as hell didn't need some freak in a red jacket laughing at me about it. As if out of nowhere, he stopped laughing, his head cocked to the side as he studied my face, seeming to read my thoughts as if I were speaking them aloud. The same slick grin crept over his lips as he tapped his fingers along his jacket again, rocking up and down on his heels.
My dear, why would you want to be normal?
He asked. It was now my turn to watch his face squish in confusion.
Who wants to be average, Abby? About as good as everyone else, Abby. That's no fun.
He smiled, throwing his arms out to the side.
Take a look around. No one here is normal.
I let my eyes wander over the tent, landing on performer after performer. At first glance, they seemed normal to me, but the ringmaster's words lifted a veil that had been over my eyes. Now I could see the tent for what it really was. Abnormal. A hulking man quietly sat in a chair, threatening to break its legs just from his pure weight alone. A bearded lady gently brushed through her chocolate locks, both on her head and on her face. A fire eater prepared his flaming sword in the corner, making sure to stretch his neck and clear his throat. And finally, I turned around and looked up at the mime, still protectively holding onto my shoulders. The white face paint hid something I hadn't even noticed before. Thick, raised, bumpy skin. Either scars or burns, I couldn't tell, but I didn't care. He gave me a smile that I couldn't help being infected by. I nodded my head and turned back around to the ringmaster, holding out my hand. Hi, I'm Abnormal Abby. The ringmaster's cotton-gloved hand enveloped mine in a firm, reassuring grasp. His lips cracked open, revealing pearly white teeth against his tanned skin.
Welcome to the circus.
And that was it. I was home. That night, I begged my parents to let me stay, to let me join the circus and learn the ways of performing. I tried explaining to them the feeling I got. A feeling that ignited my soul and filled it with purpose, passion, and meaning. My parents either chose to ignore me or genuinely didn't care. Either way, I still ranted, and either way, they still refused. They told me it would be a disgrace if I were to become a carny. They acted as if being a carny was a bad thing, as if it were the same as being a murderer. But no, that would come much later. I begged them, practically threw myself onto my knees and cried, "Let me go! I belong there! I need them!" "What you need is an education and a productive outlet to subside your erratic behavior," my mom quipped, removing her glasses from the bridge of her nose, making sure not to mess her perfectly placed hair. "What would we tell the family if you left?" "Tell them the truth. Tell them I went to boarding school. Tell them I died!" I screamed, fat tears rolling down my cheeks. "I don't care, just let me go!" I shoved past my parents and ran out the door, ignoring my father's orders to come back. Barefoot and in my pajamas, I sprinted down the street to where the circus was set up. I felt the tears stream down my cheeks as the wind blew on my skin. The blacktop changed to stones and then to grass. My feet touched the trodden lawn and I slipped to a halt against the mud. In place of where the carnival had been was a skeleton. Forgotten screws and poles sat stuck in the earth, unbound ropes gently catching the late-night breeze. Littered wrappers rolled across my toes and got caught up in whatever brush was left alive. They had left, without me. Betrayal was a feeling I'd never thought I would get to experience. I never cared enough about anything for it to betray me. My feet sunk deeper into the muddy blades of grass the longer I stood there, stuck between the imposter of a house behind me and the skeleton of a home in front of me. But through the forgotten rubble of the circus, there was one sliver of hope waiting for me to grab it. A balloon in the shape of a bumblebee gently bobbed in the center of the mud-ridden field. The end of the string was tied around a rock, and I lightly peeled the note from under the stone. Written in the most beautiful cursive were the words, "All in good time, the circus always comes back to town." I smiled and held the note to my chest, trying to breathe in the last bit of home before it got swept away in the wind. I would wait. Days turned to months, and months turned to years, and still the circus had not come back. I was 17 when I almost gave up, deciding that I had missed my chance at the one thing that would have made me happy in life. I was about to go to bed when I heard it. A faint whistle coming from my window. The slightest crack at the bottom allowed wisps of air to creep into my room, beckoning me to come over. I tore open the blinds and threw open the window, instantly smiling as my hair got swept up in the breeze. Popcorn and cotton candy. Through the thicket of trees surrounding my neighborhood, I saw faint flashing lights. Red, yellows, and oranges danced through the leaves and paraded among the starry night sky. They were calling me home. I kicked my leg up onto my sill and slid out the window, dropping onto the freshly manicured front lawn. The blades of chilled grass tickled my feet as I scuttled toward the pavement. My feet slapped against the blacktop as I sprinted toward the lights. A sense of déjà vu washing over me as I repeated the same path I had ran years earlier. The closer I got, the more I realized the full circus wasn't back, just the funhouse. I laughed, my voice dancing in the wind as I left it behind. The laughing clown entrance swallowed me whole as I bolted through the black curtains. A black light glowed around the room, tinting the maze of mirrors an almost blinding shade of blue. I wandered around for a bit, bumping into a sharp mirror every so often. My reflection was spat back at me everywhere I looked, and soon I couldn't even remember where the entrance was. I tried retracing my steps, but I kept bumping into myself. I just kept seeing me, my dark blonde hair that was getting scraggly the longer I let it grow, my ragged sleeping shorts and hole-ridden shirt mocking me every turn. Was this a joke? Was this just another message left for me to find? My heart fluttered, and I gave a shriek of joy as they started appearing one by one inside the mirrors. The bearded lady, the strong man, clowns of all different colors, and finally, my mime. He smiled and waved, making me bump into his reflection. He was somewhere in there, I just didn't know where. I went to turn around and call for him, but I bumped into something else. Something much warmer. The ringmaster stood before me and smiled, hands tapping against his chest. He leaned down a bit, stretching so we were face to face.
So,
he breathed, looking around at the mirrors before smiling back at me.
Are you ready?
That's how I joined the circus. Abnormal Abby could finally live in peace. My parents came looking for me, of course. The very next day, I heard their frantic voices over a police car megaphone just outside the funhouse. I'd spent the entire night there talking to my new friends. Before any of us could move, the ringmaster flung open the black velvet curtains to the funhouse entrance and stepped out into the early morning sun. Red and blue flashing lights assaulted my eyes for a brief moment, but then the curtains swing shut again.
Welcome, one and all.
The ringmaster bellowed, his voice slightly muffled.
I'm sorry to say our attraction is closed for the day. We had a special one-night performance, and I'm afraid you missed it.
Where's our daughter?
I heard my mother shriek.
Where's our Abby?
There was a pause before the ringmaster spoke.
Who?
You know damn well who.
My father barked.
You're all she ever talked about.
That's very flattering.
The ringmaster's voice gave way to a chuckle.
but I have no idea who you're talking about.
Sir.
Another voice, presumably the police officer, spoke up.
We'd like to check your establishment. Is that all right with you?
My breath caught in my throat and my knees almost buckled. They were going to find me. They were going to take me away and never let me come back. I couldn't go back. I wouldn't go back. A firm hand on my shoulder made me jump, and I turned around to see the mime hold a finger to his lips. He tiptoed around the corner, dragging me behind him, and presented a pile of luggage cases. Without a word, I knew what he was saying. Together, we rummaged through the pile, trying to find something that wasn't already filled with clothes, bowling pins, extra swords, or tent poles. The mime held up an empty suitcase, the brown, slouchy leather wrinkling in his hands. I nodded my head and helped him unzip the ancient bag. I carefully put my feet in, folding my legs up into my chest and tucking my chin as far down as I could. I closed my eyes and heard the zipper crunch back into place, throwing me into a darkness deeper than my shut eyes could imagine. I was jostled around a bit, and my bag was stood up against something, either a wall or another bag. I could hear footsteps coming into the funhouse, heeled shoes clacking against the false wood floor. I heard faint muttering and the ringmaster's silky voice, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. Then I heard my parents. Not their voices, but their footsteps. My father's heavy footfalls and my mother's frantic scuffles. My hot breath rolled down my legs, steaming up the leather bag and turning my hiding spot into a sauna. Without a warning, my bag was thrown to the side, and I had to bite my cheek to stop from letting out a yelp. The ringmaster's voice lazily danced around the room as he walked over toward my suitcase.
Easy on the merchandise.
He laughed and picked the bag up. The feeling of being weightless sent a shiver down my spine.
Ma'am, she's not in here.
The officer spoke, his shoes leading back out the curtain door.
Let's keep looking around the neighborhood.
But... My mom trailed off, her cracked voice pleading for an excuse to search farther. Mom, I thought, hugging my legs tighter. I hadn't thought about my actions until that moment. I didn't say goodbye. I didn't even leave a note. I just slipped out at night and was gone in the morning. Their only daughter. Their shambling feet almost made me call out to them. Almost. I still loved my parents, but they didn't understand. They didn't want to understand. My suitcase was gently set down and a lull fell over the tent. I could hear car doors slam shut from outside, the roar of engines coming to life and a gentle pop of stones being crunched under rolling tires. I counted in my head, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi before I heard the slow whine of the zipper. The suitcase lid fell open and I popped out like a spring-form toy. Surrounded by the smiling faces of the circus workers, I tentatively smiled back and fixed my hair.
Abnormal Abby.
The ringmaster bellowed.
I think we found your act.
And so, the real Abnormal Abby was born. My mime would walk out on stage with a suitcase and a pocket full of tricks. He would perform his act, making the crowds laugh and cheer, before turning toward his magic suitcase. With a silent clap of his hands and a hidden tap of his foot against the suitcase lid, the magic bag would slowly start to unzip by itself, and out popped Abnormal Abby. With a face full of white paint, rosy cheeks, and a black bob wig, I would bend and flip, turning the human body into shapes previously thought unimaginable, stunning the crowd into silence. Finally, no more laughter. The feeling of their eyes watching my every move with such intent gave me a sense of pride I had never felt before. They had paid to see me. They endured hours of standing in line and sitting in back-aching folding chairs just to watch me do the things I'd been doing since childhood. Sure, sometimes the mime's act carried on a bit long and I was stuck waiting in the suitcase for an extra half hour, the heat from the stage lights warming my insides and making me sweat. But I wouldn't have traded it for anything in the world. I finally found the place I fit in. I thought things couldn't get any better, but I was quickly proven wrong. They started going missing, one after the other. The first one to go was Nancy. The police report circled all around my old neighborhood and even made it to the news. Then Carson went missing, then Bethany. I didn't catch on to what was happening until Kate went missing a month later. I had thought our House of Horror mannequins were looking better than usual, their mutilated forms seeming more realistic than before, their tangled hair thick with blood and other matter covering their drooping faces, shielding the mutilated skin from onlookers. The added stench of copper made the crowds wonder if the blood was real or fake, but as long as the crowds were only wondering and not suspecting, we were going to be okay. There was only one more on our list, and the way things were going, this would be the easiest one. I had decided long before that for this performance I wouldn't wear any makeup. Her house was nestled in the corner of the block, shaded by trees with a big enough yard to swallow up any noise that might be made. We watched her parents drive away, an obvious date night they had planned for months. We waited for the cover of night to stalk our way forward. I stayed in my place, not making a peep. My eager hand shook against my knees as I tried calming my heart, but I couldn't help it. This was almost as good as being on stage. I heard the ringmaster knock on her door 3 times, and shortly after, I heard the heavy wooden entrance open.
What?
Sheridan asked.
Good evening, madam.
The ringmaster greeted.
Today is your lucky day. You've won the raffle for a free show.
I didn't enter any contest.
I could hear her obnoxious gum chewing from inside the suitcase.
Oh.
The ringmaster feigned confusion.
I'm sorry. Would you mind helping me then?
Their voices faded away as the mime carried me off, making a fake trail back to our car. His footfalls changed from clacking on the pavement to soft shuffling in the grass. We'd stalked the house long enough to know her window was always left open. I felt the suitcase get lifted up and over the sill, the change in temperature seeping in through the material. I was gently set down and heard the others hide. I waited, trying not to shake in excitement as I heard the front door slam shut. Her lazy footsteps got louder and louder as she thumped her way back to the bedroom. I saw slivers of orange light come through the teeth of the zipper as she flipped her lamp on, stopping when her eyes unmistakably fell onto my suitcase.
What the?
The lights flipped off again and the door slammed shut, her cry of surprise overpowering the faint click of the door lock.
Who are you? What do you want?
Her voice was cut off, muffled by a gloved hand. I waited a couple seconds before slowly unzipping the suitcase. An agonizingly low rumble emitted from the teeth as they popped out of place, allowing the slightest bit of moonlight to peek in. I heard her heavy breath as I creaked open the lid. A clown tossed her to the ground, her knees landing on the hardwood with a thump. Our eyes briefly met through the crack of the suitcase, and I slowly inched myself out. The window was open just enough to let in the cool night air. With it came the distant smell of popcorn and cotton candy, a sickly sweet concoction that I had grown used to. The far-off giggles and excited screams of children blended with the ever-growing whimpers of Sheridan Conrad. I hadn't seen her for some time, and I'd almost forgotten how annoyingly high-pitched her voice was until she started talking.
Please,
she whined, making the hairs on my ears shrivel.
Abby, please, I'm sorry.
She's sorry, I thought to myself, giggling as I unraveled my contorted body. Well, one thing's for sure. She's going to be. I stepped fully out of my suitcase and shook out my limbs, stretching my neck and flexing my fingers around the glinting weapon in my hand. From the shadows, my friend stepped forward, the other freaks she had most definitely made fun of before. One by one, they started humming the ever-popular Circus song, Entry of the Gladiators. I couldn't help the little pep in my step as I walked forward toward Sheridan. She was the last one. Then we could move on. I bent at my waist, hovering over her tear-streaked face as I smiled, just like the ringmaster had taught me. Her big doe eyes looked up at me, filled with false innocence and remorse.
Please,
she whimpered, strings of spittle globbing at her lips. I smiled wider, studying the blade before turning my eyes back toward her. "Welcome to the circus," I greeted, licking my teeth. I couldn't help but join in humming with my friends, relishing in the song that had infected my soul. Abnormal Abby had the last laugh. The next entry is Shadows on the Wall. This is on here 100% because of personal preference. This video did not get a lot of views at all. It's actually one of the less viewed videos on my channel, and it's not even 10 minutes long. It's like 9 minutes and some change. But I wanted to add it because I made this video on the anniversary of my brother's death, and I dedicated it to anyone who's ever lost someone. And I just enjoyed doing this story because I was able to dig deep into myself for the voice acting and especially the sound design. I didn't try to focus on the horror aspect or scare you. I tried to focus on what it feels like to lose someone. That sense of grief, that hole in your chest that opens up, that sort of swallows you when you realize someone you love is gone forever. And I think it turned out pretty well. If I redid it today, I would do it a bit differently, of course. But I still liked doing this story because I like exploring things like that in my work. And that's why it's on the list. Growing up, I was convinced I'd be abducted by aliens. I lived in constant, sleep-deprived fear as every strange shadow and every reflection of light on the wall signified the beginning of what I knew would be my end. Logic told me the shadows were just piles of dirty clothes or my coat rack, that the reflections were just from passing cars on the street below. But logic fails in the face of terror. If it weren't for my older brother, Jason, with whom I shared a bedroom, there was a very real chance I would have lost my mind. I remember my 13th birthday with the same detached sense of helpless violation as a victim of sexual assault. The day itself had been fine, pleasant even. My parents, who were always caring and supportive, did their best to make sure my birthday was enjoyable. They knew I was stressed. They knew I was anxious. I'd never told them why, though. Only Jason knew, and he promised to keep it a secret. After the festivities, I went up to my room to play video games. I had 2 hours to play before lights out. Jason sat on his immaculately made bed, which was in stark contrast to my messy one, and watched, offering pointers as I died over and over. 2 hours went by quickly, and Dad came in to say it was time to go to sleep. He sat next to Jason on the bed and let me know he was proud of me, how I'd been brave despite having a hard time, and that things would get better. He wished me a happy birthday and kissed me goodnight, switching off the light on his way out of the room. For a little while, I felt pretty good. Like I said, I never told my parents exactly what had been bothering me. They'd ask every so often, but they wouldn't pry. They could tell I was struggling. I heard them cleaning up downstairs, comforted by the fact that they were still awake and alert. With a sense of security I hadn't felt in a long time, I drifted off to sleep. After a couple of hours, I woke up and glanced at the clock. 11:26. I closed my eyes again. Before I could drift off to sleep, though, I noticed something. The room smelled bad. It wasn't a scent I could identify in the slightest. It was heavy and medicinal, but organic, too. Strange. Alien. My eyelids lifted to the sight of something shuffling toward my bed. I tried to shout and bolt away, but nothing worked. no movement, no sound. Only my eyes could receive my commands, and they stared, bulging out of my skull as the thing stood over my supine body. I knew it had finally come to me. This was the day I'd anticipated and dreaded for years. I tried to make out the features on its face, but all I could pick up on was hideousness, deformity, a head with the upper left quadrant missing, a mouth with no lower mandible, and a shriveled tongue lolling down to its skinny neck.
Robbie.
It knew my name. It had been studying me, and it knew my name.
No more me, Robbie. No more me. Time to grow up.
Its head came down and touched my forehead with the remains of its upper lip. As it tilted, maggots tumbled out of its cratered skull and landed on my face. They squirmed and tumbled onto my pillow. I felt them writhing against my ears and the sides of my neck.
I'll miss you.
It turned and walked towards Jason's bed. I tried over and over to scream as panic suffused the entirety of my being. The dark world around me blurred, and I knew I was going to pass out. I knew I was going to fail my brother and not be able to warn him before the creature reached him. Before I lost consciousness. Before I passed into a dreamless morass of black. I hated myself for being so useless. For being so weak. My mother's shrill, panicked shriek catapulted me back into reality. The room was bright. It was morning. Mom stood over Jason's bed, wailing and sobbing, and I heard Dad thundering across the hall from their bedroom. He burst into the room and immediately saw what Mom did. I watched his knees tremble as if he were about to fall. I didn't move. Everything from the night was coming back, and I knew, I was certain, Jason was dead. My big brother was gone. The certainty was overwhelming, and searing tears leaked down my cheeks onto the pillow. Something wriggled against my neck. I gasped and leapt to my feet. Everything went slowly for the next few minutes. I turned and saw the ring of maggots around my head print on the pillow. Dad was crossing the room to take me in his arms. And when he saw the bugs on my pillow and in my hair, he whispered, "Oh my God." He picked me up. He hadn't done that in years. I rode out of the room in his strong arms. He told me, "Don't look at your brother's bed." But I couldn't help myself. I looked as we exited, and one glance was all I needed. Jason's body was on the bed. He was wearing a stained and dirt-encrusted blue suit. Oh no, I thought to myself as I took in his injuries. The torn lower mandible, the caved-in skull, the desiccated gray-green skin that was mostly gone. Mom's racking sobs had escalated to hysterical screaming as Dad and I rounded the corner and headed downstairs. We heard her shouting the words, "How did you come back? Why are you here? Who did this?" Dad whispered in my ear as we walked. He said, "It's okay, sweetheart. It's okay. We don't know who did it, but it's going to be all right. It's not your brother anymore. It's just the body he doesn't need. He's still in heaven, okay? He's still in heaven." I started to shake, and Dad's voice cracked with emotion as he spoke those last words. He's in heaven. It sounded horribly, horribly familiar. I closed my eyes and saw a coffin. I saw my parents standing next to it, sobbing. I saw a large frame picture of Jason in a room full of friends and family. But I also saw the toys I was playing with, and I saw Jason sitting next to me. We played while everyone else cried. I remember he grinned and said to me, "Don't be upset, Robbie. I'll be here to help while you grow up. You don't have to feel sad." My Aunt Lindsay came up to me and stood in the exact same spot where Jason was sitting. I remember thinking it was strange she could do that. And then she knelt down and said, "He's in heaven," before walking back to my cousins and uncle. Jason winked at my confused face, and then we kept playing with our toys. "Jason died," I whispered to Dad. He nodded, and I watched as he eyed the muddy footprints that went from the back door and led down the hall and up the stairs to my room. He said I was probably too young to remember, but he loved me so, so much. I thought back to all the fun we'd had in our room over the years, all leading up to the video games on my 13th birthday the night before. My dad said I was the same age that he was now, and tears freely flowed down into his beard. "You're all grown up," he said. Something from the previous night buzzed in my ear. "No more me, Robbie. No more me. Time to grow up." And then it clicked, and my screams joined those of my mother in a terrible, dissonant chorus. The next entry is like living in another world. This story is part personal preference, part audience preference. I really sympathized with this story. I get sick a lot. Obviously, I spoke at the beginning of this video about how I'm just now back from an almost 2-month hiatus because I've been sick. And I feel a lot of empathy for the main character of this story. You know, this whole story is about someone who is extremely sick and how it's like living in another world. I wouldn't have made the same decision the main character makes in this story, but I realize why she did. Also, Disciple did an amazing job with the doctor in this story. He voices the doctor, and I think it takes it to like another level having him in it, so I really like that as well. Having a chronic illness is like living in another world. I know better than most. Unspecified autoimmune disorder was my diagnosis. The words they used for, your body thinks it has to kill you. My immune system was the culprit. It targeted my digestive system, creating systematic inflammation that inhibited my ability to absorb nutrients. And later, hampered my ability to eat solid food altogether. It melted my red blood cells, prompting monthly hospitalizations. It even interfered with my bone marrow in ways the doctors didn't understand. All of me hurt all of the time. I lived in a haze of exhaustion and agony. When you've been tired enough for long enough, you begin to lose your mind. You start to wish you were dead. At least, that's what I believed until the day I learned that I was almost dead. Stage 4, the doctor told me in a calm and gentle voice. It started in your stomach. I don't blame the doctors. It's hard to see tumors and lesions when your innards are already scarred and warped to pieces. She said I had 6 months at the most, and would be lucky to spend 3 of those in relative comfort. So I was shocked when, at her new appointment, she entered the room with a man I'd never seen before. "This is Dr. Ariman," she said. "He wants to discuss treatment options with you." Dr. Ariman smiled. He had light brown eyes that looked golden under the fluorescent lights. His thick auburn hair was too long to be entirely professional. I couldn't really tell his age. He had the kind of regally lined face that simultaneously looks 30 and 55. Against the cool, sterile white of the room, he looked almost cartoonishly bright. He told me his facility delivered experimental treatment, free of charge, to late-stage cancer sufferers.
It's extremely radical treatment. It causes significant pain,
he admitted.
Unfortunately, one of our subjects died before we could start our treatment, so we have an empty bed.
The prospect of spending the brief remainder of my life in even more pain made me shudder. But under my doctor's shrewd stare and Oriman's thinly veiled eagerness, I couldn't bring myself to decline. "Can I have a few days to consider?" Disappointment settled over Oriman's face like a veil, but To his credit, it melted away swiftly.
Of course.
I'd already decided to refuse. I wasn't entirely sure what I wanted, but subjecting myself to painful experiments wasn't it. I went for a drive that night. That time of year is bleakness incarnate. The cold blue sky framed stark black hills and bare, curling fingers of trees. It was miserably, flatly cold, with no hint of warmth in the air or land or sky. There was something hollow about it, something undeniably dead. I imagined myself just as dead and just as hollow as the last traces of embalming fluid leaked from my decomposing body and pooled in the stained silk lining of a cheap casket. Cold and dead and hollow and done. I pulled over by an ancient valley oak, gave into my despair, and wept. Great falls of branches threw spidery shadows through the windows. Then I called Dr. Oriman and told him I wanted the treatment. A week later, I was on a plane to Wyoming. Oriman's clinic was buried deep in the surrounding mountains. 2 torturous hours up a narrow, winding road sheeted in ice. The swiftly increasing elevation and vertigo-inducing views made me ill, so I covered my face and tried unsuccessfully to sleep. Finally, we reached a sleek, low-slung building. Despite the dry snow heaping down, only half the clinic was covered in drifts. The reason became clear the second I exited the car. Wind roared wildly, pushing everything, including me, in one direction. The driver rushed over and took my luggage. I followed him, bent against the raging wind. I felt like I'd never be warm again. Primal panic enveloped me briefly. I saw my own corpse again, this time buried in a powdery mountain of snow. The freezing temperatures would arrest decomposition. I would not be hollow, but I would be even colder and every bit as dead. I shuddered and forced my aching body to follow the driver into the building. The inside was as hot as the outside was cold, cloaked in heat so heavy it could have been a blanket. Everything was warm and white as snow, and 1,000 times hotter. Before I knew it, I was standing in a warm bedroom dominated by a huge squashy bed. Outside the reinforced window, snow continued to fall. A frozen curtain that wasn't quite thick enough to obscure the breathtaking peaks beyond. A knock startled me. An orderly entered a moment later. She had a wide, lipstick smile that gleamed in the lamplight. "I've brought you dinner." Sure enough, she held a tray with a frosty nutrition shake and a bowl of vegetable puree. "Your treatment starts tomorrow." She hesitated briefly. "You will see some odd, even disturbing things while you're here. Please remember, the situation is entirely under control." On that unpleasant note, she swept away. I was hungry, starving, but had long since learned that food usually isn't worth the pain it causes. I ignored the shake and paced anxiously. They'd taken my phone. The proposed treatment expressly forbade telephones and computers. And while it had seemed innocent at the time, I was worried now. But the flight and the drive had exhausted me. Despite my fear, I fell asleep quickly. I had a nightmare where I lay frozen and forgotten, unable to move or speak as shrieking wind spun great drifts of snow around my body. Nothing on this earth could have prepared me for my therapy. The therapy room was a gleaming white oblong. Windows dominated the western wall, revealing a blinding vista of glittering snow. Beds lined up directly opposite. Each bed had a large plexiglass cube at the side, along with a slender white machine and an IV stand drooping with bags of pale pink fluid. I saw Dr. Oriman immediately. Fire and gold, unpleasantly rich against the warm white. He stood up when he saw me, smiling widely. He grabbed both my bony shoulders and steered me to the farthest bed.
"It won't take as long as I thought,"
he said happily.
"We had a major success yesterday, a breakthrough."
He inserted an IV drip, then placed a large clear helmet over my head. It had a large port in the center and reminded me absurdly of a fishbowl. I waited nervously as he fit a spongy hose into the port and connected it to the cube. He surveyed his work, then patted my shoulder affectionately.
Are you ready?
I nodded. He connected the IV. I watched anxiously as the rosy liquid slowly disappeared into my vein. After a while, I realized my arm was burning. I grit my teeth and waited. This was nothing. I'd suffered through much worse. But the burning intensified swiftly, spreading and then gathering in my guts, my throat, and my armpits, where it deepened to outright agony. The world swam before my eyes. Sweat coated my body, clammy and cold, as if the fire coursing through my body was forcing it all out. Oriman watched me with the dedicated fervor of a fanatic. I tried to stay still. I tried to be good. But the pain finally reached a fever pitch and I could no longer tolerate it. "Sir!" I gasped. He took my hands.
Almost. I know it hurts. I know.
Overwhelming pain suddenly erupted in my abdomen. He set a hand on my forehead, pressing me down against the pillow, but not before I caught a glimpse of my stomach, rising up and straining like a serpent was struggling to burst from my belly. Panic like I've never known coursed through me. Burning pain exploded like fireworks and spread like a rippling lake. I flailed and thrashed, struggling to catch a glimpse of my belly, waiting, just waiting for that roiling snake to explode from my guts. As if sensing my anticipation, it shot upward. It felt heavy, like molten iron sloshing at my rib cage. Then it crept underneath and slid forward. I began to choke. I was dimly aware of Oriman calling for help. My eyes watered. Breath wouldn't come. I felt things being crushed, felt tissues tearing apart, as this ghastly thing forced its way through my body. My own dead body filled my mind's eye again, hollow and frozen, discarded in the snow like a rabid hound. The suffocating pressure burst into my throat, and I blacked out. Oriman's smile greeted me when I surfaced again, pale gold and autumn russet. Not quite handsome, but somehow better than handsome. He sat me up. Aches exploded everywhere. I tried to swallow, but the bright, shocking pain brought tears to my eyes. I realized Oriman's lips were moving.
Look.
He kept whispering.
Look.
He pointed to the plexiglass cube. For some reason, it was dirty. No, full. Full of something small and frantic that bumbled and scratched at the walls. I frowned. It looked like an underdeveloped puppy, rounded yet curiously bony, coated in a fine layer of transparent white fur. Its head was misshapen, its deformed snout a mild horror. A single bloated, half-formed eye blinked slowly. It pressed blobby paws against the glass and uttered a shrill, gurgling whine.
She's premature. I overdosed you. She didn't have time to develop fully.
Did that come out of me?
Yes, and judging from your PET scan, there's a lot more where she came from.
I felt dizzy and sick. Far worse than I had when I'd seen my stomach bubble and swell. What's going on? I have cancer, not mutant parasitic puppies.
That is cancer.
He sighed, then took my hand again.
I could stay, if they wanted. They can even go back inside you. I've forced them back into bodies before. But they don't want that. They want out. They all want out. That's all they are. Life forms, poised on the verge of evolution. Not quite developed enough to be. We give them form.
He patted the IV.
We let them out, and we let them be.
Oriman claimed that some illnesses, especially advanced illnesses, the kind that metastasize and feed on you, are another form of life. Conscious, trapped beings that simply want to live, but don't quite know how. Oryman found a way to give them independent life, and in the process, help the host. Hope stirred for the first time, tempered by disgust as I watched the deformed puppy squirm. I didn't know what to say or think. Apparently sensing this, he patted my shoulder again.
Rest. We'll speak more later.
He left the cancer puppy with me. I watched, stomach roiling, as it scratched the cube and cried. "It's okay," I soothed. It turned toward me pathetically, bloated eye swimming in its socket. As I stared back, a realization dawned. Though I felt nauseous and lightheaded, though my stomach still hurt, I realized something. I felt 100 times better than I had that morning. Oryman eventually extracted 7 puppies. None of them looked right. Slender and squirmy, with whiskery white fur and misshapen snouts. But they were energetic, excited, and clingy. So clingy, in fact, that they sent up a shrill, gobbling chorus of pure misery the moment I moved out of sight. At Oryman's request, I began to sleep in the nursery. I wasn't allowed to touch them. They remained trapped in their cubes. But no matter, my presence was enough to settle them. I wasn't the only patient, though I quickly became Oryman's favorite. Each extraction imbued me with a wave of energy and vitality. I was returning to the correct world, the one where I could run and breathe and eat. The sickly, half-decayed smell I'd learned to live with slowly disappeared. Color returned to my face, and now that I felt well enough to use Oryman's gym, muscle began to fill out the soft, unwell skin that coated my bones. I thought I would soon be cured, and then I had a flare-up. In all the excitement of extracting the cancer, or rather, breathing life and giving motivation to what had been cancer, I'd forgotten all about my other sicknesses. My blood-melting, gut-destroying, joint-eating sickness. The crash was quietly magnificent in its totality. I was crooning at the pups. I learned to love them somehow. In the middle of the lullaby, dizziness swept over me. All at once, strength seemed to drain from me. Darkness and disorientation continued to spill over me like a tide. The last thing I noticed was pain, a cold steamroller crushing everything below my belly button. I slid to the floor, dimly aware of the warm tile under my skin, and faded. I woke to pain I can't describe, beyond expression, beyond comprehension, beyond the limits of my body. Oryman's face swam into view, no longer kind or excited, but frantic, barking orders at unseen nurses. Sweat escaped his surgeon cap, dripping down his forehead and under his mask. I choked and convulsed. This wasn't a lump, no roiling little pup. This was a spider, enormous and fat, forcing my limbs to move against my will as it writhed inside of me. It was everywhere. It was everything. It was me.
More. Now.
We can't, a nurse snapped. She'll die.
She's already dying.
He reached for the IV. The burning sensation immediately increased, painful and miserable, but lost, buried under the spectacular torture of whatever monstrous entity was pulling itself out of my body. I felt the familiar sensation of pressure, but 1,000 times worse than it had ever been. It felt like enormous spider legs crawling up my esophagus. Shadows licked at my periphery like black flames. I knew I was fading. This was it. The depth and force and violence of its pain was killing me. I felt a flare of bitter disappointment, just as something pale and monstrous erupted from my mouth. Then I fainted. The next thing I knew, I was terribly warm, coated in sunlight and fire, of molten gold and boiling honey. Finally, I opened my eyes. Oryman sat at the foot of the bed. He looked ill, still bright, but lifeless, like an old fluorescent light. He tried to smile. The result was ghastly. "What happened?" I croaked. The words sent spasms of pain down my throat and into my chest.
Your other illness. I'm sorry. I didn't know it wanted to be alive.
He swept a hand through his dark red hair.
You know, the others, the pups, they just feed. They don't know any better. They don't know anything but the drive to consume.
What happened? I repeated. Oriman's face crumpled strangely.
Come, see.
He guided me into the silent hall. The lights were off, the doors all shut. Trepidation increased with every clumsy step, building steadily to a panic. Where is everyone?
On lockdown.
Oriman took me to a small, heavily damaged door I'd never noticed before. The steel bulged and cracked in several places. A metal plate covered the small, reinforced window. He flicked the plate to the side with a shutter.
Look.
For a moment, I was sure I was going to cry. Then I stepped forward and peered through the window. Something white hurtled out of the darkness and slammed into the glass. I drew back in a panic and found myself staring at a long, wraith-like face. Small yellow eyes gleamed deep in its head. It had no nose, just a flat expanse of puffy flesh. Thick black webbing circled its vertical mouth and fluttered dreamily.
It tried to climb back inside you.
Oriman murmured.
We stopped it, but it killed 2 of my nurses and another patient.
It placed 2 hands against the window, long and fleshy, patterned with deep, pulsating holes.
It doesn't want to feed. It wants to kill. It likes to kill.
The monster darted out of sight. A second later, a deafening crash made the door rattle.
It's broken out of 4 rooms. It killed 5 people. It doesn't burn, it doesn't freeze, it doesn't bleed. It heals itself. It's indestructible.
Oriman licked his lips.
When it escapes.
Another floor-shaking crash followed by a new bulge appeared in the door.
I am sorry. I have to put it back inside of you.
Having a chronic illness is like living in another world. It changes the way you think. It changes the way you behave. It changes what you want. And it changes what you are. I picked up my IV pole and struck Oriman across the nose, rupturing one of his eyes. I half expected him to bleed gold. But no, just red. Thick and unwholesomely vibrant red. I left him there, ignoring the insistent slamming of my illness, and laughed. Not at him, but at my lack of pain and boundless energy. I felt alive, as far from a hollow, cold corpse as is possible to be. I gathered my things, stole the keys to a company car, and fled. I know my illness is a monster. I know it's already escaped. I should have let it crawl back inside me. That would have been the right thing to do. But after being so sick for so long, being well is just like another world. I can't let it kill me anymore. And finally, the last entry on the list. I know I couldn't put everything I wanted to. If I could, I would have made them all personal preference and this list would have been much different. But I feel like this way it's a little more balanced and we have a little bit of everything everyone likes. The final entry I'm putting on the list because I feel like I had to. It's the first story I ever did, and the story that sits with the most views on my channel. It's called My Daughter Was a Monster. It's a good story, but as I said, it's the first one I ever did, so it's the lowest quality one that I have. But it still has the most views. I still get comments on it to this day, which I can't say about most of my earlier videos. And it's still steadily rising in view count, which is really surprising to me because in my opinion, it's not fantastically voice acted because it was the very first time I'd ever tried. And I did all the sound design with a little bit of Ronnie's help. He sat with me and I would be like, is this okay? Should I do this or that? And he helped me a bit, but I'm so much better at sound design now. But I still feel like I should put it on the list just to see how far we've come in 2020. I remember I worked so hard on this story. I kept thinking that no one would like it. I didn't expect to get a good reception like I did, but I got such an amazing reception. A lot of people from the Dark Somnium channel came over and gave me support for this story. And if it weren't for how good this went, I probably wouldn't have chosen to keep doing YouTube videos. I started doing them because my dad and Dark Somnium were like, hey, you have all the equipment, open to you. So why not just try it? It'll be fun. And I'm glad I did now, obviously, because it is fun. And it's my #1 hobby, and it makes me so happy. One day I plan to completely redo this story with my current voice acting skills and my current sound design skills, and get several other people in the story with me and make it like a big production and really nice. But until then, here's the first story I ever did. My daughter was a monster.
I learned early on that little memories are the one that mean the most. Simple things. Sunday afternoons at the craft store with my mother. Wandering air-conditioned aisles prematurely filled with Halloween decorations. Sunset drives to the grocery store where I struggled to absorb every detail of the fiery sky. Constructing driftwood castles on the beach, pleasantly aware of my sunburn and wind-tingled hair. Desert sunrises, sprinklers in summer. Craft time in the cluttered family room. Dog kisses, cat cuddles. Tree branches casting shadows upon moonlit snow. Rereading my favorite book while night insects sing and evening deepens to true night. These are not important memories, but they are the memories that make me who I am. They are the kinds of memories my daughter never had, because she was born with a severely damaged brain and a deformed body that made the damage even worse. So I shared my memories with her. Every night, as she stared at the ceiling with unfocused eyes, I cupped her cheek and told her my memories. I told her about the cold afternoons at the pizza parlor, where I sat in a corner with breadsticks and a book as snow clouds rolled in. I told her about a lightning storm where the sky turned murky green and bruise-colored clouds swirled over the mountains. I told her about the cache of sea glass I uncovered in my backyard, and how the crows flew down and stole it all before I could even find a box. The death of a child is a horrific thing under circumstance. But when an older child dies, or even when a normal baby dies, there's a tiny sliver of solace. People remember these children. The kindergartner has friends and classmates and cousins who adore him. The 11-year-old wrote poetry and taught her little brothers the scientific names for all the wildflowers in their backyard. The 13-year-old had friends, family, schoolmates. People remember them. They are remembered because they were alive. They spoke, they moved, they thought. They learned. They made their own memories, and in turn, they live on in the memories of others. But children like mine cannot make their own memories. Children like mine will never recognize the scent of a craft store on a summer afternoon. They will never see the lightning storms against a breathtaking mosaic of green and purple clouds. They will never build driftwood castles on windy beaches. Very few people remember children like mine, with anything but sadness and revulsion. This is because children like mine are not quite people, at least as far as other people are concerned. They are tragedies. They are mistakes. They are horrors. Parents are the only one who remember these children with love. We remember bedtimes and bath times, and what it is like to read to babies who cannot hear or see or think. We remember the interminable days in the hospital, and we remember the good days with something approaching religious rapture. Our children cannot remember these things, but we remember them for them. We are their memory keepers. In this way, we live for them. We keep them alive, if only in our hearts. But that isn't enough of a life. It isn't enough of a memory. So I told my daughter my memories, and I hope that somewhere in her malformed brain, they would take root and grow in ways we don't yet understand. I hoped that somehow she would be able to live my memories, borrow my life and live it all inside her head. I felt so guilty that she never had her own life, never made her own memories. That is why I tried to give her mine. When I decided to go through with the pregnancy, some people told me I was brave. Others told me I was stupid. I felt neither brave or stupid. Mostly I felt annoyed and selfish. I knew early on that she would be born disabled and deformed, but she was all I had left of my husband. If there was even a sliver of a chance that she would survive, I needed to try. The mere knowledge that she existed made me so happy. And how bad could it actually be? Either she'd die within a few days or live a short life without awareness or pain. A permanent baby doll. It wouldn't be easy for me, but easiness was not part of my equation. Nothing has ever been easy, and I did not expect that to change with a child. Of course I second-guessed my decision when she was born. She looked nightmarish. Not even human. Like the jump scare photos I used to email to my friends back in junior high. How, I thought, how can someone look like this and not feel pain? What have I done? I don't think there is a word for the mingling of panicked regret and overwhelming love. But that is what I felt. Like I'd made the most monumental mistake in the history of motherhood, but wouldn't undo it even if I could. My daughter died at 18 months. Nobody was sad but me. You gave her a good life, they said. You did everything you could. At least she didn't know the difference. You showed her love, which is something a lot of people wouldn't do. It's a terrible thing, terrible. But at the same time, well, it's got to be a little bit of a relief, doesn't it? It was a relief, yes. But it was bitter. More bitter than sorrow. More bitter than despair. More bitter than suffering itself. But I didn't know how to explain this. Not when they were acting like I'd done it all. Birthed her, cared for her, protected her, loved her. For brownie points. To be a martyr. To comply with my religion. To gain sympathy or admiration. They didn't understand. I think they didn't want to. I didn't want a funeral. I didn't want a mortician or a coffin. I wanted to cremate her and put her in one of those biodegradable urns that come with seeds. The kind where your ashes fertilize a tree. But when the time came to cremate her, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Because society used to burn murderers and witches. 400 years ago, my daughter, my poor, deformed, deaf, thoughtless, sightless daughter, would have been called a demon. They might have burned her back then simply because of how she looked. Because burning was punishment. Burning was annihilation. And what if something went wrong at the crematorium? What if they lost her ashes? What if I got someone else's? And had no way to be near her again? I knew this was not rational, but my daughter spent her short life deformed on the receiving end of revulsion and fear. I felt like cremating her, obliterating her physical form, would be akin to agreement. A final statement to the effect of, you were wrong to be born like this. You were wrong to make the world look at you. We will fix that now. When she was first born, one of my greatest fears was that she would have cognition, that she would have enough awareness to know that she was ugly. She had died without that knowledge. I wanted her to be dead without it too. It makes no sense, I knew that. But even so, I paid for full honors, a shiny white coffin, a mortician to paint her, a flower-choked viewing room to present her, and a plot in the cemetery just over a tree-choked hill, a mere 15-minute walk from my front door. It was the only way I could prove to the world that my daughter was a beautiful blessing to me, and that she made me happy. The night after the burial, I took 4 sleeping pills and dreamed of my daughter. She was in her frozen casket, quivering as 6 feet of impossibly heavy earth pressed down on the fragile wood. It was cold, damp, and horribly dark. Somewhere beyond the confines of her coffin, worms squirmed and insects chittered, planning how to breach her coffin and consume her remains. My daughter was sick with confusion and fear. She had never been frightened before. She had never been capable of feeling fear. But now she could, and she was terrified. She hated the dark. and more than that, she hated bugs. But then the dream took a strange turn. The coffin opened up, emitting a swath of blinding light. Before my eyes, the silk-lined casket flickered into a dirty, rusted freezer. My baby began to cough, only she wasn't my baby. She was a little girl with tangled hair and scabby rash-covered skin. The light swept away. A flashlight, I realized. And holding the flashlight, a woman. The girl, who was not my baby, whined and recoiled. And then I woke up. I was in my backyard, curled around the rocking chair where I'd sat with my daughter every day, whispering memories while I cupped her cheek against my shoulder. Even if she couldn't feel anything, I wanted the sun to touch her face, wanted the scent of flowers to envelop her. I wanted wind to caress her skin. I wanted rain to patter on her head. I wanted cold fog to brush her fingers. I thought these things would give extra dimension to the memories I shared with her. Even if her mind couldn't understand, perhaps her body would. My landlord gave me the rocking chair. He planted flower beds too. He couldn't look at my daughter without wincing, but I could forgive that, because he always tucked his finger under her limp hand, mimed a handshake, and said, "Good morning, beautiful." In stark contrast to his acceptance was the little girl who lived down the road. She came several days in a row to oogle through the fence, watching my baby with sick fascination. Once I called to her, "Hi, sweetie. What's your name?" "You have a scary baby," she blurted. My heart lurched. That isn't kind to say. "So, it's still a scary baby." Then she burst into tears and ran away. I never saw her again. I worry about her sometimes. So small, probably not even 5, and wandering the boonies without anyone to watch her. But I never worried long. I always had too much to worry about, too much to remember, because I am a memory keeper. And in that moment, as I lay crumpled around my rocking chair, those memories crushed me. There were too many to hold, too many to keep. I lost control of them, and they ate me alive. I held onto the rocking chair as if to a life raft and wept for hours. I didn't sleep for a week, not because I wasn't exhausted, but because I couldn't bear to dream of my poor baby closed up in the cold darkness with grave worms. But on the 3rd night, my body gave out and I fell asleep. I dreamed of my daughter, of course. I was in her coffin with her, holding her tightly and shivering. I was so cold in there, paralyzingly cold. My poor baby. I'd made her cold forever when I could have burned her instead. I pressed her to my chest, gritting my teeth when a small, wet body of worms curled against my hands. Then, for the first time, alive or dead, my daughter spoke.
"Tell me your good memories."
"Why?" I asked.
"I found a friend who needs them, but I can't remember how to share them."
I am her memory keeper. So I told her everything. Tree shadows on moonlit snow, sun-glittering waves creeping toward a driftwood castle, bounding puppies and adventurous cats, vibrant sunsets and snowy afternoons in the pizza parlor. When I finished, my daughter said,
"Please let go. I need to leave."
"Where are you going?" I asked. Before she could answer, I woke up. Though my house was heated to near-tropical temperatures, my bones ached with cold. Goose flesh covered my skin. Even to the tip of my nose was icy cold, with that smooth, shiny feeling it gets in winter. I wanted to stay home and hold on to the dream, to convince myself that in death, my daughter had gained everything denied her in life, that she was alive and had come back to me. But to do that, I would have to think. Thinking was too painful. So instead I turned on the television and sat there long after nightfall. For many nights after that, my daughter came to me in my dreams. Every time I held her. Every time she asked to hear my memories. I shared them gladly. As long as I ignored the cramped cold and the wet worms, I could pretend she never died. This went on for weeks. It was bliss. Bitterly relieved bliss. And then the dream changed. As always, I was in my daughter's casket, dark and cold and terribly damp, with mold already blooming on the silk lining. My daughter was nowhere to be found. She was gone. like she'd never even existed. I was trapped and alone, curled in a tiny coffin as worms crawled over my skin. I woke after dark, disoriented and terrified. I could still feel the wet worms inching over my face. Grief overtook me. Memories broke their bounds and ate me once again. Glittering tides, austere hospital rooms, lightning storms, and cats in craft stores. I sobbed and paced and collapsed, and eventually crawled. Sometime later, I found myself under my kitchen table. I curled up and stared at the tile until the thick golden light of sunrise spilled across it like syrup. Another night gone. I didn't know if that was a blessing or a curse. I slept as much as I could, struggling to find my daughter again, to hold her and tell her my memories again. But she eluded me. I only ever dreamed of her empty casket. The emptiness was even worse than the cold darkness and the grave worms. I couldn't stand it. It was too accurate a reflection of my life. It was too much. So instead of sleeping, I stayed awake so long that I started seeing things. Minor at first, ladybugs and doves and a well-loved teddy bear with a threadbare nose, a missing eye, and the name Bailey stitched on its belly. But all at once, the hallucinations subsumed reality. I found myself running helplessly through a raging lightning storm, dodging lightning strikes and ominous shadows between the trees. I clung to an overturned driftwood castle as the tide propelled it into the open sea. Dogs whined and cats yowled. My favorite book caught fire in my hands, while a teddy bear shook its head and sobbed. And somewhere in the distance, a child wept. I dropped to my knees and covered my eyes. The deafening maelstrom, storm and tide and wailing animals slowly faded, but the child continued to cry. After a while, a wet, garbled hiss cut through the weeping. "I can't," the child whispered. A girl, I thought. A little girl with a sore throat. "I told you already. No one knows I'm here." The wet gobbling came again. It made my hair stand on end. It sounded like a monster. A slithering monstrosity that crept through your walls while you slept. "She'll just hate me," the girl uttered a hoarse sob. "Because I screamed at you." The monster spoke again. This time, under the wet gurgling, I could make out the words. "No, she won't. Real mothers never hate children. Mine does." The girl dissolved into weeping. Finally, I dared to open my eyes. I was in a cramped space. Mud sluiced up between my fingers, soaking my clothing. Pale roots hung from the walls. A few yards away, curled up on the driest spot in the place, was a little girl with scabby rash-covered skin. Propped up beside her was my daughter, rotten and limp, tiny hands and feet curled and withered so that they looked like chicken feet. But there was no mistaking her. Her dear, familiar, deformed head, and her distinctive little body. It was her. She was here. And she was talking. "That's because she isn't a real mother. My mother is a real one." My baby's lips moved. Her wet, clouded eyes rolled in the girl's direction and then in mine. "She's looking at us now." "Because she's dead like you." The girl shifted. She wore a dirty t-shirt patterned with ladybugs. A cheap charm bracelet hung from her bony wrist. Cracked plastic doves hung from it, clattering together. "No," my daughter said. "She's alive. But she gave me all her memories, so her memories are mine." The little girl sobbed and reached for her teddy bear. Though soaking wet and coated with mud, I recognized it anyway. Threadbare nose, missing eye, with the name Bailey stitched on its belly. My daughter persisted. "And I told you all the memories too. That means we're all sort of the same person now. That's why she could see us." The little girl's lip quivered. Her face was badly swollen. Puffy ligature marks stretched around her neck. Tears leaked from her bruised eyes and dripped down her crooked nose. "She won't like me. I'm not like you. I'm bad." "I'm very bad," my baby assured her. The girl gingerly wiped her face, wincing as she touched swollen flesh. "You're not as bad. Just scary." She smiled weakly. "Scary baby." I blinked. When I opened my eyes, I was back in my daughter's coffin. and she was in my arms, soft and somehow pulpy, like a rotted fruit. It was terribly cold. I could barely breathe.
Do you remember her?
My daughter asked. Even though it was dark, I could see her. Discolored lips and flickering tongue formed the words flawlessly.
She used to come and stare at me because she knew I was a monster.
What are you? I whimpered.
Bad.
My daughter's hand pressed against my skin, pushing like a nursing kitten.
I was always bad, but they never burned me. They only ever drowned me.
Her little fist moved faster, pushed deeper.
They dropped me into wells and rivers.
Faster and faster, so hard it was painful. A volley of tiny punches.
I hate it here. I only find sad friends, and I have to make them happy. But I never make them happy because I never have enough time.
You made me happy, I said.
I always come in a body that can't be alive. The not alive hurts. It hurts so much. The only way out is to make a sad person happy, but I never make them happy. I hate it. Why am I always in a body that can't be alive?
You made me happy, I repeated.
It hurts so much that I die to escape, but I never escape for long. I drift like a leaf in a lightning storm, or a stick on the sea, until I find someone who is too sad and too hurt to live long. I always hate to watch them die. I always have to come back in another body that can't be alive.
Suddenly, the world broke apart. I was my daughter, and I was me, and I was the broken, bruised little girl in the muddy cellar. I hated it. I hated the cold, and I was so scared of the dark. Then I was in a rusty box, a freezer, watching a grinning woman empty jars of bugs across the threshold. Cockroaches and spiders and crickets, a glistening cascade. I hated it. I was afraid of the tiny hard space, and more than anything, I was afraid of the bugs. Suddenly, I was somewhere else. A bare room with a single mattress and a sofa. Dread filled me, molten and heavy. Then someone stuffed a cloth in my mouth. While I choked, they wrapped a blindfold over my eyes and cinched it so tightly it burned my cheeks.
If you're going to run and tell, the lady hissed, then you're not allowed to see.
Before I could make sense of her words, she threw me onto the mattress while a man laughed. I hated it, because I was afraid of the dark, and afraid of the bed, and afraid of men. A moment later, or maybe an hour, or a day, or an eternity, I curled up in the cellar mud again, sobbing as gently as I could, so as to not move my body, because every part of me hurt. I hurt too bad to be afraid of the dark or the bugs. Then I was in a bathtub, clean and glistening white. Someone grabbed my head and dunked me under, holding me until I helplessly sucked lungfuls of water. The world flickered, and I was hanging from a wall in a white hallway. It was hard to breathe. Whenever I sank too low, my lungs seemed to collapse in on themselves, so I mustered what little energy I had and kicked my feet until I hit the opposite wall. I braced myself and strained upward. For just a minute, a blessed minute, the pressure on my chest eased. Then my quivering legs gave out and I tumbled down again. My feet hurt, I realized. They felt open. As my vision gave out, I saw that the wall ahead of me was covered in faint, bloody footprints. I'd done this so often that the soles of my feet were raw. I woke up crying. I shot up with a bone-deep shudder. For a terrible second, I thought I was still in my daughter's coffin. But no, I was in the rocking chair, and it was snowing. It dusted my hair and shoulders, glistening like ground diamonds. Something was in my lap. I looked down, half expecting to see my daughter. It was a teddy bear. A mud-encrusted teddy bear, with a missing eye and the name Bailey stitched into its belly. I screamed. A flock of quail exploded into the air. A crow scolded me loudly. I didn't care. Tears stung my eyes, burning for just an instant before freezing. I shrieked again. Then I stood up and nearly collapsed. My legs were numb and asleep, like nerveless stumps. I staggered back into the house, taking care not to let my toes bend under my feet. When I got inside, I slammed the door and sat down, wincing as sensation prickled its way back into my legs. My daughter had been dead for 49 days. I slept badly that night. I dreamed of the funeral parlor with its bundles of flowers and thick, migraine-inducing perfume. I was looking for my daughter. There'd been a mistake. I had to find her before the burial. She couldn't be buried. She needed to burn. I needed to find her before they buried her. At some point, I realized I was curled on my side, crying. I didn't remember waking up. I only knew I wasn't asleep anymore. I rolled over. Horror exploded into my heart as cold, wet silk and squirming worms pressed against my face. I screamed and tried to sit up. The lid of my daughter's coffin hit my head and knocked me back.
I wish you'd burned me,
my daughter said mournfully. Bugs crawled across my shoulder and spun up over my daughter's face. I tried to ignore them. I couldn't give in to panic. If I did, I might never escape.
I can't help my friend. She's about to die, but I don't want her to die. If she dies, I'll have to come back in a body that can't live.
She uttered a sob.
I have to hurt again, and again, and again, and again, and again.
I licked my lips. The tip of my tongue touched a worm. It took everything in me not to scream. Where does she live?
I don't know.
What's her name?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I don't remember names. I don't even know mine.
Okay. I struggled to think. Can she write?
She has no paper.
On impulse, I dug my finger into the coffin lining and tore away a huge, ragged swath of silk lining. Tell her to write on this. Write her name and her address, and I promise I will help her. My daughter looked at me miserably, with a kind of bleak malice I could barely comprehend.
Do I make you happy?
Yes. And I woke up again. I waited 4 hours. 4 hours had to be long enough to write a note. It had to be. So at 4 p.m., I downed a sleeping pill. For the first time in years, I dreamed of nothing. Just blissful, empty, sensationless nothing. Soft darkness. I woke with something in my hand. It felt smooth and somehow degraded. I looked down. It was a tattered scroll of white silk. Good. The girl was real after all. And she'd written the note. I unraveled it and blinked tiredly, struggling to make sense of the crooked letters upon it. They were stiff and reddish-brown. Blood. The girl had written this in her own blood. Of course. I'd given her something to write on, but nothing to write with. How had I been so stupid?
Scary Baby says you will help me. All her memories belong to you. They have already helped me, so I hope you will help me too. I'm Kaylee. I do not know my last name. I had a sister named Bailey buried in my yard. My house is by yours. It is yellow with a red van and purple flowers. I got cut open. I'm so sorry for saying your baby looks scary. She's my best friend now, but I hurt her feelings when I said that. I'm very sorry. Please help me now.
I knew exactly which house she meant. It was my next-door neighbor's. I could see it through my window. I called the police. By way of explanation, I lied and told them I'd heard an altercation. When I looked out my window, I saw a bloodied little girl running into the yard. Before I could check on her, a man dragged her back inside. Just a few minutes later, sirens blazed their way up the roads. Cops, ambulances, fire trucks. The ambulance left quickly, but the rest remained for many hours. By the time a cop came to talk to me, it was already morning. He looked exhausted and sick.
Ma'am,
he said.
Please, sit down.
I sat. He looked out the window toward my neighbor's house. He had puffy red bags under his eyes. Tears dribbled down and caught in the creases. He wiped them quickly.
Your daughter died recently, didn't she?
Yes. His face twisted. He covered his mouth and nodded.
We found her body next door.
He gestured helplessly.
The little girl next door had your daughter's body. We don't know how yet, but when we found her, she was holding it. Her, like your daughter was a doll.
The cop explained everything with agonizing slowness. It turned out one of the responding deputies was a member of my church, and he immediately recognized my daughter's distinctive body. They dispatched units to the cemetery. My daughter's grave appeared undisturbed, but someone had made a small tunnel near the grave marker. They bored a hole in her casket and stole her. and somehow or other, her corpse ended up in the arms of my neighbor's horrifically abused daughter. The girl's name was Kaylee. She was comatose by the time the police responded. The case made the local papers, but didn't travel beyond the borders of our county. I was surprised for a little while when I looked up crime statistics and realized the vast majority of crimes against children, kidnapping, abuse, murder, never get attention. They kept my daughter for several weeks because her body apparently had evidentiary value. While I waited, I went ahead and bought one of those bio-urns. And when the coroner finally released her back to me, I had her cremated. On the day my daughter burned, Kaylee woke up. Several weeks later, I received a call from her caseworker.
"She'd like to meet you,"
she said.
if you're able."
I was able. She came to see me on a bright, bitterly cold afternoon. Old snow coated the ground. The sky was clear, imbued with that pale, fiery orange that seems particular to mountain winters. The barren branches of trees cast eerie shadows against the snow. Wood smoke perfumed the air, reminding me of 100 evenings spent by the fireplace while my mother read to me. The girl cut a pathetic scene, tiny and somehow shriveled, with the unmistakable slackness of someone who's been unconscious for a very long time. She was on crutches, and several of her fingers were missing, but the bruises around her eyes had faded. Her face was no longer swollen, and the scabby rash had disappeared. The caseworker settled her onto my sofa, then drifted into the kitchen to give us a semblance of privacy. Once she was out of sight, the girl smiled shyly.
"I'm glad I get to see you again."
There was something familiar in her voice. Underneath the chirpy excitement was something else, a wet sort of raspiness that made me think of the frozen coffins and rotted white silk. "So am I said. She took my hand. It was so different from what I remembered. Bigger, smoother, properly formed, except for her missing fingers. She lifted my hand experimentally, as if weighing it. Then she placed it against her cheek. Memories flooded me. Memories of 1,000 afternoons that I'd cupped my daughter's cheek just like this. A painful lump formed in my throat.
"Do I still make you happy?"
she whispered. I nodded as tears brimmed and fell. It's true. It always has been true, and it will always be true. Maybe she is a monster. Maybe she is a horror. But whatever else she is my daughter, and she makes me very happy. That was the top 10 videos I did in 2020. No particular order, but I thought that this was a really good sample of the stories that I did. And I hope you all enjoyed it. I had so much fun making stories in 2020. I made a whole lot of them. I ended up doing dozens of them. For a while, I was really on a roll. And towards the end of 2020, I've been sick a lot, and so it slowed down a whole lot. I used to post like every other day, but, obviously there's been lots of gaps now. But I hope in 2021 to be able to come back to posting every other day eventually. And I am working right now on several different things, and I hope to have them done as soon as I possibly can. I'm just really thankful that you all have stuck with me through all of this. We just hit 15,000 subscribers, and I never expected to even get 1,000 ever when I started. I don't know why. I didn't think I had it in me. I thought this would be a lot harder, but it's been so easy because the community that we've built together is such a welcoming one. And I don't often get hate comments. I don't often get people being nasty to me. It's just like a really wholesome, nice community of people who love creepypasta and scary stories, and you're also supportive. And I'm just so thankful to have all of you. It's been so helpful, even when I've been sick and I've posted updates about how I've been doing. There's just been dozens of you that give me your support, that share your stories with me, that sympathize with me. And I don't know what I would have done without that support system.
especially since 2020 has been a lockdown all year, and I don't know. I'm an introverted person, and I didn't go out much anyway, so that hasn't bothered me much, but being so sick and not being able to work on stories like I've wanted to has really been getting to me, and I don't know how I would have dealt with it without your support. So thank you so much for everything, every comment, everything you guys say. It always uplifts me so much. I used to not think that this channel would grow very much. I didn't think that I was anything special. But you've all really made me feel special, and I have confidence now, and I feel like this channel is going to keep growing because it just won't stop. It hasn't slowed down. And I just can't wait to see what happens. I feel like I actually could turn this channel into something big and amazing, and I just hope that you'll all still be here throughout it all, and I'm sure you will, because your loyalty and support has just floored me. Thank you again so much for everything this past year. And in 2022, I'm excited to be able to look back and see what we've accomplished in 2021. I hope you all have a great day.